Tabling of documents.
I have the honor to lay upon the table the House of Commons report to Canadians for 2016.
Tabling of documents. Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, a message has been received from His Excellency, the Governor-General, for signature.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 20 petitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Referring back to the document tabled by the President of the Treasury Board. His Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates B of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2017, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. And that's signed October 28th, 2016. Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général.
His Excellency, the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates for the public monies necessary for the administration of the public service for the period ending March 31st, 2017. He recommends this budget to the House pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, signed October 28, 2016.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Sobel, he moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to turn this House's attention to a solemn and important occasion. Veterans Week begins tomorrow, running from November 5th to 11th. A time when all Canadians remember and honor the men and women who defended Canada and those who continued to serve today. From Vimy Ridge to Juno Beach, to Kapiong, Korea, to peacekeeping missions of 70s, 80s, and 90s, the Balkan War to Afghanistan, our current efforts in the Middle East, all Canadians owe a debt of gratitude to our veterans. For all they have done and continue to do, we will remember them. We will also remember the Indigenous men and women who have helped to define our proud military history for over 200 years. It is estimated that more than 1,200 served in the great conflicts of the 20th century, with at least 500 giving their lives. Indigenous veterans have served with honor and distinction overseas, and their dedication continues in peacekeeping operations faraway lands. Today, more than 1,200 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people serve with the Canadian Armed Forces, representing many diverse cultures from across Canada. All Canadians thank them as they continue to make our country proud through their service at home and abroad. This year marks significant milestones in Canada's history, including the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Beaumont-Hamel and the Battle of the Somme, two major campaigns of the First World War that resulted in tens of thousands of casualties. Next year will be special too, as we mark more significant milestones. It will be the 150th birthday of Canada, the 75th anniversary of the Day Parade, and the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Passchendaele and the Battle of Vimy Ridge. The Battle of Vimy Ridge was an exceptionally important turning point for Canada. As Brigadier General A.E. Ross said, "In those few minutes, I witnessed the birth of a nation." As much as the battle has become a symbolic in how it helps forge the nation we have today, we must never forget the cost. More than 10,000 Canadian soldiers were killed or wounded at Vimy Ridge. The selflessness, service, and sacrifice of Canadian men and women, the diversity and passion of those who have fought for Canada, and those who continue to serve today, have allowed us to build this nation on our principles of peace, freedom, equality, and democracy. That is why government has committed to ensure that Canada's veterans and their families receive the respect, support, care, and economic opportunities they deserve. Veterans Affairs Canada serves nearly 200,000 veterans, Canadian Armed Forces members, RCMP personnel, and survivors. Over the past year, we have made great strides in improving services to veterans. With the opening of Veterans Affairs Canada offices across the country, we hired 300 new frontline employees, investing $5.6 billion in additional financial benefits for veterans and their families. There is still important work to be done to improve the lives and economic opportunities for the veterans, and this government will continue to improve our services. We will ensure that as many veterans as possible receive the support and opportunities necessary to rebuild their lives. Veterans Week is not the time for partisanship. Commemoration should transcend party lines as we express our shared gratitude for those who have served and continue to serve. Mr. Speaker, through Veterans Week, Canadians will come together at memorials and cenotaphs to honor those men and women who have served and who continue to serve our country. We remember their exceptional achievements, their sacrifice, the contribution they have made to Canada's legacy. Canadians also honor veterans and serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces through school initiatives and through social media using the hashtag #RememberThem. Canada is a great country, Mr. Speaker, a prosperous country, a free country. Our veterans made it so, and our Canadian Armed Forces ensure it stays that way. I urge every member of this House, and indeed every single Canadian from coast to coast to coast, to join in remembering them, and especially to observe the 2 minutes of silence at 11 a.m. on the 11th day of the 11th month to honor the memory of all those who served, especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Remember them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today on behalf of our leader and our party and as the official opposition critic for Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Veterans Week begins on Saturday and will conclude on the 98th anniversary of the armistice of the Great War.
The unbreakable bond between Canadians and our veterans will be on full display as millions pay their solemn respects at cenotaphs and memorials across the nation on Remembrance Day.
Just a century ago, under the leadership of Prime Minister Sir Robert Borden, the Government of Canada made a firm commitment to honour the accomplishment of all Canada's veterans and military personnel. And they deserve it, Mr. Speaker. Regardless of the unknown and the grave dangers our soldiers face, regardless of the time or the place they served, Canadians have always answered the call to stand up for freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And, Mr. Speaker, regardless of their political allegiances or philosophical beliefs, Canadians all share a common admiration and deep respect for Canada's veterans. They are the tie that binds the citizens of this great country together. Remembrance Day is a time to mourn and reflect, but it's also a time to celebrate the proud military traditions of our great country.
Our military tradition is remarkable, with over 1.7 million Canadians serving in our armed forces during the conflicts of the last century. It speaks to the nature of our country that so many have stood on guard for Canada. That is our history. Canada is a nation that has always sent its finest men and women to serve where they are needed, and in numbers far exceeding what the rest of the world might have expected. But punching beyond our weight comes at a terrible cost of blood and treasure. During the First and Second World Wars, our country lost more than 116,000 Canadians.
First Great War, like Ypres, the Somme, Passchendaele, Amiens, and of course Vimy, took from us so many of our best and our brightest. But our brave and tenacious troops showed the world what Canada was made of. During the Battle of Beaumont Hamel, over 90% of the 1st Newfoundland Regiment were killed. Newfoundland was just a small colony at the time, and the entire generation of Newfoundlanders vanished in a matter of 30 minutes. During the Second World War, we showed our mettle once again in the Battle of the Atlantic, the invasion of Italy, and the memorable days when our boys landed on Juno Beach. Mr. Speaker, let us also recognize the sacrifice of more than 300 in the South Africa War, the more than 500 soldiers lost during the Korean War, the 159 who gave their lives in Afghanistan, and approximately 130 Canadians who've died in peacekeeping missions serving across the globe.
May we always remember the fallen who went far from home to answer the call of peace. May we think of all the brave men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice, all the grieving families, and all the soldiers who have been wounded in body, spirit, and mind. It is something we do not talk about nearly enough.
Remember also, Mr. Speaker, men like Roy Victor Shaw, who this past July passed away at the age of 98 in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil. Roy was one of only 10 Canadian veterans left from that fateful day in June of 1944. When the landing craft's ramp lowered that day, the 26-year-old Roy, carrying 50 pounds of weight, began the longest run of his life. Roy was among the first of 3,000 Canadians in the first wave that day to face the deadly coastline fortifications of the occupying German army. The 5-mile stretch of beach would eventually see 14,000 Canadians come ashore, but it would be Roy Shaw and others in A and B Company from the Queen's Own Rifles that would face the brunt of the machine guns, concrete emplacements, pillboxes, fields of barbed wire, and mines. The first wave, in which Roy was a part of, took heavy casualty on the beaches. It was during this incredibly dangerous moment when Roy and others from B Company went to help a wounded man lying on the beach when he himself was struck by a bullet in the right shoulder. The injury was serious, and Roy found out later that it almost cost him his life. June 6 did cost Roy's cousin, Gerald A. Crawford, his life. He gave his life on D-Day, and he's remembered on page 282 of the Book of Remembrance in the Memorial Chamber. I had the occasion, Mr. Speaker, to speak at Roy's funeral that day, and I thanked his family for what he did. If it was not for Roy and the 1.7 million comrades over the last century, none of us, the 338 of us who are privileged to sit in this House of Commons, a symbol where democracy and freedom is practiced, would be able to do so, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to say that may we be grateful for those who serve with distinction today. I encourage all Canadians this Veterans Week to find their own way to say thank you. I encourage young people to reach out to a veteran, learn their story, and share it with your friends. Maybe write a letter to a member of the Canadian Forces who are posted overseas or a local base commander. Spend some time at a local retirement home with those who lived through the experience of wartime. Mr. Speaker, there are many honourable ways to say thank you to the men and women for their service who have served Canada in the time of war and peace. We owe all our veterans, our service members and their families an endless debt of gratitude. We are holding the torch high. The Canadian heroes who lie beneath the poppies in Flanders Fields can rest in peace, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th hour of the 11th day, on the 11th month, we will remember them, lest us forget.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, today as we gather in this House and on November 11th when we gather across this great country, we must take the time to reflect and remember the sacrifice of those who lost their lives protecting our country and our way of life. We must also take the time to remember the families who lost a son, daughter, a wife, husband, father, or mother, families that will never be whole again. We must also remember those who did come home, but were never the same physically, mentally, or emotionally. They are witnesses to the horrors of war that will haunt them for the remainder of their lives. And we must remember their families living with someone with new physical challenges, new mental challenges, a changed person, someone so very different from the one who left home with the honorable intention to defend and protect our country and our communities. New Democrats honor the service of the men and women who put their lives on the line for our country. We honor the families who sacrificed so much. Today in this House and on November 11th and every day, we need to listen and reflect on the voices of those who have served our country, and we need to share our understanding of their message with all Canadians. And if we truly listen to those voices, we will hear what an honor it was to serve our country. We will hear the pride of their service to this great nation. We will hear the voices of truly remarkable women and men. However, sadly, we will also hear about the struggles many veterans face as they leave the military. If we listen, we will hear about the feelings of abandonment, loss of identity, and frustration with the services that are supposed to support them and their families. Veterans deserve respect and dignity. Unfortunately, many injured veterans feel they have lost their career and are left without that identity. They feel abandoned by the government that asked them to serve in the first place. We can and we must do better for the men and women who put their lives on the line and for the families who have sacrificed so much. It is our duty as members of Parliament here today to ensure that no veteran falls through the cracks, no veteran feels abandoned or lost. We must all work together to undo the damage of years of neglect. As we approach Canada's 150th birthday and celebrate this great nation, we should also reflect and address our mistakes. What better way to honor the sacred obligation we owe the men and women who put their lives on the line than to ensure that when their years of service come to an end, we guarantee that they and their families are taken care of, appreciated, and integrated smoothly back into civilian life. And in 2017, we will recognize the 100th anniversary of the infamous Battle of Vimy Ridge. 100 years ago, Canadian soldiers fighting in the First World War experienced unimaginable horrors. Canadians have no idea of the monstrous reality into which we were sending our sons and daughters, and no idea that short decades later we would send another generation to war once again. Canada has since asked our men and women to serve in Korea, the Persian Gulf, Rwanda, Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Libya, and Iraq. Our soldiers have served in Cold War operations and assisted with tragedies and emergencies at home and abroad. Their service and their sacrifices should always be remembered, never, never forgotten. We remember those who fought, men, women, Indigenous people, those who were injured, and the many who did not make it home. We remember with sorrow the families who welcomed back shattered souls, shattered bodies, or no one at all. We reflect and we remember so that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past, so that we may make wise decisions and pursue the path of peace, lest we forget.
Je vois l'honorable député.
I see the honourable member for Terrebonne rising. Does the honourable member for Terrebonne have unanimous consent to speak? Yes? Yes? The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 11th, we will celebrate Remembrance Day. Today, we are pausing in this House to honour the memory of soldiers across the world who fought for their country and for their families. We celebrate the values of devotion, courage, loyalty, respect, and integrity that were at the very heart of their engagement throughout their lives as soldiers. We commemorate the lives of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of honor and freedom. Given their heroism, remembrance is more than just for one day. It is a duty to remember for all of us, especially for us here in this House, who are called upon to often make decisions that can change lives. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to commend the bravery of those soldiers who have fallen in battle and to commend veterans to whom we are eternally grateful. And because we are eternally grateful to them, we have the duty to offer them our support, accompaniment, and the services that they deserve throughout their lives. That is also remembrance. This duty which is not the duty of November 11th alone. I serve myself, and from soldier to soldier, I want to thank every man and woman who have served through altruism and selflessness. Obviously, as a veteran and as a member of Parliament, I cannot but think of those who today are deployed across the world. Of course, we're all called upon to go through difficult moments and to make sacrifices in our lives, but that of leaving behind family and friends to go to the battlefield abroad is one of the main sacrifices. I want to say that we are behind them, that all Quebecers are behind them. I want to tell them that when they come back home, across this great country, we will be there for them, we will stand with them, and we will try to be worthy of their sacrifices. We will be there once again and for all of their lives to come. Soldiers, thank you. I remember, and I will always remember.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. La parole de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Development Cooperation for a More Stable, Inclusive and Prosperous World, a Collective Ambition. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de report.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you'll find consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Red Deer Lacombe, that all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, November the 15th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Does the Chief Opposition Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Northwestern Tent and RV Park in Dryden, Ontario, which is located in the rugged riding of Kenora. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present this petition on behalf of the residents of Kitchener Centre, calling upon the House of Commons to establish comprehensive national standards for the armoured car and secure logistics industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Order émanant du gouvernement. Travaux.
Government orders. Business of supply.
Test to government, standing in the name of Mr. Calkins.
Before we get to that, I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 22 minutes. Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves that in the opinion of the House, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner should be granted the authority to oversee and enforce the directives to ministers listed in Open and Accountable Government in order to end the current practice of cash for access by ensuring there is no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians or political parties. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I thank my colleague for seconding the motion, and of course all my colleagues on this side of the House who have been asking very pertinent, very relevant, and very tough questions in regards to this. And what brought us to this point, Mr. Speaker, and having to move this motion, it is actually a sad day. But before I get going, Mr. Speaker, this will probably be my last opportunity to do a speech before we have Remembrance Day. I want to thank all of the colleagues in this place today who spoke so eloquently, so articulately, and so passionately about Veterans Week. And I have a little bit of a, if you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, I have a little bit of a personal touch to this. I want to thank my colleague Yana Martin in the Senate, who in the previous Parliament allowed me to sponsor a bill here to recognize the Korean War Veterans Day. And if I can just add a personal story to this, my grandfather that I grew up with on the family farm had 3 brothers, and at the time the policy of the Government of Canada was one male would be allowed to stay home if even though it was all volunteer. That was the way it was decided. My grandfather, Don, was the lucky one that did not have or did not sign up to go to war. He was chosen to stay home and look after the family farm. His brothers, Joe, Robert, and James, all served with the Canadian Armed Forces. Robert was killed in the Italian campaign and is buried at Coriano Ridge. James served with the 2nd Battalion of Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry and was killed in February, a couple of weeks before the battle at Kapyong in Korea, and is buried in Busan. His oldest brother, Joe, landed on D-Day and survived. He was the only one of my grandfather's brothers that survived. Or did he, Mr. Speaker? Because sadly, around the age of 60, after returning from the horrors of war, took his own life after having a very tumultuous time returning from war. So it's very, very important that we recognize and honor those that made these sacrifices, and I just wanted to get that on the record, Mr. Speaker. But the reason I wanted to talk today about this motion, and I'm pleased to introduce this motion, is that the Prime Minister, upon his election and the new government, the new Liberal government that we have here in Ottawa, produced a document, and it's called the Open and Accountable Government. And it's a very large document, Mr. Speaker, and it contains a lot of words. But we don't know what some of these words actually mean. And that's why we're using this motion today, to get clarification on what the intents actually were. It's truly sad that I have to table a motion actually calling on the Prime Minister to follow the rules that he has here in his very own open and accountable government. But here I am, Mr. Speaker, calling on the Prime Minister to do something to make sure that Canadians could be confident in the business of the government, in the business of political activities, Mr. Speaker. And why is this important? Canadians need to have confidence that the people that they send to Ottawa are actually acting in their best interests. And I'm not going to go back and do a litany of all of the things that have transpired before this. But when you ask somebody in the general public, somebody asks you what you do, we laugh and chuckle. We say, oh, you're a lawyer, and then the lawyer jokes ensue, and you're a politician, and then the politician jokes ensue. And it really shouldn't ensue, because political life actually should be something that we aspire to. Asking for the opportunity to represent your constituents, to represent your country, and to come here and to do what's best on behalf of all Canadians is actually a very, very noble calling. And it's incumbent upon each and every one of us in this House, actually, then, to make sure that the reputations that we have as individuals, but also the reputation of the institution of Parliament, the institution of the Government of Canada, and the fact that it's our federal government, which should be leading by example in all ways, actually maintains that trust and that sacred bond with the people of Canada. And we need to be open and transparent and accountable for everything that we do, for everything that we say, for all of the money that we spend. It's a clear principle, Mr. Speaker. There should be no representation or no taxation without representation, and we should understand how policy, how decisions are being made, and how influence is actually conducted here in Ottawa. And I'm not going to say that all lobbyists are bad. I'm not going to say that all politicians are bad. I'm saying that in order to make sure that we're clear and above board and have the trust of the Canadian public, we must do so in an open and accountable way. So let's refer to the document that the Prime Minister has. It says, in his message to ministers, to be worthy of Canadians' trust, we must always act with integrity. This is not merely a matter of adopting the right rules or ensuring technical compliance with those rules. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've seen clearly in the House of Commons that when we ask questions in regards to this open and accountable government document, they actually answer just technical compliance with the Elections Canada laws, already a violation of the Prime Minister's own rules. As ministers, you and your staff must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. Yet again, Mr. Speaker, I'll make the case. Time and again, when questions have been put to the government on this particular matter, on this document, the government's response is that they're hiding behind a lower bar, the bar that has been set with the Elections Act financing, and of course, the bar that we have with the Lobbying Act, the Ethics Act, and the Code of Conduct for members of Parliament and ministers and so on. This document was meant to be a higher bar. It came in with much fanfare. It was touted by the government as being the solution. But what we're seeing is that it's not actually being utilized. It was all for show, and there is no substantive changes that have been made. And I'll remind folks that the issues pertaining to the Gomery Commission and so on, and like I said, I don't want to go and dredge up all of that history. I'm not here to do that today. But it painted this institution, it painted politicians, it painted government with a very, very negative brush. And it is incumbent and it is imperative that all of us make sure that we don't get painted, any of us in this House, don't get painted with that brush again. The document goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, you are accountable to Parliament for the exercise of the powers, duties, and functions with which you have been entrusted. This requires you to be present in Parliament to answer honestly and accurately about your areas of responsibility, to take corrective action as appropriate, to address problems that may arise in your portfolios, and so on, and to work with the parliamentary colleagues of all political persuasions in a respectful and constructive manner. So, Mr. Speaker, that respectful and constructive manner should be that at the end of the debate on this particular motion, we should have an agreement in this House, absolutely unequivocally, that we pass this motion so that we can work in a way where we can cooperate together, have the information from each other that we need in order to govern this country wisely and in good conscience. So a general principle, if I go on, Mr. Speaker, in the document, a public office holder should not participate in a political activity that is or may be reasonably seen to be incompatible with the public office holder's duties, or reasonably seen to impair his or her ability to discharge his or her public duties in a politically impartial fashion, or would cast doubt on the integrity or impartiality of the office. Well, Canadians want to know, Mr. Speaker. We've seen several cases where questions have been put in this House. In regards to Apotex, for example, where we talk about the activities of the chairman of the board, who's actually actively organizing a fundraising campaign, a Cash for Access fundraiser for Liberal cabinet ministers. Meanwhile, Apotex is suing the federal government, organizing a fundraiser for the Minister of Finance, the same Minister of Finance who sits on the Cabinet Litigation Committee, deciding whether or not the government strategy is on the lawsuits that face the government, is now actually throwing a fundraiser for the Liberal Party of Canada.
Can't make this stuff up.
And it just doesn't pass, Mr. Speaker. And as the chair of the Ethics Committee, when we asked the Lobbying Commissioner and we asked the Ethics Commissioner for them to look into these matters, we do not get a satisfactory answer from them. They tell us unequivocally that they are unable to get access to the information that they need. They can't get the information that they need because they don't have the ability to enforce this document. And this is what the motion is all about. The motion says, okay, we have an open and accountable government document, Mr. Speaker. It was tabled by the government. It's enforced by the Privy Council office. Now, nobody, the Information Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner, the Ethics Commissioner, the Lobbying Commissioner, nobody actually has access into cabinet documents. I'm not suggesting that all members of Parliament have access to cabinet confidentiality, but to remove any perceived notions of conflicts of interest or ethical lapses, surely to goodness we can allow our commissioners to go and review this information to make sure that everything is operating above board. In Annex B, fundraising and dealing with lobbyists, best practices for ministers and parliamentary secretaries in this document. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest. This isn't happening, Mr. Speaker. A lot of questions are being asked. When the Minister of Justice appeared at a private event in Toronto, hosted by a law firm at $1,500 a touch, one has to wonder what's going on. This was not an event where anybody could buy a ticket and go to it. This was a private event. And there are more of these examples, Mr. Speaker. One only has to scan the media, and the media is doing a very good job right now of chasing these things down. We found over 90 of these Cash for Access fundraisers. many of them, a vast number of them, at the $1,525 maximum ticket price. That's a lot of coin. That's a lot of jingle. We're not talking about $50 to go to a fundraising dinner. We're not talking $75. We're talking people who can shell out $1,525 without even blinking about it and having direct access to ministers who are responsible for making decisions on behalf of the Government of Canada. The document goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties. One only has to look at the recent appointment to the Halifax Port Authority, where the individual in question actually donated $1,525 to the Liberal Party and attended and helped organize an event for a land developer who is actually going to receive money from the federal government to host the same minister, the finance minister again, who decides where that money is going to go. Interesting questions, Mr. Speaker. Somebody ought to be able to go and find out and investigate whether this actually passes the ethical bar. Because when this document is set up, the Prime Minister's own document, the rules that he's supposed to follow, the rules that his cabinet ministers are supposed to follow, is enforced by the Privy Council Office. Mr. Speaker, who does the Privy Council Office report to? The Prime Minister. Well, isn't that convenient? Isn't that absolutely convenient? It sounds an awful lot like another government that is deeply admired by the Prime Minister might set up something like that and call it accountability. We need third-party objective eyes on this. An organization that is established as being very credible, very nonpartisan, very effective in the work that they do, and that is the Office of the Ethics Commissioner. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner, in several cases, when we talk to her at committee, has said that she gives hard advice and soft advice, and she has said this actually in committee. So when I asked her about this, she says, I give hard advice based on the Act and the Code of Conduct. Now, this is where she has jurisdiction and where she has authority. And she says, I could do more, not for her benefit, but for the benefit of everybody in this room, if she had more access and was able to look into actual partisan political fundraising activities to see if there was an ethical breach or an ethical lapse. She does not have that ability, but she does have the ability to give soft advice. And she says that she looks at all other documents. She looks at the document that the Prime Minister has on the Government of Canada's website, and she would provide soft advice. And when I asked her that question in committee, Mr. Speaker, if she has recently given any soft advice, her reply was, lots. Well, I wonder why. Just a couple of the examples that I've given you today, Mr. Speaker, would indicate, in my opinion, that the Ethics Commissioner has probably given advice to Liberal cabinet ministers, maybe even the Prime Minister himself, I don't know. I'm going to trust that she's doing her job, but she's been given lots of advice in order to make sure that these ethical lapses don't happen. Not for her benefit, for our benefit, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of all Canadians, so that they can clearly see and understand and trust that nothing fishy is going on. And right now, we just don't know. But when we put the dots up on the board, somebody in grade 6 can connect them, Mr. Speaker. That's how blatant this is. It's so obvious to everyone involved that something is not right. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I want to highlight one other aspect that has recently come back into the media, and that is a WikiLeaks email involving a visit by Hillary Clinton, current presidential candidate, back in 2014. Glenn McGregor has got an article. Joan Bryden has published some articles on this. Now, I wrote the Ethics Commissioner some time ago and asked her to look into the relationships between Blue Sky Strategies, Canada 2020 and the fundraising activities that this so-called independent think tank has actually been doing on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada. Here we have an organization, Canada 2020, which was started by Tim Barber and Susan Smith, who are well-known lobbyists with Blue Sky. The president of Canada 2020 is Thomas Pitfield, who is married to none other than Laura Gainey, who is the president of the Liberal Party of Canada. They're having a conference here this week in Ottawa, funded by the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario. When we know through the emails that we've seen that this organization has organized meetings between Hillary Clinton and Justin Trudeau, where the Liberal Party of Canada and Canada 2020 tried to turn that meeting into a fundraiser against the will, actually, if you can believe that, against the ethical standards of Hillary Clinton. They've hosted a number of win a trip to meet somebody very influential on their website in the Liberal Party. All within the technicalities of the rules, Mr. Speaker? Not sure, because the Ethics Commissioner is not allowed to go and investigate. So when I wrote my letter to the Ethics Commissioner, and it's several pages long, and I don't have time right now. I would love to have read it into the record, Mr. Speaker. But when I put these questions to the Ethics Commissioner and the Lobbying Commissioner at least has the ability, to a certain degree, to look into the lobbyist side of the equation. And what did we find out last week at committee? When the question was put, the Lobbying Commissioner is looking in to this. Because with the Lobbying Commissioner, she says there's enough information, there's enough doubt here that we need to have an investigation to make sure that the access to ministers is being properly recorded. And everything is above board. But the Ethics Commissioner again says, and I'll paraphrase, she would love nothing more than to look into these matters. But she does not have the ability to do so. So what we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is we need to seriously consider this motion. We need to take it very, very important. Because, like I say, the reputations of this institution, the reputation of the House of Commons, the reputation of political parties, the reputation even of Elections Canada, the reputation of the Ethics Commissioner, the reputation of politicians in general hinge on this. It is absolutely very, very important. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada 2020 and Blue Sky Strategies, a lobbying firm, I didn't realize that think tanks actually needed lobbying firms, share the same building, they share the same people, they're getting money from the Government of Canada, they're organizing Liberal Party fundraisers. Hardly what I would bill as an independent think tank. Doesn't pass the open and accountable government guidelines set out by the Prime Minister, in my opinion, and in the opinions of virtually everybody, I would guess, sitting in opposition to the government. And I'm hopeful, not even of the opinions of some of the members in the Liberal Party. And the solution, Mr. Speaker? Shine the light on this. Let's open it up. Let's let the Ethics Commissioner take a look. Let's trust in her judgment, her wisdom, her office, to have all of the information to make a determination as to whether or not this is kosher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say right up front that I am somewhat disappointed in the Conservative Party in the manner in which they've chosen Even the member made reference to the importance of politics and how it is an honourable and such a privilege to be inside this beautiful chamber and what Canadians have entrusted us to do. And unfortunately at times, and this could be one of those times, we've seen some members that have chosen to paint an ugly picture which really doesn't necessarily justify what it is that members are actually doing. And let me make a very strong suggestion, and it's important that we all recognize this from the very beginning, Mr. Speaker. The federal rules are some of the strongest in the country, and donations and contributions are made open and transparent. My question to the member is, has there been any changes to any of the election laws or any other laws since the Conservative government was in power just a year ago? Was there any changes in laws that the Conservatives did not follow those very same rules?
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's the Open and Accountable Government Act, document that's been published on the Government of Canada's website. This is the change that we're talking about. This is the document and the ethical standards and bar that the Prime Minister has set for himself and his ministers. So I don't know why the Parliamentary Secretary is asking me a rhetorical question that he already knows the answer to. If the Parliamentary Secretary is convinced that the laws in the Elections Canada Act and all of the other legislation that we follow as politicians was sufficient, why isn't he asking his own leader, what the heck is this for? What'd you do this for, Mr. Prime Minister? If you didn't intend to honor it, if it doesn't mean anything, and we don't have to follow it, what is it all about? Is it just a show? Is it just an opportunity for Liberals to say one thing and do another? Is that what Canadians expect of us? Is that how politicians want their integrity and their honour to be held to that standard? I think we should mean what we say and say what we mean.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the motion here today. And I think one of the things that's really important for taxpayers and others watching this to understand is that this is their money. When the rebates happen on a political donation, for the first $400, they pay virtually all of that, 75% of it. So the taxpayers foot the bill for people to go to eat shrimp, drink booze, and get a number of different gifts from that event. In fact, they can even, the businesses that do this, write off the expenses to go there. And what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, about this situation with the Liberals is they dined off in terms of telling the electorate they would do something different. And it's a fraudulent way to go about doing something. And which it really, really compounds that, Mr. Speaker, is we're talking about Apotex again, which has a history with the Liberal Party. And give an example, Mr. Speaker, real quick. When Joe Volpe was running for Liberal leadership, Apotex had children donating to their campaign. In fact, 5 executives and their children gave around $108,000 for his campaign in itself. And the fact of the matter is they defended this. And so we do know that this current situation right now has ties back to the Liberal Party. And again, when you're sitting on your sofa watching this debate, remember, you will be paying for that booze, those crackers, those gifts that go to CEOs and executives that can afford $1,500 when you're having a hard time just putting the heat right through the bill.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I'm not sure there was a question there, and I'm not going to doubt my colleague's points. I'm not aware of this issue with former colleague Mr. Volpe, but it is very disconcerting. What I think he's getting at is the fact that we as members of Parliament actually are held to account by the Ethics Commissioner. I remember receiving a little bag of natural health products a couple of years ago, and members of Parliament get these little things from time to time, and there's a letter inside. And this is the part that the Ethics Commissioner had. Now, there might have been $30, $40, $50 worth of natural health products in there. Some of them might have been useful. Some of them might not have been. But we're talking about just a very small sum of money in value for this gift that was given to all of us parliamentarians in the last Parliament. But the letter inside actually lobbied us and asked for us to take a position on a piece of legislation or on a government policy. And the Ethics Commissioner found out about it, and she wrote us all a letter saying, give that stuff back. A handful of vitamins. because we might have been swayed. We might have been swayed by a handful of vitamins in order to support a piece of legislation or a policy. Yet the same ethics commissioner can't even look into a $1,525 cash for access event that is exclusive to Liberal Party donors only, where they have access to the Prime Minister and to the high-level cabinet ministers who make those policy decisions on a daily basis. And that is the iniquity here. And that's what this motion today is all about. So I thank my colleague for bringing up the question and allowing me to raise the specter of this iniquity and giving the Ethics Commissioner an opportunity to do her job and make sure that all of us are protected here in the House.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a very simple question. When Prime Minister Harper was the Prime Minister, can the member indicate at any point in time did the former Conservative government receive and attend a dinner where there was actually money exchanged, where a donation of $120 or any amount of money given in order to attend a dinner where there was a cabinet minister or the Prime Minister? Yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Aware of any, Mr. Speaker, because I didn't go to any. I don't know what the Honourable Member is trying to articulate. I do know that when events were held by Conservative Party candidates, members of Parliament, they attended as members of Parliament, firstly. Secondly, they were all public and wide open to anybody who could buy a ticket, anybody at all who wanted to go. And thirdly, I do remember one time, one of our colleagues, a former minister and a former member of Parliament from Winnipeg, the name of Shelley Glover, actually had her EDA hosting an event where a number of people who could have been seen to have been relative to her portfolio when she was a cabinet minister had purchased tickets, and the event was cancelled because it was the right thing to do. And I can tell you that when it comes to these kinds of standards and practices, the Conservative Party's personal bar on this, even though we don't have it in a document, rises well above anything that we see over there.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe for an astonishingly cogent speech that laid out this issue in clear and uncertain terms. One of the things that bothers me about what we're seeing from the other side, the government side, and the antics that are going on, the cash for access antics, is what kind of corrosive effect does this have on the decision-making process in government, and in turn, the corrosive effect on the trust that people have in government? Because not everybody are elitists that can attend cash for access fundraisers. Regular citizens deal with their government all the time, small business people getting licenses, small companies going through environmental assessment processes, and so on and so on. They expect the decisions to be fair, open, and honest. And what we're seeing here now is the slippery slope towards, I'm going to use this word deliberately, corruption. And when one sees many of the countries around the world, the dysfunctional countries around the world, especially in some of the poorer parts of the world, those people are poor because of corruption, for no reason else. It's just corruption. Can my honourable friend comment on the slippery slope that we may be on now?
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I want to thank my eloquent and articulate and intelligent friend for his question. The folks across the floor over here think that I'm actually attacking them. I'm not. I'm actually trying to protect everybody in this House with this motion. I truly am. Because anybody who takes a look at an organization called GOPAC, Global Organization for Parliamentarians Against Corruption, started up by former parliamentarian, good friend of mine, John Williams, Bracken, Alberta. The association and correlation between corruption and poverty is astonishing. Wherever you have corruption, you have one of the most, as corruption goes up, so does poverty and despair. It is a direct correlation, Mr. Speaker. And that's why integrity, conducting ourselves with integrity, being open and accountable and transparent is so vital and so important. So I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Best question I've had yet today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise to speak inside this wonderful chamber, and I truly thank the constituents of Winnipeg North that have allowed me to be here to be able to respond to whether it's issues of this nature or what we witnessed a little bit earlier when we had a special tribute to Remembrance Day and members, both past and present, of our Canadian forces and the sacrifices that they have made. I would like to join and start off by just echoing the many remarks towards our vets that have been put on the record today, and just to express more so, I guess, as a part of government member, just our best wishes in going forward and encourage people to participate in Remembrance Day coming up on November 11th, Remembrance Day. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be very specific and hammer on a few specific points, because I think it's important when we're talking about democracy that in this particular case, what it is that the Conservative Party has now raised on a number of days, that Canadians not be deceived by misinformation that's being talked about from the Conservative Party. So allow me to hit on some very specific points that I think need to be reinforced. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, that the federal rules are some of the strongest in the country, and donations and contributions are made in an open and transparent fashion. In fact, some provinces, individuals can donate in tens of thousands of dollars, and others do not have any limits on contributions. In addition, some provinces accept donations from unions, trade associations, and corporations. That is not the case in the federal system. We follow all the rules and the laws around fundraising, Mr. Speaker. That is why we're proud that we have one of the strictest regimes around fundraising of political parties in the country. Our government spends a tremendous amount of time working hard for Canadians across the country, whether that is meeting with crowds, meeting with individuals, listening to consumer groups, listening to small businesses, and the like. We are engaged so we can deliver for Canadians, and Canadians know that, Mr. Speaker. Our government has embarked on unprecedented levels of public consultations to make sure that we are responding to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. This is why we did things like raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lower them for the middle class. These are the things that Canadians wanted, Mr. Speaker. There is no preferential access to this government. This government is demonstrating the most open and transparent approach, not just of following the rules, but being more engaged with Canadians than any previous government. We are consulting and we are engaged. The fact of the matter is that listening to Canadians is what is allowing us to deliver for Canadians, as we have been doing for the past year and as we will continue to do, Mr. Speaker. For over a year now, the members opposite have been criticizing this government regularly for engaging Canadians too much, for being too open and accessible, Mr. Speaker, for consulting regularly with Canadians and demonstrating the most open and accessible government this country has ever seen, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have been critical of that. We, of course, follow all the rules and make sure that we engage with Canadians. We are listening to them in the most positive and respectful way possible. All members of Parliament and all party fundraise, and we all abide by the exact same rules. Rules that were put in place by the previous government, Mr. Speaker. When the rules are followed, no conflicts of interest can exist, and we will continue to follow the rules. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat that. When the rules are followed, no conflicts of interest can exist, and we will continue to follow all of the rules, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of things that I would like to share with the House. You know, one of the things that occurred shortly after the current Prime Minister became leader of the Liberal Party was the issue of proactive disclosure. A number of the members, a number of my colleagues from all parties will recall that particular initiative. When we had the then leader of the Liberal Party in third-party status, with a relatively small caucus, stand up and ask for unanimous consent of the House to bring in proactive disclosure. And no matter how often the then leader of the Liberal Party attempted to do it, we could not get the leave, the unanimous support of the House to make it happen. The leader of the Liberal Party did not stop there. He then indicated that if the House wasn't prepared to go there, that the Liberal Party was, and he obligated all members of the Liberal caucus to abide by proactive disclosure. Even at an expense with the party, Mr. Speaker, we went proactive. Now, to the credit of the Harper government, months after we made that commitment to do so, the Conservative Party did likewise, and they followed what the leadership came from the leader of the Liberal Party. But it took months afterwards. It took I believe it was an opposition motion from the Liberals to the House of Commons, where we actually were able to garner the unanimous support of proactive disclosure when we finally had the New Democrats join with us. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I don't believe for a moment that we have to play second fiddle to other parties inside this chamber when it comes to public accountability and transparency and making sure that we are doing it right. Because the leader of the Liberal Party not only has demonstrated when he was the leader of the third party, but he is clearly demonstrating that as the Prime Minister of Canada. No laws have been broken, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives can, in their weird way, try to conspire and make all sorts of connections that they choose to make. But the bottom line is that Canada has some of the most stringent election laws and laws in place to ensure that there is no conflict, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberal cabinet and this government is following the laws of our land, and therefore there cannot be a conflict of interest, and the members across the way know that, Mr. Speaker, and they're just being mischievous by trying to create something that's just not there. Mr. Speaker, I am a strong Democrat. I believe in the parliamentary system. I'm not going to be intimidated by someone that gives me a $1,500 donation, or a $1,000 donation, or a $500 donation. I like to think that I am accessible to my constituents. That's why every week, and I'll give myself a bit of an ad here, Mr. Speaker, every Saturday I'm at the local McDonald's, have been for over 20 years. Nowadays it's Saturdays from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. I am accessible to my constituents. And what influences me is when I get a good case coming from my constituents on whether it's an individual case or it's a policy case. That's what influences me, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I take to my caucus colleagues and to the floor of this House. And a good example of that is dealing with reuniting families. Reuniting families, in particular, I've put a special focus on the Punjab because that's an area of huge interest of my constituents, and virtually every other week I'm receiving that at whether it's the local restaurant or emails or phone calls or someone getting in touch of my office. That's what influences me personally. Mr. Speaker, as I say, democracy is an important aspect to who we all are, who we are as a society. And I can tell you that I've had donations of in excess of $1,000, and I couldn't tell you the names of the individuals. I might be able to list one or two, possibly. But and do I appreciate the donation? Absolutely, I appreciate the donation. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I also appreciate the individuals that come out and volunteer for my campaign. Some people are not in a position in which they can give a cash donation. But, Mr. Speaker, they are more than happy to give a donation of their labor or their time. And they do that in a multitude of ways. Some will come out and they'll door knock to assist me in the Liberal Party. Sometimes they'll come out and they'll put up signs for me, Mr. Speaker. I don't feel indebted to them. I don't feel, gee whiz, if they bring up an issue, I have to bring it up here inside the House. Unless, of course, there's an issue in which I can concur with and I have others that are talking to me, but they're just as important, Mr. Speaker, as those individuals that are giving donations to my campaign. So what are we going to see next? Are we going to have the opposition benches saying, well, look, so-and-so volunteered so much on your campaign, that's a conflict of interest because he's influencing me? Mr. Speaker, it's bizarre to think so. If you have dinners, I have dinners. I've had dinners inside my riding on many occasions. And I actually, yes, and often they will have to pay. Sometimes I'll have a social activity and I'll get hundreds of constituents that will attend that, and it's $10 a pop, and they'll come, they'll pay the $10, they'll participate, Mr. Speaker. Other times I'll get a $1,000 donation. Sometimes I'll have a $100 dinner, and they all participate. It's all about democracy, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Whether they're putting up the sign, whether they're making a telephone call, whether they're going door to door or delivering a brochure, or they're giving a donation because they don't have the time to be able to come and do some of that work, I respect all of it, Mr. Speaker. I don't give them preferential treatment. You want to talk about accessibility? Come to McDonald's any Saturday. I'm there, Mr. Speaker. Generally speaking, I might miss one or two a year. I'll put that little caveat there, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, I like to think that I'm accessible. Now, I'm no different than many, if not most, of members inside this chamber. I believe that we all appreciate it. I posed the question, does the Conservative Party, do they not have fundraisers where they charge money? Of course they do. Even the New Democrats do, Mr. Speaker. If you want to talk about how we might want to change some of the laws to improve the laws, well, let's have a study, propose a study in one of the committees. Have a debate in terms of how it is that we might want to look at making some changes to the election laws that could, in fact, enhance it, Mr. Speaker. But suffice to say, and that is something in which, all members are entitled to do. We have private members' bills. Bring in some private members' bills. But don't try to give the impression that laws have been broken when they have not been broken, Mr. Speaker. I have seen laws broken, election laws broken in the past, and I've seen parties in particular from across the way that are the ones that had violated those laws, Mr. Speaker. Don't start pointing and throwing stones in a glass house when, in fact, the person that's actually been in violation of election laws are the individuals sitting on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker. What we have witnessed here is a government that is truly open and transparent on a wide variety of issues. You want to talk about accessibility, and they talk about, well, look at the Minister of Finance, and he's having these dinners. Well, let me remind members of the House. Tell me another Minister of Finance that has gone out and been as accessible for input on budgetary matters more than the current Minister of Finance. Let me save the work for them, Mr. Speaker, because they will not find another Minister of Finance that has been so aggressive in wanting to access what Canadians have to say about this budget. In the next budget, and no, even Mr. Flaherty was nowhere near as close as the consultations that have been taking place with this particular government, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure the members of that. We're not only talking about thousands, we're talking about tens of thousands, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking about in many different ways, not just through the internet, Mr. Speaker, but we have a Minister of Finance and the Parliamentary Secretary going into the many different regions of our country, listening to what Canadians want to say. Yes, sunny ways. You're right. We are for sunny ways. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is we're moving.
Order. Order. There still are 6 minutes remaining in the honourable member's time. I'm sure that he'll want to use that. It's awfully loud in here. It's very difficult for the Speaker to hear what's been said, and I'm sure that other honourable members may wish to hear what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary wishes to say as well. We'll carry on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes. Yes, and for the member that heckled, he's going to put it on his Facebook page. Make sure you link me to it. I don't know exactly how Facebook works, but I'd be happy to take the link. Mr. Speaker, let me comment in regards to the sunny ways, because there is a great deal of merit in terms of recognizing, and this is something in which the Prime Minister has consistently done. He has put the challenge to us that there is always a better way of doing things, that we don't have to settle, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen a Minister of Finance that has taken that advice to heart. He has indicated very clearly that he wants to be able to listen to what Canadians. And look at the value, look at the return that we have witnessed in the last year.
Look at, I had someone come to the local McDonald's not that long ago, Mr. Speaker, and said to me, that this government has achieved more in the first year than the previous Harper government did in the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And that's not the first time I heard that particular comment. Where do you think these ideas and suggestions are coming from? I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, it's coming through the consultation and the accessibility of the many ministers that are going and doing what it is that this Prime Minister has asked of them to do, and that is consulting, working with Canadians, but it goes beyond that, Mr. Speaker, because members of Parliament are also being asked. And in an apolitical fashion, of course, Mr. Speaker, we say to not only Liberal members of Parliament, but to all members of Parliament, do what it is that we believe is ultimately in the best interest of Canadian society by getting out and listening to what Canadians are actually saying. I do it every week, Mr. Speaker. I would like to think that we all want to play a very strong role. We can learn a lot by it. So when we take a look, for example, at the budget, and I've had the good fortune of talking about the economic update and the budget itself twice this week, Mr. Speaker, and the things that were in those two documents. We're talking about seniors. If you consult, as we have with seniors, you will find that there is wide support for increasing the guaranteed income supplement, Mr. Speaker, helping tens of thousands of seniors get out of poverty. Canadians want that, Mr. Speaker. You will find that there is wide support for the Canada Child Benefit, which again is going to lift tens of thousands of children out of poverty. Again, Canadians want that, Mr. Speaker. You'll find that Canadians wanted us to reduce the 67 to 65 in terms of age of retirement, being the OAS. That's something in which the out-of-touch Conservatives increased, Mr. Speaker, when they said no to the OAS by increasing the age of retirement from 65 to 67. We reversed that. We reversed it because we were listening to what it is that Canadians and what it is that people were saying, not only to the Minister of Finance, but many, many others, Mr. Speaker. And this is something in which I think that we should all be very, very much cognizant of. And that is, at the end of the day, democracy means there has to be some form of finances. And if the others have ideas on how to deal with it, well, bring it up at one of the committees. Have some offline discussions. But do not, Mr. Speaker, try to give an impression that is just not true. There is no laws being broken on this side of the House in regards to financial matters. And to try to suggest otherwise is just wrong. And for the member that moved this particular motion to try to start off his speech by saying, well, politicians and sometimes people don't think nice of us and so forth, well, he himself or that member in the Conservative Party has a choice too. They're choosing to try to give an impression that is absolutely false. Nothing has gone wrong, Mr. Speaker, on this front. I don't know about other members across the way, but I will assure them that I, as a politician, am not going to be bought off by a $1,500 donation. I appreciate individuals that donate to my campaigns, donate to my political party. In fact, that donate to any political party. Because without, it's hard for democracy to work if you don't have the money, Mr. Speaker. But don't kid yourself, that's only one aspect of democracy. So when they talk about a slippery slope, Mr. Speaker, let me suggest to you that the real slippery slope here is that if they continue to exaggerate, Mr. Speaker, something that's just not valid, well, that then becomes a slippery slope in terms of democracy. And I would really encourage members, and I look forward to seeing how the New Democrats are going to be voting on this motion. My recommendation to them, Mr. Speaker, is to reflect in terms of the laws in which they have followed. And I will reserve my thoughts more specific to the New Democrats after I've heard their position. But I trust that they will support democracy, they will support the laws that are here, and the fact, Mr. Speaker, is that no laws have been broken, therefore there can be no conflict. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to share a few thoughts on the record. It's always a privilege to stand in this place. Thank you.
Questions and comments. There's a lot of interest in participating in the questions and comments portion of the debate today, so I'd ask all members to, and those responding, to keep their interventions to no more than a minute. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A member in his riding donated close to $1,500 and, lo and behold, ended up on the Prime Minister's delegation to the Ukraine. So let's get the facts. It's on Elections Canada, and it's on the Facebook, and they went together. So he said he can't be bought. I wondered if he would table any and all information that he has about trying to push for this member to attend a delegation with the Prime Minister to Ukraine. Maybe he could comment on that and the donations that are on Elections Canada in his Winnipeg North riding. Once again, pay to play. Unacceptable.
Minister Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate maybe the member can share with me the name of the individual that he's referring to. I might be able to speculate it, Mr. Speaker, and the member says it's online, and I'm glad that it's online. I don't know the last time I actually looked. I could not tell you the last time I even saw those individuals that donated. And the point is, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate everyone that donates to my campaign. I appreciate all individuals that donate, whether it's the Liberal Party, Conservative Party, even the NDP, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it all, because donations is a part of democracy. And for the member to try to give the impression that I went to bat for someone, Mr. Speaker, is just wrong. It's wrong, Mr. Speaker. I did not go to bat for someone to go to Ukraine because someone gave a $1,500 donation. Number one, I'm just not aware of it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very troubled by the Parliamentary Secretary's comments on this motion. The issue before this place is the issue of preferential access to ministers of the government. We are not debating the fact that all political candidates, all political parties, elected officials go out from time to time to meet with constituents and also from time to time attend fundraisers. We're talking about preferential access to ministers of the Crown. What has really troubled me, Mr. Speaker, is that the response over and over by the House Leader to questions put to her in this matter has been troubling. And what she has said over and over is that her government has adopted among the strictest rules in Canada. So I would like if the member could inform us today, which are the jurisdictions that have stricter rules, and why are you not following those?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I must admit I'm a little bit disappointed in terms of the leading of the question. Somewhat implies that the New Democrats might actually be working with the Conservatives in voting for the resolution. I hope that is not the case, because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to recognize that no laws have in fact been broken. And if no laws have been broken, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that there is no conflict of interest. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I sure hope that the New Democrats will side on democracy as opposed to playing the politics that the Conservatives have chosen to play on this issue.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all I can say is, wow. And since the honourable member likes hanging out at McDonald's, I'm sure he's heard about the new Liberal Happy Meal, Mr. Speaker, where you can order anything on the menu, anything at all, and the kids behind you will pay for it. I think what we're talking about here, though, Mr. Speaker, is, and with all due respect to the Parliamentary Secretary, he's not a minister. And ministers have wide-ranging powers and influence of money and decisions. They influence massive budgets. This is not about hanging out at McDonald's on a Saturday. This is about preferential access to ministers for a price and in secrecy. Surely the Prime Minister must have known that when he wrote this appendix to his ministers, that they shall not give the access or preference of preferential access, Mr. Speaker. Is this document, my question to the honourable member, is this document worthless or is it relevant?
Mr. Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
thank goodness I was not a part of the Harper Conservative caucus. So I don't know in terms of how the Conservatives treated their members. I can assure the House that all Liberal members of the caucus are treated equally, Mr. Speaker, and their input is critical to the decisions that are being made by the government, Mr. Speaker. And I so much appreciate that attitude, whether it's coming from the Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, Parliamentary Secretaries, the chairs of our many different standing committees. And all I can really do is to assure the member that accessibility, accountability and transparency are of highest priority for this government, and we will continue to deliver on all three.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He spent a lot of time talking about the importance of democracy and how citizens who want to be engaged in democracy can express their engagement through volunteerism or through donations. And it's really important to empower citizens who want a voice in their government to support parties that they agree with and to volunteer in campaigns. But let me talk about the difference between the previous government and the current government. The previous government talked about they would not even allow citizens attend open rallies. They denied citizens for free who came to attend rallies, sent them away. They held fundraisers also with prime ministers and ministers. Let's have a discussion about fundraisers. The previous government ended public subsidies. Why did they end public subsidies? So I'm asking the my colleagues, to talk about, let's have a conversation about what fundraising rules are, but can we stop maligning Canadians who want to participate in the political process? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. But let me emphasize one aspect of the question, and that is that we do need to recognize that when we talk about democracy, and we talk a lot about democracy inside this chamber, as well we should. We need to recognize that there are many different components to it, pillars of our democracy, Mr. Speaker. And some of the things that are so critically important is not only do we need to have those most loved and cherished volunteers, we also need to be able to have finances. But what's important is to recognize today, at the very least, and to reinforce that no laws have been broken, and therefore there is no conflict of interest.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Glad we have a democracy we can raise these issues. Going to ask the Honourable Member a quick question. He contends that the government has broken absolutely no rules. They're following all ethical practices and that everything is fine. He then says that we are in error because we are raising concerns about the lack of verification, because this is ultimately an issue of agency. Right now, it's the Privy Council Office, which is accountable to the Prime Minister and his government, that is the arbiter of these rules. It is not a transparent process to say whether or not those rules are being followed, and ultimately, that group is accountable to the Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is, will this member, if they're doing nothing wrong, what's wrong with giving this to an independent authority at arm's length, like the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, to be able to examine and let Canadians know what the truth is?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was interesting when the introducer of the motion talked about the Commissioner. One of the things that he made reference to is the fact that, we have all these other issues that are being raised in which the Commissioner is talking about, trying again to give a false impression, trying to give the impression as if the Liberal government is doing all these things and the Commissioner is looking at. What the member didn't say is the Commissioner likely spends a good percentage of her time dealing with Conservative and NDP issues also. It's not, the Commissioner just doesn't serve the Cabinet, serves everyone. And just to reinforce what I've always said, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, democracy is a great thing.
Time for one more short question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when we were listening to the comments, of course, it didn't seem at all as though he was speaking to the motion today. I mean, he was talking about other issues. Just briefly, he did talk a little bit about the conflict of information and ethics commissioner. But some of the things he also talked about was volunteers and what they can be doing on the campaign trail. And of course, we know that one of the volunteers ended up having a limousine service that they ended up having to pay back. So I'm wondering exactly where the ethical bar is for Liberals.
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
So, Mr. Speaker, and this is a part of it, and it sounds like the NDP are following into the trap from the Conservatives on this, Mr. Speaker. You know, am I to take from the member that now the next time they have an opposition day, it might be against volunteers. So if you happen to be a member of the Liberal caucus, that you're not allowed to have volunteers because that might give you accessibility. I don't think we should confuse accessibility with money, given the amount of accessibility, transparency, and accountability that this government has demonstrated, which is second to no other government previous to it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Outremont.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, from hearing over and over the Liberals who are trying to skate around the question, I'm going to try and make something very clear. That in the opinion of the House, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner should be granted the authority to oversee and enforce the directives to ministers listed in Open and Accountable Government, the Liberal document, in order to end the current practice of cash for access, that is, pay to play, by ensuring there is no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians or political parties. That's the motion.
Understand why people want to make this real, because it's one of the things that the government promised. You might recall, Mr. Speaker, because I'm sure you went through it like we did, that the Liberals promised real change. Unfortunately, now, in their second year, and listening to the answers today, we realize that there's nothing real and there's been no change. Now, here's the reality. Yesterday, I asked a simple question of the Prime Minister, quoting his own document. And I'm going to read it, word for word. The Prime Minister wrote in the mandate letter of every one of his ministers the following, quote, "You must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and this is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law." Now, we've just heard the Deputy House Leader in his 20-minute speech and his 10-minute Q&A say about 50 times, we're acting within the law. But that's not what the Prime Minister promised Canadians. He talks about openness, accountability, but they're evading the real issue. Are they respecting what the Prime Minister said was the higher standard that his government was going to be held to? So those questions remain wholly unanswered. There are other sections in what the Prime Minister published that are worth repeating here. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest. That should go without saying. The appearance of conflict of interest and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest or favoritism. He goes on. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to the government. We're talking about big, rich companies like Apotex. And we know Apotex's sad history of being involved in fundraising for the Liberal Party. 1-800-JOE Volpe. There should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties. Now, to listen to the Liberals say it today, these are things that anybody can pay $5 and just walk into. The problem is it costs $1,500 and it's being held, of course, behind closed doors in an elite law office in downtown Toronto. That's the problem. So when I asked the Prime Minister yesterday, when I quoted his own words to him, that you must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, this is an obligation not fully discharged by simply acting within the law, and I asked the Prime Minister a simple one-sentence question: what did he mean by that? I feel like George Carlin, who used to read the Tax Act to get laughs. I'm going to read the Prime Minister's answer, which is a masterwork of equivocation and has nothing whatsoever to do with the question I asked him, which was, well, what did you mean by this higher standard? And I'm going to read it word for word because you can't make this stuff up. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of a government that did not do a good job of living up to Canadians' expectations, what does that have to do with what he told Canadians? For somebody who said he had a higher standard, he seems to have a lot of trouble explaining it. He goes on, we know people needed and wanted a government that was more open, transparent, and this is my favorite part, and mostly accessible. That is exactly what we have been in terms of pre-budget consultations that the minister has done. Now talk about obfuscation. He's trying to hint that a pay-for-play fundraiser at $1,500, $1,500 a head in a private law office in downtown Toronto is actually a consultation. Now that's kind of amusing because, you see, last budget, for the first time in memory, the government failed to include the opposition parties in its pre-budget consultations. And I would dare say that if the Conservatives had ever dared exclude the opposition parties from a pre-budget consultation, they would have been up in arms in the Liberal Party, and they would have had half the press gallery piling on with them. They got away with it. It was amazing. The first time in living memory that a government that says it's open and transparent held private consultations heading into the budget. So maybe they do mean it. Maybe they actually believe that you can have a consultation in an elite law firm behind closed doors. That's not my definition of consultation, and I suspect it's also not the definition that most Canadians have of consultation. But let's continue with the Prime Minister's non-answer, shall we? So that's exactly where we have been in terms of pre-budget consultations that the minister has done, in terms of consultations that we have done right across the country, and been roundly criticized for talking too much with Canadians, for listening too much with Canadians. What does that have to do with anything that we were discussing yesterday? We were discussing his own words, that your obligations are not fully discharged by simply acting within the law, you're going to be held to a higher standard. He skated around it. We have demonstrated a level of openness and accountability that no government up until ours has ever had, and we are proud of that. I learned in law school that one of the best ways to win an argument is to make concessions, and I'll make a concession to the Liberal Party. In terms of PR, in terms of coming up with words that they keep repeating, that somehow sink in, they're quite good. It's when we spend a little bit of time peeling away. It's like peeling an onion, because you start to cry when you realize just how vapid it is, how vacuous it is. But when you start to peel away, you realize that that's all it is. It's sloganeering. It's words for the sake of words. It is totally empty. And that's what the Prime Minister showed when he couldn't answer on his own words yesterday. What did you mean when you said it's not enough to obey the law? I just read his answer word for word. Like I say, you can't make this stuff up. That's exactly what the Prime Minister said. This is what we've been seeing with this Liberal government since they got there. I know that a lot of young people voted for them because they promised that they were going to legalize pot once they got elected. We had said there's one thing you can do right away, which is to decriminalize, because nobody, given the fact that we're heading in that direction, should ever have a criminal record and affect the rest of their lives for possession of a small amount of pot for personal use. They're now in their second year. You know what their answer has been? The former Chief of Police of Toronto. No action. Thousands upon thousands of mostly young Canadians will have criminal records that will hobble them for the rest of their careers, in terms of travel, in terms of job opportunities. That's a broken promise that's going to affect lives, Mr. Speaker, and pig-headedly they still won't say whether or not they will accept to have a full pardon for people who were ever convicted for that alone. But again, it's the same sort of thing. On fundraising, they said that they were going to do better. Les libéraux ont promis.
The Liberals promised that when it came to political fundraising, they were going to be cleaner than clean. They set higher standards. They said it wasn't just enough to obey the law, they had to be held to a higher standard. And yet, we heard the exact opposite from the Deputy House Leader, because 5 times during his speech, he said, well, we are obeying the letter of the law. But that's not what the Prime Minister promised. And this is a real, they're really equivocating and trying to avoid their promises to Canadians. And I think this is something we need to look at. They promised that when it came to electoral reform, that they would listen. 90% of people, including experts that they heard from across Canada, said they wanted a system based on proportional representation. What we read in Hélène Buzetti's article in Le Devoir a few days ago was that the Prime Minister thought that it was necessary to restructure the electoral system because it had led to the Stephen Harper government. But now that Mr. Sunshine is in power, well, maybe we don't need to examine the system after all. So if he gave himself as a gift to Canadians, why would we need to change our electoral system? It's unbelievable. He has the nerve to present himself as an agent of change, but as soon as his party is elected, he starts breaking these very important promises, Mr. Speaker.
Who would have thunk it? I was there in Paris at the climate conference last year, almost exactly a year ago, saw our newly minted Prime Minister throw his arms wide open and say, Canada is back, to thundering silence in a room of people scratching their heads saying, I didn't know you guys had ever left, and saying that everything was going to be different from now on, different until the day he reappeared to say, now that I think of it, Stephen Harper's climate change plan is all I got. Same plan, same targets, same timelines. That's interesting, because yesterday, out of nowhere, the head of the Treasury Board stands up and says, we've got a new target, 40% for 2030. Really? Can we see your economy-wide plan, which is precisely what Article 4, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Climate Change Agreement says we have to have? Nothing. I was there in Montreal in 2005 when the former Liberal minister, today International Affairs Minister, said he had a plan. You know what his plan was? It was called the one-ton challenge. Why did the Liberals at the time have to say that it was up to individual Canadians to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions by 1 ton? They had somebody clicking off a light. That was the main poster for the whole thing. Somebody turning off a light, as if that could eliminate 1 ton per person in Canada. Well, it's because they were about 40 million tons off on what they had promised to do, and that corresponded roughly to about a ton per Canadian. So it wasn't the government's fault, the Liberals' fault, that they had done nothing on climate change. It had to be the fault of Canadians. It was extraordinary as an exercise in public relations. But after they were defeated, I'll never forget Eddie Goldenberg, Jean Chrétien's former chief of staff, made an interesting admission, the best form of evidence. He admitted that the Liberals had no plan and no intention to respect Kyoto, that they had signed Kyoto, word for word, to galvanize public opinion. What was he saying? That it was an exercise in public relations to have signed Kyoto. Now, I'll never agree with the Conservatives for having made us the only country in the world to withdraw from Kyoto, but I will say that at least the Conservatives were telling Canadians that they didn't believe in climate change and that they were going to withdraw from Kyoto. The Liberals, on the other hand, were going to fake it. And when they couldn't do it because they didn't have a plan and they didn't do it, they were going to say it was the fault of Canadians and it was up to Canadians to come up with a solution. This time it's the exact same thing. We will increase our greenhouse gases every year of this first and last mandate of this Liberal government. The reason we will do that is they still have no plan. They've promised a carbon tax for 2018, knowing full well that the statistics for greenhouse gas production for 18 will only be published in 2020. It'll never be measured at the time of the next election. Sound familiar? It's a little bit like our economic update this week. We'll let you know in 11 years how we're doing. Really? $15 billion taken away from what was promised to municipalities, put into a privatization bank. I heard a lot of words from the Prime Minister during the election campaign. Funny. We actually did a scour of everything that was said. We can't find the word privatization in there anywhere. They said they were going to build public infrastructure. They never said they were going to sell public infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. On health care, same thing. A reduction from 6% escalator to 3%. That's going to gravely affect the province's ability to deliver health care. And now they pretend that they're going to dictate to the provinces precisely what areas they're going to concentrate in. When you deliver health care in 3 areas, in penitentiaries, to the armed forces, and on First Nations reserves, with a track record like that, you should be a little bit more modest before you pretend that you can dictate to the provinces what they're doing right and wrong in health care, Mr. Speaker. Labour rights, my favorite part. They're new buddies in the labour movement. They stand there, they emote with them. We saw last week some young people turning their back with good reason. We presented anti-scab legislation. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for Jonquière, stood up and presented anti-scab legislation, which is the basic underpinning of any real system of negotiation of collective agreements. The Liberals stood up and voted against it. That's the real Liberal track record on labour rights, Mr. Speaker. We got to debunk that one as well. Oh, but can they emote? Can they emote about human rights and Canada's role in the world? What do we see them actually doing? Selling thousands of armoured personnel carriers to one of the most gruesome, repressive regimes on the planet Earth, Saudi Arabia. We have films of Saudi Arabia using exactly that type of equipment on civilian populations. We know that military equipment that came from Canada is being used against civilians. And we know that Raouf Badawi's family is in Sherbrooke, his wife and his 3 children, at the same time that the same Saudi government says it's going to recommence torturing that man because he dared have an opinion on anything. That's Saudi Arabia. That's the best BFF, the best friend of this government that claims to be all about human rights around the world. Oh, the same government that is negotiating an extradition treaty with China, where there's no rule of law, no independent tribunals, and where people are executed and tortured according to the world's most credible groups like Democracy Watch and like Amnesty International. That, Mr. Speaker, is the reality of the Liberals with regard to human rights. Forget about the talking points. Forget about the public relations. That's who they are, Mr. Speaker. First Nations. There's money missing from the budget, of course, for First Nations education, but this week we put forth a motion calling on them to come up with the $155 million that was ordered by the courts. 3 compliance orders by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. We're not talking about opinions, our opinion versus their opinion. This is the courts ordering them to spend it. I'll never forget one of the Conservative members of Parliament from Trinity Spadina standing up here in the House of Commons. Sorry, Liberals, Liberals. Did I say Conservative? Yeah. It's just because he would be so much more comfortable with the Conservatives, but he's actually a Liberal from Trinity Spadina, standing up and attacking us for coming up with that motion to put that money into those health and social services for First Nations children. And then he voted for it. Go figure. Maybe the House Leader is actually going to stand up and vote for our motion. But that would be a problem in and of itself, because that would mean that this motion is going to be like all the other things they've talked about. It's going to get flushed into this bottomless Liberal pit of broken promises, Mr. Speaker. Gender equality, same thing. We'll get to it. It's only been 25 years that women have been, the courts have ordered the government to provide real gender equity for women in this country, but they've always got a talking point on that. They'll talk about what they did when they named the government last year. That has nothing to do with how women who actually work in the federal government are treated. The Liberals voted with the Conservatives to impose penalties on any union that would defend gender equality in this country. That's the real track record of the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Directly related to what we're living this week with the police surveillance of journalists. Bill C-51, during the campaign, the Liberal leaders swore up and down that it would be a top priority to fix Bill C-51, which is an egregious, unprecedented assault on the individual privacy rights and freedoms of Canadians. What have they done so far? Sweet nothing. the most transparent government in the history of Canada? We asked the Minister of Public Security, how many journalists are under surveillance by the RCMP or CSIS? He didn't answer. In Quebec, they're having a public inquiry, a Royal Commission of Inquiry, because they have found out that not only has the Montreal Police spied on journalists, they found out that the SQ did the same thing. They immediately ordered a Royal Commission of Inquiry. Preening, posing, pretending, no action. But they get the title. Oh, the Prime Minister's thinking about it, hoping that this will go away like everything else. That's the reality of the Liberal. Real change, malarkey. Same old Liberals on fundraising, which is what we're discussing today, and on all of these other issues that we've talked about. They talk about having reduced the taxes for some Canadians and having increased them for the 1%. In fact, what they're doing is they're taking the money from the 1%, giving it to the Liberal Party, because every single one of those donations gets a tax return. So whenever Apotec and all these big wigs stand behind closed doors in an elite law firm, know one thing, Mr. Speaker, that it's not just their money, it's taxpayers' money, and that's why the government has to respect its undertaking to be clear with the public. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire on la députée de Pierre.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds.
What we're debating here today is a question of preferential access. And fundamentally, what we've seen the government do is a series of consultations across the country. We can talk specifically about the Minister of Finance, who went across the country doing consultation after consultation, and because he couldn't do everywhere, he also sent out his parliamentary secretary to do more and more consultations. Added to that, he asked members of the House of Commons to go out and do these consultations too, all to be fed back to him. Added to that was asked and put up on the internet, so people could consult on the internet. All of these consultations, all of this access, anybody was welcome to come. Whatever you came from, whatever party, whatever walk of life, you were welcome to come. All of this was free. My question is simple. How is free preferential?
Deputy d'Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, well, you know, I got hold of the application form to become a Liberal MP, and there's actually a sentence there that explains that you must not embarrass easily. And that's why they can get otherwise honourable people, like the Member of Parliament for Pierrefonds to stand up in the House of Commons and pretend that he doesn't understand that $1,500 to meet a minister behind the closed doors of an elite law firm in downtown Toronto is not a free public consultation. What part of $1,500 does the Member of Parliament for Pierrefonds not understand? Because that's not free, and that's not a consultation. It's pay for play, it's privileged access, it's what the Prime Minister promised to put an end to. And to be fair, the one time that the Conservatives got wind of something that involved Shelley Glover, who was then in charge of CBC and other things to do with heritage, the minute they found out, the Conservative Prime Minister, Mr. Harper, required her to pay it back immediately. That's their track record. So stop saying that they're worse than you are. You're a lot worse than they ever were.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his addition to this debate, and he hit all of the points that needed to be hit in terms of the pay for play. I wanted to turn back to his recitation of Mr. Sherman, whose net worth is over $4 billion, by the way, and his participation in Liberal fundraisers both before the election and now, of course, we've seen after the election as well. At the same time, of course, the Liberals are embarking on a consultation with the provinces on health care reform, which no doubt involves the pharmaceutical industry. I'm wondering whether the honourable member has any thoughts on that connection.
Honourable member for Outremont.
So we're very concerned about, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we've never completed Medicare. When Tommy Douglas's model of free universal public medical care was brought in nationally in the 1960s, everyone knew, and Tommy Douglas said it at the time, that we had to complete it with pharmacare. And there are two things that are worrying us about that. One is the privileged access that we're starting to see here of some drug companies who are not going to be fighting for the lowest price. I think we should disabuse ourselves of that notion. But the other thing is trade deals like the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Now, things like the TPP and the CETA will increase the intellectual property rights of drug companies, and they also give the ability of these companies the ability to sue national governments. Eli Lilly has a pending $500 million lawsuit against the Government of Canada, even though Eli Lilly has now lost twice in the Supreme Court of Canada. See, this is the problem with these trade deals, and the Liberals and the Conservatives are of one mind. They see nothing wrong with that type of ability for a multinational corporation to sue the Government of Canada. I want us to maintain our governmental sovereignty to determine all issues dealing with environment and health in our country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Outremont for his comments this morning. One theme that ran through all of them was that he was looking for substance, and so whether it was on the matter of labour, I think we had substance to offer the honourable member when this government took steps to repeal Bill C-377 and 525, when the Prime Minister became the first sitting Prime Minister to meet with the Canadian Labour Congress. And with respect to gender, I think we were all very proud to see this Prime Minister appoint the first 50-50 gender parity cabinet in the history of this country. When it comes to youth, our investments so that youth are prepared to fight for jobs. And with respect to access, last year, over 250,000 exchanges with Canadians, 5,200 submissions received. This year, over 140,000 submissions received thus far. So if this was the only way, if fundraising was the only way in which the Minister of Finance was accessible, the honourable member for Outremont may have a point, but it is not the only way. He is accessible to all Canadians, especially those who don't contribute a single penny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Well, the member once again makes the same Liberal mistake of confusing private $1,500 access with a public consultation, and he's far too intelligent to make that mistake on his own. Somebody put that talking point into his hand. With regard to gender parity in Cabinet, it's a good thing. But at the same time, it was quickly realized after those appointments a year ago that the majority of the women were actually going to be making less than the men in Cabinet. Now, how is that possible? Well, it's because they had been given roles that were paid less. In other words, the superior roles in terms of the classic functions here in the House had been given to men, and the others had been given a different level. Now, they changed that again, superficially, by topping up the salary, but it didn't change the nature of the role. With regard to gender equity in real terms, there's a report of this House that's been adopted. It's been over 20 years that women have been waiting for real gender equity in the Canadian government. The Liberals have postponed it yet again. All talk, no action. All veneer, no substance. All talking points, nothing real. Real change, malarkey. Nothing real, no change.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Speaker, and I thank my leader for the speech today. And one of the important things that's noted is the connection here with Apotex that has a history here. Apotex and their executives children, if you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, 11 and 14-year-olds were donating tens of thousands of dollars to Liberal candidates in their leadership campaign. In fact, it was defended because it was, quote, legal. Now, the issue here, Mr. Speaker, with this Apotex connection, again, is a mere fact that the money going to Liberal coffers before an election writ is called can be used indiscriminately by the Liberal Party to do whatever they want. And that's funded by taxpayers. How is that fair, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Outremont.
Well, of course, it's not fair. And I remember the Apotex scandal involving Joe Volpe, and I remember one wag who had put something on the internet, and it was an 11-year-old saying, well, you know, I found $5,000 on a park bench, and I decided to give it to Joe Volpe instead of using it to help pay for my education. Like, it was transparent what had actually happened. Everybody in Canada knew it and understood it. But it's also transparent to every single person listening to this debate today that the Prime Minister of Canada talks a good game when it comes to ethics, talks a good game when it comes to holding his ministers and his parliamentary secretaries to a higher standard, and the minute we ask him to actually do something about that, it's like all the rest. It tumbles like a house of cards, and we realize that it is all talking points, it's all about preening, it's all about posing, and there's nothing real for Canadians. That's what's happening with this government, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and presentation in the House. I'm going to chide him a little bit and suggest that maybe I should move it, ask for unanimous consent to give him unlimited time, but I was enjoying it so much. But the question I want to ask the leader of the NDP is, does he believe, he mentioned a number of things that the Liberal government has failed to do when it comes to their broken promises. It seems that people who are well-connected Liberal insiders seem to be getting on the agenda, and some of the promises that have been kept are obviously paying big dividends for those who have $1,500 ahead. And I'm wondering, does the member for Outremont actually think that maybe the reason that we're not moving ahead on some of the other issues is because some of the folks in those organizations just don't have quite the right lobbyists yet, aren't well enough connected to Canada 2020, and haven't bought their shares in their marijuana companies yet in order to capitalize on the policies that are going to be coming?
Interesting, and it's consistent with what we've been talking about today, that, for example, the Liberals swore up and down during the election campaign that they would lower the tax rate on small and medium-sized businesses down to 9%, a promise that they quickly broke. Now, it's interesting because it's true that this access, when you look at the names of the companies involved, and corporations aren't supposed to be giving. Of course, it's individuals, but if it's all individuals of the same corporation, people start to get the general picture of what's involved. And small and medium-sized businesses don't have that access. They don't have $1,500 each of them to come into one of these meetings and say, why don't you respect your promise? That's why Canadians actually expect a government to do what it promised to do when it was a political party running in an election. We had promised in the NDP to do something that had never been tried before in the history of Canadian politics. Tell Canadians what we were going to do once elected, and then once elected, actually doing it. It's never been tried up until this date, and you know what? In 2019, we're going to propose it again.
Before we carry on with resuming debate, I wish to inform the House that, and I've seen through some body language that members are somewhat concerned that sometimes the usual pattern of each party taking their turn during the portion of the debate that's for questions and comments has been somewhat different. We recognize as chair occupants that this time of the debate, the time for questions and comments, is often the most valuable time for an exchange between members. In accordance with the procedures and practices, we're going to do our best to make sure that that time is generally afforded to the members of the parties that are not associated with the member that just originally spoke, but not to the exclusion of that party, as we saw in this last 10-minute round. So that's the way we'll do it. We'll also be attentive to members that are particularly present during the day and are paying attention to the debate to make sure that as many members as possible can participate during that time during questions and comments. The other final point I would make is that we'll notice that when we start the time for questions and comments, we'll take note of the number of members who are rising. And that will be a judge as to how we accord and allocate time for members. If, for example, only one or two members stand up in a 5-minute period for questions and comments, we'll allow certainly more time for those members accordingly, and of course the opposite will be true as well. We'll be eager to hear your comments and or suggestions in this respect, and make sure that we can do our best to abide by our procedures and practices and make sure that all honourable members have the opportunity to participate in this important part of the debate each and every day. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great honor to rise in this place and join the debate today. I would also like to say I'm very proud to be splitting my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member for Foothills. I'd just like to talk a little bit about money and preferential access. In C.E.S. Frank's book, Parliament of Canada, written in the mid-1980s, he talked about the issue of members of Parliament. Originally, members of Parliament in England oftentimes were served notice very similar, akin to jury duty, that they would be expected to represent their area and to go to Parliament. Now, back then, the establishment of Parliament was quite new, and often this was considered to be a burden by many people because it would take them away from home, and often it was for very tough issues to try to resolve because as an institution, Parliament was still quite young. And as you know better than anyone, Mr. Speaker, oftentimes even speakers were threatened with violence. So many MPs, it's actually documented, would actually leave England. They'd leave the continent when they found out they were appointed to represent their area. So it wasn't until later on when the institution of Parliament began to strengthen and the individual roles of members of Parliament began to become stronger within that institution that preferential access was started to be seen, where members of Parliament actually would count on patrons, usually quite wealthy people, that would either fund their campaigns, and in return there was an expectation of a quid pro quo. Now, obviously, over the years, our country has grown in its own institutions. Great Britain has grown in its own institutions. And I'm very proud to be a Canadian. I'm very proud of the rules that we have right now. But as this Prime Minister always likes to say, better is always possible. And so I'm going to be addressing some of the issues with the government's positions right now when it comes to enforcing their open and accountable government document, Mr. Speaker. And I hope it's a contribution that is welcomed by all sides, because in a democracy, one of the key tenets is that members of Parliament can speak up, even if what they say may be uncomfortable. So I've spent a lot of time exploring ways, that pertain to conflict of interest, particularly how we can ensure that Canadians can have trust in our institutions. And sometimes that means that we give our institutions more teeth in a parliamentary sense. First, let's discuss where there is a problem using some real-world examples. Now, we know that the Prime Minister, in his earlier years as the MP from Papineau, before, of course, his election as leader of the Liberal Party, engaged in paid public speaking engagements. Now, what is fascinating about that, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot be gifted financial benefits from special interest groups, but it turns out you can take thousands of dollars instead if you give a paid speech. Now, why I mention this is that in the case of the Prime Minister, it turns out he was paid thousands of dollars from unions to give speeches. And surprise, surprise, one of the first things this Prime Minister did, once taking power, actually was mentioned by one of the members earlier, was to repeal union financial disclosure. Now, ironically, the very law that would have revealed exactly who was getting paid by unions to, you guessed it, give paid speeches, was repealed by a politician who was paid by unions to give speeches. That is one of the reasons why federally we treat donations from unions and corporations the way we do. But keep in mind, taking money for a paid speech is potentially a loophole, and one that the Ethics and Conflict Commissioner is powerless to take action on. So that is why this is such an important motion today. And let us not forget that on a year-for-year basis, it has been reported that consultant lobbying has increased 142% under this Liberal government. 142%. Wow. That is, in a word, remarkable increase in lobbying. And let's not forget that it was the Liberals' own national campaign co-chair who was forced to step down after, you guessed it, advising how to lobby this Liberal government on the Energy East pipeline. On top of that, we also have a number of Liberal ministers and senior staff members who must work around ethics screens because of the ethics-related concerns. Now, by the way, those screens, Mr. Speaker, are overseen by the Ethics and Conflict Commissioner. So she is already working with the government on making sure they fulfill their commitments in those capacities. Lobbying and ethics-related concerns are frequently an issue raised with this Liberal government, and yet we have not even dealt with cash-for-access Liberal fundraisers as of yet, where, again, extremely wealthy, well-connected insiders are paying as much as $1,500 each to have a private, one-on-one access with key Liberal ministers. And keep in mind, we only hear about these things not because the ever-transparent Liberal government tells us about them, Mr. Speaker. No, it is typically journalists who blow the whistle on these kind of clandestine behaviors. Meanwhile, the Liberals simply shrug and tell us it's okay, because the Win Liberals provincially have done even worse. It is okay to do what they're doing. Or the time-honored Liberal comment of, we're not breaking any rules, but of course are always silent on the fact that it's just not right. Some will say that that is how fundraising works when you do not have political public subsidies. I disagree. Yes, ministers are a draw for fundraising purposes, and for everyday Canadians to pay $50 or $100 to attend an event is common, and as a practice, let's be frank, that's gone on for decades. But secretly sending out invitations to only elite insiders, boasting about special access for a $1,500 ticket, that's different. That is something new, and something these Liberals are increasingly doing. Not long ago, I discovered that some Liberal ministers were using a paid limousine service, despite indicating otherwise on an order paper question that they were not. Now, on further investigation, it turned out that one of those Liberal ministers involved was using a limousine that was connected to, wait for it, a Liberal. Point being is that this demonstrates Liberal ministers are not afraid to send taxpayer-provided benefits back to their Liberal supporters. So what happens when someone is paying $1,500 for direct access to a minister? Well, we don't know. But we do know that the Ethics and Conflict Commissioner currently needs more power to find out. Ironically, something that the Prime Minister himself past stated that he supported. And who knows, maybe the Liberals will surprise this place and vote in favor of the motion, as has not been uncommon of late. Now, before I close, I want to share one further point. Recently on the Finance Committee, I had the opportunity to ask the Finance Minister what value he placed on the input from the Finance Committee, which, again, is dominated by a Liberal majority, on what value he placed on the input from them, who have been traveling right across this great country, recently hearing the priorities of Canadians for the 2017 budget. To my great surprise, the Finance Minister replied he placed no more value on the reports from this parliamentary committee than he did from any other stakeholder. Now, again, this is the very same Finance Minister who was exposed recently attending a $1,500 a plate private direct access to the minister Liberal fundraiser. Because what the Finance Minister is basically saying is the input that he hears from these $1,500 stakeholders, he values at the same level as a parliamentary committee. Just let that sink in. All of us here represent thousands of Canadians, and we're elected to represent them. And he places no greater value on a parliamentary committee made of the people's representatives than he does an individual stakeholder.
Shame.
No wonder well-heeled Liberal insiders are lining up to pay $1,500 per ticket for these direct access Liberal fundraisers. In summary, this motion is one I view as a complete necessity when you have this particular Liberal government in power. And let's be honest, we've watched how this Liberal government has responded in question period when the subject has been raised by both the Conservative and NDP opposition parties. They just shrug their shoulders, and they don't even pretend to care about these highly questionable optics. I should also add, we all know that partisan politics is always at a premium when it comes to the fundraising practice of political parties. For this reason alone, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that all members ask themselves the question, is better always possible? Well, it is if we get some agreement. We've had that in the last few votes on opposition motions. I hope we'll get one today.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and again, and I think I'll probably likely do this a little bit more today because as I listen to the debates, I want to make sure that people are very clear of the fact that there have been no laws that have been broken related to this financial issue. In fact, Earlier today, I had indicated the last time that we actually saw laws being violated was under the Conservative government. That's where election laws were actually being broken. We even saw some members of the Conservative Party go to jail as a result, Mr. Speaker. So my question is to the member, very specific. Can he tell us specifically when the last time an election law was actually broken?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I heard this member stand in this place today, and unlike his usual self, where he's a little boisterous, where he really seems to enjoy what he was doing, he was very, very loud, louder than usual, and he seemed quite alarmed.
Yeah.
I got the sense, Mr. Speaker, that this whole motion has made him very, very defensive. Now, I note in his question, he did not ask about my speech, nor did he ask about the motion. I think this member is trying to deflect. And I ask this member again. It's an issue of agency. If no rules are being broken by his government, and he doesn't like the fact that we're alleging that there could be some stepping outside of what is not either legal or ethical, is it the right agency? Is it right for the Prime Minister's Privy Council office to be put in charge of adjudicating whether or not those rules are being followed? I suggest that just like ethical screens that ministers have to put upon themselves, that is administered by the Ethics Commissioner, so should these preferential pay-to-play fundraisers.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. There were two aspects that I think are very important that the Liberal Party seems to be missing, and one is the perception. Ministers, whether you like it or not, have to meet a higher standard than regular members. And if that doesn't happen, then people lose trust in the cabinet. So this is very important, and the Liberals seem to be ignoring it. The second aspect is the distinction between the legislation and the instructions given by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister laid out rules, and those standards are higher than those in the legislation. So I think that's part of what is in the motion today. So we can see that the Liberal Party is having trouble meeting the standards in the law for ministers of the House.
Camille Nicola.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. And I would simply say that the
says, and I'll quote en français, pour s'acquitter.
He says in the document that that ministers have to go beyond merely meeting the standards of the Act.
Says that it's not just sufficient to act within the rules. It has to be seen acting further than that. And that brings in an ethical element. And the members opposite, the Liberal Party member opposite, seem very defensive. But the matter of fact is, those backbench MPs do not know. None of us do. So the best thing that this government can do is follow the advice of the NDP and of course, the Conservatives here, and that's to give it to an independent process that allows for these things to be looked at, investigated, and then for a ruling to be done that is fair and impartial, and to the most part, respectful of this institution. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that member's question. I just hope that we see the Liberal members decide that they believe that better is always possible as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak in this. And you know, I would like to put out an invitation. I would like the Finance Minister, the Trade Minister, the Minister of Innovation, the Minister of Natural Resources to please come on down and play this game of The Price is Right. because it seems like they'll sell their integrity and they'll sell whatever it takes to get ahead as long as the price is right. And that seems to be the game that the Liberal Party is playing with this. And who knows what the Showcase Showdown will be at the end of this show. And I'm sure that those who are spending $1,500 to these exclusive events are going to be the ones who are going to be enjoying the benefits of the Showcase Showdown. But I would like to leave a message with those who have paid the $1,500 to get these exclusive opportunities to shake hands and wag the ear of the ministers. I think you overbid. I think your smarter bid wouldn't have been $1. It might have been a better investment in your time. But I wanted to go back to what the Prime Minister said after he was elected a year ago. And I'm going to quote the Prime Minister in his Annex B. Now, he stated, "Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest." The Prime Minister himself clearly stated to the ministers and parliamentary secretaries that there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians or political parties. Now, a lot of the questions that we're getting from across the floor is, were any laws broken? The election laws weren't broken, but what was broken was a very profound promise by the Prime Minister to do things differently. He says in his quotes, must avoid conflict of interest or the appearance of the conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite obvious that these statements have really they're not even worth the paper that they're written on. I think we're back to the age-old Liberal mantra of we're entitled to our entitlements no matter what the cost. And again, if the price is right, we'll be there and try and grant whatever you're asking for. And I would just like to talk about some of those that have done so already, and we're barely a year, or just over a year, into their mandate. The Minister of Natural Resources had attended an event on August 29th in Edmonton at the offices of McPherson, Leslie and Tyerman. Now, this is the Minister of Natural Resources, mining, oil and gas, forestry, nuclear energy, and this company that he had a private meeting with, a law firm, their expertise just happens to be mining and resource permits and regulations. Now, not only was this a meeting with this law firm, but this was a private party only, and the only people who were allowed were people who have paid the $1,500 fee to join the Liberal Laurier Club, which is an exclusive fundraising arm of the Liberal Party. So to say that this was open consultation with the energy sector or stakeholders in the mining or oil and gas sector, I think is quite disingenuous. This was a party, an event, exclusively for members of the Liberal Laurier Fundraising Club who have paid $1,500 in membership fee to get an opportunity to speak with the Minister of Natural Resources. I can tell you right now, of the more than 100,000 Albertans, energy workers who are out of work, not one of them has had the opportunity to speak to the Minister of Natural Resources. These are ones that need that $1,500 to pay their mortgage because they're out of work. And yet, a very exclusive, elite group of lawyers in downtown Edmonton have the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Natural Resources about mining. I'm certain mining and resource development permits were a hot topic at that meeting. I'm sure there are thousands of Alberta energy workers right now who would love to have an opportunity to sit down with the Minister of Natural Resources and talk about some of the things that they are actually feeling on the ground, that they feel that the Minister would actually be able to implement policies and regulations that would help them get back to work, rather than spending his time meeting with lawyers in downtown Edmonton. But simply, our energy workers who are unemployed right now simply don't have the $1,500 or probably the connections to have that opportunity to meet personally with the Minister of Natural Resources. But he's obviously not alone. The Minister of Justice on April 7th attended a Liberal fundraiser hosted by prominent Bay Street law firm, $500 a ticket. Why would the Minister of Justice be meeting exclusively with the law firm downtown Toronto? Let's keep going. The Minister of Justice again, this time only for $1,000 a ticket, so she had a discount on her event. And this was April 28th meeting in Vancouver with Gordon and Kathy McCauley. Gordon just happens to be CEO of Viable HealthWorks and Director of Center for Drug Research and Development. I'm sure they were talking about anything other than marijuana laws or the decriminalizing marijuana. I'm sure those weren't topics at that event. The Minister of International Trade, she will be attending a Liberal Party of Canada event. It advertised as a wonderful evening with the Minister of International Trade in Toronto. Now, when I go to that website and I try and click on it to see if I can get a password to attend, I can't get that password. Really? If I can't get a password, this is supposed to be open. If I want an opportunity to talk to the Minister of International Trade about what happened with CETA or what's going on with the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which farmers and ranchers in southern Alberta are very eager to see proceed, unfortunately, I don't have access to what is supposed to be an open and transparent process to meet with Liberal government members of Parliament, ministers. The Finance Minister recently had an event in Halifax, October 13th. The ticket price for that event, $1,500. Again, pretty exclusive company. 15 business executives, including land developers, bankers, mortgage brokers, each paid $1,500 to have an opportunity to meet with the Finance Minister. And I'm sure they weren't talking about downtown Halifax developments, the Halifax Port Authority. I'm sure it was just to get some consultation on the upcoming budget, which will be hopefully much better than we've heard in the update. And again, I would just love to carry on. I'm going to add the Innovation Minister. He was a top guest at a Vancouver event where the ticket price was $1,500. Now, he's also must have had a tough time. He's taking a discount. His next one is a private residence where the tickets are only $400. And again, the Minister of Innovation. The Prime Minister himself is not free from these either. He has attended 17 of these. Some of them, the ticket price as high as $1,525. The Liberals, Mr. Speaker, have 89 of these events planned over the next few months. So despite the rhetoric that we're hearing in question period or here today about not breaking any laws, we're trying to be open and transparent. Despite the reaction that they're getting from Canadian taxpayers that this is wrong, they do not care. They are plugging right along with continuing to host these things. It is an absolute affront to this House and to Canadian taxpayers that this is a slap in the face, that we don't care what you think about the optics of these types of fundraisers. We're going to go right ahead and do them anyways. And the Finance Minister talked quite a bit about, this was going to be consultation. This was a chance to speak to Canadians about the budget process. But the Federal Lobbying Commissioner, Karen Shepherd, is now investigating these P4Access fundraisers. The Ethics Commissioner has called these fundraisers unsavory. Even former Liberal Minister Sheila Copps has asked Trudeau to ban these elite fundraisers, saying during the Chrétien years when she was as a minister, you would go get an envelope and they would say, I need this, I want this, I want this. It is quite clear that this has nothing to do with consultations. This is about what can you do for me and what can you do for me and how much it's going to cost. Now, if he talked about consulting with Canadians, there are other ways to do it. We have a break week next week. I'm going to be in my riding of Foothills. I have 4 roundtables planned during that week, all throughout the riding. I'm going to be consulting with hundreds of Foothills residents about what they think is important as we go through the budget process, and certainly I'm going to be focusing on Alberta jobs. I'm renting rooms at the Legion, at a local hotel, a local restaurant. Do you know how much I'm charging them to attend? Zero. Absolutely zero. That's how consultation with Canadians should be done. It shouldn't be at $1,500 a head. You are talking to the wealthy, the entitled, the elite. You are not talking to your average hardworking Canadian, the one you should really be paying attention to, because those are the ones who really matter with what's going on, the decisions that this Liberal government is making. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm certainly hearing from my constituents that this is utterly in disbelief, that this is the kind of attitude and the entitlement to our entitlements. It's the same old Liberal Party. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It bears repeating. We have some of the strongest laws in the country in regards to this issue. Other jurisdictions, you can donate from corporations, unions. The sky's the limit. And it's important for us to recognize that no laws have been broken, that the previous Conservative Harper government abided by the very same laws. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask the member, would he not acknowledge the last time one of these laws was broken was actually when the Conservatives held power. When Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister was the last time one of these laws was broken. And we even had members go to jail from the Conservative Party. Would he not, at the very least, acknowledge that what I just finished saying is true? If it's not true, then maybe the member could tell me a specific case where a law has been broken.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate the members trying to change the subject here. And certainly, we had one with the former minister, Glover. What has happened? The event was cancelled, the money was paid back immediately. Much different than what we're getting from this government. Like I said in my speech, not only have you been caught doing these things, whether it actually breaks the fine lines of the rules, you put your rules in place. Your Prime Minister said, avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest. His own words. And yet you're doing it anyway, regardless of what Canadians think.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
I think it's important to recognize again at these cash and pay for say events is that they are not open to members of the general public because, as the member has noted, you have to sign in on a website. And second of all, you have many Canadians that cannot afford these types of donations that are necessary. It's important to note that, Mr. Speaker, because the exclusivity is very center to the event, and that eliminates many people from able to come up with that money. And ironically, if you're watching this debate here, and why it matters to you is that if you can't afford that $1,500, when that person goes to that Liberal fundraiser event for that, they will get subsidized by your money. Because at tax time, these executives and CEOs will actually get a check back from the government being part of it, your money, to go there to get booze, to go there to get food, to go there to get the treats and party elements. They'll get all of those things. And they'll likely go, Mr. Speaker, in one of their executive cars or one of their different company cars, and they'll write that out as a business-related expense. These things are real and happening. And if you can't afford it, it's sad because you are also paying for it. And the last honourable member I think is, how is that fair to Canadians when you just don't have the money right now to be able to do something like that? Somebody else gets preferential treatment and gets exposure to that member. And everything has a price, Mr. Speaker. That's why they're charging $1,500, not $5.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. That's exactly right. It isn't fair. If you're not a member of the Liberal Laurier Club that you're paying $1,500 a year to be a member of, a very exclusive elite group, then you are not getting the access that these other people are getting, which is not fair to Canadians. Like I said, they are paying attention to a very small percentage of very wealthy, very influential, very elite Canadians, but they are not paying any attention to the 99% of other Canadians who simply cannot afford these types of cash for access type of events. This is not what government is supposed to be. We are elected to this House to be the voice of our constituents. We were not elected to this House to be the voice of the wealthy, the elite, and the influential. It is just not right.
We have time for a very brief question. If the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil can do it in 30 seconds and get a 30-second response, that would be great.
Very brief, Mr. Speaker, and I want to appreciate what the member from Dauphin-Neepawa said about corruption. You know, my question is simple to the honourable member. This is how it starts. Where could it possibly go from here?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be very quick. I don't think this is where it starts. This is just where it picked up again from Chrétien, the ad scam, those kinds of things. This is just same old, same old. Certainly, this is what we found out about now. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? That's why the Liberal government should be doing something about this now. And they talked about real change. This is not real change. This is the same old Liberal Party.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Moncton Review-Dieppe.
House to discuss this motion. This motion at its heart speaks to issues of integrity and accountability. I think we can all agree that engaging with Canadians is a key part of the democratic process. And Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate reality is that under the previous government, Canadians were not engaged. Their concerns were not heard, and that is why Canadians chose a new government to represent them. In short, as much as my opposition colleagues would like us all to believe fundraising is not a dirty word. Fundraising is one component of every party's engagement and outreach work. Now, I am proud to say that Canadians have a government that is not only following the rules, but one that believes in hearing the concerns of all Canadians from all walks of life and making their concerns a major priority. All parties fundraise. It is a way citizens can express their views in a free and fair democracy. That said, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that we preserve the level playing field that is the foundation of our democratic culture. Fundraising and election spending need to be regulated, and they are. The federal fundraising rules are some of the strictest in the country, and donations and contributions are made open and transparent. For instance, in some provinces, individuals can donate in the tens of thousands of dollars, and others do not have any limits on contributions whatsoever. Additionally, it is important to note that some provinces accept donations from unions, trade associations, and corporations. This is not the case in the federal system. While members on that side of the House are trying to create a narrative that our government is not being open and transparent, I can say with full confidence that that is not the case here. Canadians know that federally we have some of the strictest rules governing political fundraising. And our members, Mr. Speaker, follow these rules in every case. Canadians have trust in our system because they know we have measures in place to ensure that our public institutions operate in a transparent fashion and that decision makers are held to account for their actions. One of the central pillars of our integrity regime is the Conflict of Interest Act. I think it is important that members of the House understand how the extremely rigorous regime set out by the statute works. First of all, the Act has broad coverage. When it talks about public office holders, the net is cast widely to include ministers, parliamentary secretaries, governor and council appointees, and even exempt staff. Compliance with the Conflict of Interest Act is not something that is taken lightly. It isn't a suggestion. It is a term and condition of appointment for all public office holders. At its core, the Act requires public office holders to avoid conflicts between private interests and their official duties. This means that ministers, staffers, and others may not take part in any decision-making that could further their own private interests or those of their friends or relatives. We all know that this isn't a universal principle embraced around the world. There are countries where people seek high office as a means to obtain wealth and prosperity. Fortunately, here in Canada, we view things differently. Public service is exactly that, serving the public, not yourself. Les règles sont parmi les plus strictes au
The federal rules are among the most strict in the country here, and the donations and contributions must be made openly and transparently. Some provinces allow individuals to make donations of several tens of thousands of dollars, whereas others have no limit at all. Some of them also accept donations from unions, business organizations, and corporations, which is not the case and not allowed under the federal system, under which every donation of more than $200 must be published online. It is undeniable that the current government is following the rules and laws concerning fundraising by political parties. Let us now talk about a few examples, concrete examples of activities and practices that are not allowed under the current system. Public office holders cannot take part in decision-making that may affect the value of their corporations, the corporations of their children, or that might result in a raised value of their investment portfolio.
Nor can they accept extravagant gifts. The definition of such gifts include a wide and varied range of items. For example, a gift bag from a company, a low-interest mortgage, or anything in between. The legislation also defines the end of the period, the period following the end of employment. Public office holders cannot, for example, leave their job immediately and then immediately after use confidential information that they acquired during that job. They cannot resign and then suddenly change sides.
Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. She interprets and administers the Act. This includes providing public office holders with confidential advice, investigating and reporting on alleged breaches, and levying penalties for public office holders who have failed to report as required. It is tough. I know that everyone in this House can agree that the current Commissioner is doing an admirable job and has earned our collective respect and appreciation. When I say it is a tough job, I mean it. Things are rarely entirely black and white. Context matters. Perception matters. That is why there are mechanisms to ensure public reporting and mechanisms to allow ministers, staffers, and others covered by the Act to check in with the Commissioner when questions arise. Canadians expect governments and ministers to act at the highest ethical standards. That is exactly what every minister of this government has done and continues to do. The Commissioner is the authoritative source for interpreting the Act. She has issued a number of guidelines and information notices to assist public office holders, which are available on her website. In short, when in doubt, she is the font of wisdom.
Another pillar of the federal system is the Lobbying Act. This act recognizes that it is legitimate and necessary for the government to communicate with interest groups. But Canadians have the right to know who is involved in paid lobbying, which aims to influence the government's decisions. The Act requires paid lobbyists to register with the Lobbying Commissioner, to be able to communicate with ministers, exempt staff, parliamentary agents, and so on. These include consultants who work for law offices and lobbying firms, as well as employees of private companies, unions, industrial associations, and advocacy groups. Lobbyists must provide information about their clients, the subject of their lobbying, and the departments and agents they are meeting with. It's all entered into a database. They also need to publicize details about any meetings or calls they have with government decision makers, be they ministers, exempt staff, or senior officials. All members of the public can look through this database, which is online, and they can find this information. Furthermore, all lobbyists need to respect the Lobbyist Code of Conduct, which is written by the Lobbying Commissioner. Like the Ethics Commissioner, the Lobbying Commissioner is an independent officer who reports directly to Parliament, not the government. According to their code of conduct, lobbyists need to show honesty and integrity and must not be involved in conflict of interest. The Ethics Commissioner has the power to investigate any possible breach of the Lobbying Act and the Code of Conduct, and must also report any breaches to Parliament. If she believes there's been a breach of the Act, she has to refer the file to the RCMP for criminal investigation, and possibly charges would be laid. The Lobbying Act ensures that senior officials of the government cannot leave their jobs and then immediately start lobbying their former government colleagues. It is prohibited for ministers, exempt staff, and senior officials to lobby the federal government during the 5 years following the end of their employment.
The Interest Act and the Lobbying Act represent one of the most rigorous statutory transparency and ethics regimes in the world. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that our government has set the bar so high. That is why providing open and accountable government for Canadians is all about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan and Shuswap. North Okanagan, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been sitting listening to the debate today and often hearing from the other side who is trying to defend this, against this, that they are following all steps of the law. But I'd like to quote from the minister's letter, or the Prime Minister's letter to the ministers, and it states that to be worthy of Canadians' trust, we must always act with integrity. This is not merely a matter of adopting the right rules or ensuring technical compliance of those rules. As ministers, you and your staff must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangements of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. And this is the part that really matters. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. Now, further on in that open and accountable government document, there's another statement that says ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflicts of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest, and situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest. How can these pay-for-play events not be perceived as potential conflicts of interest? Through you, Mr. Speaker, I ask that of the other side.
Honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the way this thing works, people donate to parties. That's the way it works. The government follows the rules, not just in letter, but in spirit. Every minister, every member of this House has to follow the rules. There are so many mechanisms that ensure it. Just ask Mr. Damastro, and you'll find out how the system actually works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to put this question to the honourable member. Thank you for your speech on this motion. What I find troubling, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal members keep speaking to the letter of the law and appear to not want to even mention the mandate letter that the Prime Minister sent to all of the ministers. They have said that they're obeying the letter of the law. Well, if we turn to Duff Conacher, who's brought a number of cases before the courts on the interpretation of lobbyist law, he's not of the same view, and I think I'd like to take the opinion of independent lawyers. So he says that the law says it's illegal to do anything that puts a politician or a government official in even the appearance of conflict of interest, which raises the question of how well our commissioners are upholding these rules. But the PM mandate letter is very clear. That the ministers must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality beyond what is specified in law, must avoid conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest, or even the appearance of an influence affecting a minister's decisions. Would the member please speak to the Prime Minister's mandate letter and whether he thinks the ministers should be ignoring the mandate letters that are given to them, or does he think it's sage advice that should be followed?
Honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
I thank the member for Edmonton Strathcona for this very, very good question. I think the Prime Minister's mandate letter is a very good letter, and I think our ministers are following that letter, to the spirit, to the intent, and are doing a damn good job of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, I'm interested to hear from the opposition benches, why we keep on referring to the law. And my colleague made reference to the Conservatives breaking the law. The last time we had election laws actually broken, there was 2 political parties. The NDP were also required to return money. And I'm wondering if my colleague just wants to comment why laws are important to actually be followed, and that's something in which this government is actually doing.
60 seconds or less, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
60 seconds or less is plenty of time, Mr. Speaker. We are a country of laws, first and foremost. They say there's a country of men or a country of laws. This is a country of laws. We follow the rules. We make the rules as fair as humanly possible, and we do our very best to stick with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview-Dieppe.
Colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for his remarks. Monsieur le Président, I rise
Mr. Speaker.
to the opposition motion on fundraising and federal cabinet ministers. Canadian politics is governed by some of the strictest political financial regulations found anywhere in our country and across North America. And the Liberal Party of Canada fully complies with all of the rules and regulations. Last year, we saw one of the longest federal elections in Canadian history, and it was one that was entirely funded by donations from individuals, Canadians. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? Because Canadian political parties are not-for-profit organizations that rely solely on donations and fundraising events in order to keep the lights on, their volunteers fed, and Canadians engaged in the process. And that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, engaging Canadians, strengthening our democracy, and we're doing it in an open, collaborative, and transparent way. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very clear since we took power. We need real change in the way we do things. This means that the government needs to be open and transparent, and that government institutions need to be completely open. So openness should be the default. This is one of the central points of the economic update made by the Finance Minister on Tuesday. Whether we're talking about bringing more integrity to the statistics system or making the Board of Internal Economy more transparent, or making the government more easy to follow and understand. This government is taking concrete steps to help Canadians.
Opportunity and the privilege of being in my riding for most of all of the summer. And I had a series of town halls and several ministers that visited the riding. I had the Minister of Immigration, Refugee Citizenship of Canada that came down and did a town hall. I also had the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard who did some sessions. I had the Minister of National Revenue come down, visit students at the university, and again met with several stakeholders. I had the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development come in my riding and speak to several stakeholders, staff and members of the public. I also had the Finance Minister in my riding this summer for a free barbecue where he had the opportunity to meet over 400 Canadians from my riding. It was a fantastic event. We also had the Minister of Public Service and Procurement in the area, the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and finally, the Minister of Democratic Institution. We had a wonderful summer, very busy, very engaged, doing town halls and hearing from people of our community. And I'm very proud of the work that has been done. Je crois que nous sommes...
I believe that we are on the right track. More importantly, Canadians seem to agree. Recent surveys show that Canadians' trust in the government is at a very high level. This is critically important because democracy is based on trust. Canadians need to know that their elected officials are working for them. They need to know that we, their elected officials in the House, are here in Ottawa so that their voices can be heard.
We know that in the British Columbia area, there are no established limits on the amount of anonymous contributions a candidate, riding association, or political party can accept. On the other hand, federally, political parties are required to publicly report on a quarterly and annual basis all contributions that are over $200. Again, Mr. Speaker, provincially, we know that in Alberta, individuals can donate up to $30,000 to a political party during a campaign. I just find that astonishing, Mr. Speaker. And federally, well, Mr. Speaker, individuals can donate a maximum of $1,525. And with the Americans going to the polls in just a few days, what better time to remind Canadians that in Canada, our political financing rules ban all political donations made on behalf of corporations, unions, and special interest groups. Yes, the Liberal Party relies on individual donations from Canadians across this wonderful country. 93,000 Canadians last year alone, in fact. But the Liberal Party of Canada has taken engaging Canadians one step further. We've blown open the doors to our movement by removing membership fees and allowing all Canadians to register free of charge and participate in the political process, including nominating candidates and selecting party leaders. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, during my nomination time in 2015, I had an individual that came to my headquarters who wanted to become a member of the party, and he just didn't have the financial means to do so. And he felt awful. And again, now with these new rules that are in place, all marginalized groups, all Canadians will be able to be engaged in the process. Ministers and MPs as well, and all MPs need to fundraise. Fundraising is done by every member in this House, including the New Democrats and the Conservatives. I find it a little odd, Mr. Speaker, that the legislation brought in by the previous Conservative government, practiced by the previous Conservative government, and which is nearly identical to the Open and Accountable Government Guide introduced by the Prime Minister, is suddenly no good. Now that Canadians voted perhaps for a better government. Let us take a stroll down memory lane, if we could, Mr. Speaker, in order to refresh the memories of the opposition. Fundraising is not always easy, as a member for Parry Sound Muskoka recently found out. Although when he was still a minister, he did manage to attract donors to attend an Albany club in Toronto at a price of $250 a head. In May of last year, the former minister, Chris Alexander, was the main attraction at a $3,000 a head reception.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, I'm sorry, but this is not a debate going back and forth. If you would like to ask questions, you can do that after. That would be fine. Thank you. The honourable member for Moncton Riverview. Yep.
In May of last year, former member and minister Chris Alexander was the main attraction at a $3,000 a head reception and dinner at a $27 million home of two wealthy Conservative supporters. The donor list for those attending this event was never made public. And to conclude my section of Conservative fundraising, I would like to point out the cocktail party held this past October at an exclusive York Club in Toronto, where numerous senators and Tory backroom operators hosted a meeting with leadership candidates where the ticket price was $1,500 a head, Mr. Speaker. The third party in this House also engages in fundraising for electoral purposes. In fact, the member of Victoria had the fourth highest spending campaign in all of the 2015 candidates in Canada, the second highest of anyone elected, and it almost reached $215,000. And he did this by accepting the maximum donations of $1,500 by 23 individuals in 2015 alone. He also accepted $1,300 in donations from one individual and $1,000 from 16 individuals, and a further 49 individuals donating between $500 and $999. And to be clear, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong with all of this, as long as it is done within the rules. The rules are working. The rules are working, Mr. Speaker, as they have in the past, but our Prime Minister has put another level of oversight over cabinet ministers. The opposition would have people believe that these additional rules are somehow a bad thing. I cannot follow the logic of this argument. The Ethics Commissioner's Office is responsible for administering the Conflict of Interest Act for the public office holders and the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons. Compliance and fundraising activities falls under the purview of the Elections Canada and will continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on for hours about how the Conservatives raised money over their time in power, but let me be clear. In almost all cases, they did follow the rules. In our case, we have followed the rules in every case and will continue to do so. If the opposition leader is so upset about fundraising practices of this government, will she stand up and demand an apology from her caucus mates who were ministers in the last government? It is telling, I believe, that the Conservatives have used one of their few opposition days to throw stones through their own windows. Our government and our leaders have been entrusted by Canadians, public, to lead this country with vision and principle, which is exactly what we've promised, and it's exactly what we are doing. Cabinet ministers, like all other members of this place, must raise funds if they intend to get re-elected. They will continue to do so in a complete compliance with the facets of the elections financing laws, as we expect from all members of this House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank the honourable member for her intervention, but I do wish to correct the record and draw the distinction between our ministers when we were in government and what they do. When we were in government, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe must know, when we were in government, we were specifically prevented by our rules from fundraising from individuals who are registered to our departments. So if I were the Minister of Health, as I was, we did not, and I did not, fundraise with pharmaceutical interests, including Barry Sherman, by the way, when I was president of the Treasury Board. Anyone who had any dealings with the Treasury Board did not go to my fundraisers. In their case, Mr. Speaker, every person on their list who is registered as a lobbyist not only is invited, but actually organizes the fundraisers. Does the honourable member have anything to say about that?
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
For his questions. Once again, Mr. Speaker, as we've heard time and time again today, no laws have been broken.
That's right.
All members of Parliament are following the laws that have been put in place, and we are following all of the information that's been given to us by the Conflict of Interest Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to the next question and comment, I just want to point out to the members that I'm up here and I'm kind of far away, and you're making it very difficult for me to hear the answers. And, you don't want to upset the Speaker. Thank you. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased if the member for Victoria wants to speak today, but what she doesn't understand, and the other Liberal members don't seem to understand, is that the mandate letter from the Prime Minister to all ministers said very clearly that it was not enough to simply act within the law. So she talks about fundraising, that all parties do it. Well, yes, that's true. But can't she read the motion, she and her colleagues? Because there are explicit rules against these types of fundraiser behind closed doors. The Prime Minister did not keep his word to impose a higher standard of transparency. He's just saying, oh, well, it's just what everybody does. This is malarkey, as my leader says. The Honourable Member, I want to thank my colleague for his question. Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that we have followed all of the rules in the legislation. The Commissioner for Conflict of Interest and Ethics has also approved of our activities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a civil question to ask the Honourable Member and thank her for her intervention today. In my riding, we had one of our key volunteers and funders helped with my campaign. He'd supported other parties in the past, but chose to support the Liberal Party in the past campaign, and I asked him why. Mr. Speaker, he told us that his father came to Canada, was successful in business, but said to his children, democracy does come at a cost, and there is a price to running operations of different parties, and every party faces costs to operate within their jurisdictions. Could the Honourable Member maybe comment on the fact that we operate as not-for-profits, but we do need to generate funds in order to reach our members democratically?
Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and he's absolutely right. A part of doing business, we need to raise funds. And if we look at the 2015 election, we can see that the Liberal Party actually received donations from over 93,000 Canadians. And it could be from $5 or to $1,500. It just really didn't matter. We were very pleased to receive all contributions. But again, it is very important that the work that we do, we need to receive the financing, and we support and appreciate all the members that have provided money. The other thing as well that I'd like to comment on, through this government, we've been able to engage with thousands and thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and we've been able to consult with them on different issues that really matter to them. And we've been very successful, and Canadians have shown us and continue to tell us that they are very proud of the work that we are continuing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to let you know I'll be splitting my time with the member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte. Mr. Speaker, what we've just heard basically is an excuse of unethical behaviour. The excuse that we've heard all morning from the speeches that members are reading that were written from PMO is that this is no laws have been broken. That's the standard that they are setting now, Mr. Speaker. But of course, what they're not talking about is the ethical guidelines that the Prime Minister handed out to the public office holders over there, best practices for ministers and parliamentary secretaries. And I just want to read from them again, Mr. Speaker. It says here under general principles, ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government. It goes on to say there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they've made financial contributions to politicians and political parties. Finally, and that there should be no singling out or appearance of singling out of individuals or organizations as targets of political fundraising because they have official dealings with ministers and parliamentary secretaries or their staff or department. Mr. Speaker, what the Liberal Party wants us to believe is that when the Minister of Justice holds a fundraiser attended by a bunch of lawyers who pay $1,500 for the privilege, it's just a coincidence that they're lawyers that are regulated by the Justice Department. When the Minister of Natural Resources has a $1,500 fundraiser, $1,500 per person fundraiser, at a law firm that specializes in natural resource sectors, that's just a coincidence. How are they supposed to know that it was going to be the minister that regulates their department and may decide whether their projects proceed or not? How could they know, Mr. Speaker? What a happy coincidence. When the Minister of Finance holds dozens of these things across the country, $1,500 per person, and they're filled with Bay Street bankers, how are they supposed to know, Mr. Speaker, that the minister that's responsible for regulating the financial services sector would be there and take that $1,500? Mr. Speaker, it is beyond belief that the Liberal Party is justifying this clear cash for access scheme and trying to drag in other members of Parliament who we all do fundraise, Mr. Speaker. The difference is, when we were in government, our ministers were very clear. We set up the ethical standard so that our ministers were not taking cash from people that they regulated, from people that lobbied their departments. That is the clear differentiation between the Conservative government and this Liberal Party. They don't even try to hide it, Mr. Speaker. They just justify it as it's not illegal. Mr. Speaker, it's the same behavior that we've seen from Kathleen Wynne and the Ontario Liberal Party, where people are under a cloud of investigation and they're kept in their posts because, well, they haven't been officially charged yet. They haven't officially gone to jail yet. That is the standard that this government is emulating. And it's not a surprise, Mr. Speaker, because this is the same party that has just had another member, Jacques Corriveau, was found guilty on 3 counts of fraud just this week from the sponsorship scandal. Canadians remember it well, Mr. Speaker. A system of coordinated kickbacks for government contracts. And there's still people going to jail because of that Liberal culture of corruption. And what do we see, Mr. Speaker, that continues on. That's a proud legacy that they brought forward into this new iteration, which is basically more of the same, Mr. Speaker. This is how they do business. As David Dingwall famously said, he's entitled to his entitlements. And the Liberal Party of Canada seems to think that they're entitled to raise money from people that should not be at fundraisers with the people that regulate them, with the ministers that hold the very future often of whether a project proceeds, whether a regulation changes to the benefit of an industry. That is what we are talking about. It's about the cash for that access. We're not talking about eliminating fundraising. I heard another member talk about another speech from the PMO that was read into the record here today that said, in BC, you could give $30,000. In other jurisdictions, you could give $20,000, as if the amount of the donation was the ethical breach. The breach occurs when any amount is given to get access to a minister who has control over files that are important to you and your personal interests. Exactly. And that is what this party is not only doing, they're not even hiding it, Mr. Speaker. It's coordinated corruption. They've had nearly 90 of these events that we know about, 20 with high-profile ministers who've been implicated. And now we have the Minister of Natural Resources saying, I wasn't there. Of course, the records show that he was, Mr. Speaker. He was there. And I would be embarrassed if I was him, too. I would be telling people, no, I don't do anything like that. But the records show he was there at the event with a law firm that lobbies on natural resources. And Mr. Speaker, we have other events taking place. The Minister for International Trade. There's an event, Liberal Party of Canada, an evening with the Honourable Minister for International Trade in Toronto. Mr. Speaker, but when you go to the webpage now, you can't actually find out about that event because it's password protected, Mr. Speaker. They are trying to cover their tracks, but Canadians won't let them get away with it. All we are asking today is that instead of the Prime Minister's bureaucrats deciding whether the Prime Minister is breaking ethical guidelines, which is the system he's conveniently set up so that, it's the Privy Council that oversees, the Privy Council, which is the bureaucracy for the Prime Minister's office, is the one that oversees whether the Prime Minister is keeping his own ethical guidelines. And surprise, surprise, Mr. Speaker, he's batting 1,000%. He's just always on the level, and they don't seem to find a problem with it, even though the lobbying commissioner, the ethics commissioner have said this is very unsavory, that this is something that they believe should come under their purview, and we agree. So that's what this motion says today, that in the opinion of the House, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner should be granted the authority to oversee and enforce the directives to ministers listed in open and accountable government in order to end the current practice of cash for access by ensuring there is no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they've made financial contributions to politicians or political parties. Mr. Speaker, that's taken directly from the Prime Minister's directives to his ministers. But we hear today just a defense. It's hard to believe that the Liberal Party, every one of their members gets up and says, we haven't broken the law. Laws haven't been broken, Mr. Speaker. It's about ethics. And that's what this decision to purposely seek out funds by ministers from the people that they regulate is the corruption, Mr. Speaker. And as I said before, they've held 89 of these fundraisers so far and have another 10 scheduled for the fall. And they all include fundraisers with ministers and parliamentary secretaries, as well as one with the Prime Minister's senior advisor, Gerald Butts. So, Mr. Speaker, they are defending the indefensible, and they're bringing up Elections Act things or the fact that members have fundraised. We all fundraise, Mr. Speaker. That's part of the political process in Canada. What is not a part of the political process is using the office that you have been entrusted with by the Prime Minister and to act on behalf of all Canadians, not just the people that can afford a $1,500 donation to bend the ear of the Prime Minister or his ministers. Mr. Speaker, I think in the natural resource sector, there's 100,000 workers who have lost their jobs since this government took office. They can't afford the entry fee to get FaceTime with the Minister of Natural Resources to ask why he isn't doing anything to get them back to work. This is a return to the culture of corruption. The Liberals should support this motion and support the words of their own Prime Minister and get the Ethics Commissioner, not their bureaucrats, to evaluate whether or not these clear conflicts of interest violate ethical rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated earlier, at the national level, we have some of the strongest election financing rules in the country, and that's been very evident, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's somewhat ironic. We have been emphasizing the importance of laws here on the government benches. I confess, you're right. We have been emphasizing the importance of laws. And a good reason. For 5 years, I sat in the opposition benches, and the only parties that broke the law were the Conservatives and the NDP. Both of them had to actually pay because they broke the law, Mr. Speaker. Here, this government has not broken the law, and if you don't break the law, then there's no conflict of interest. Can the member not agree that those very same laws were in place under Stephen Harper, and maybe explain to the House why it is the Conservatives broke those laws?
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd really like to know who that honourable member offended to be tasked with having to defend the indefensible here today. It's a tough task, and he's been handed the short straw. And what he doesn't, again, he does not want to talk about these clear conflicts of interest. We're talking about ministers that are raising cash from people that are registered to lobby their departments. They're raising cash from the people they regulate. As I said, the Justice Minister with lawyers, the Finance Minister with bankers, the Natural Resource Minister with natural resource interests. That is what is corrupt in this. That is what is unethical. And it's just too bad that it hasn't taken that long for the member to swallow himself whole, moving from the third party into the third row, And we hope that he will see the light of the Prime Minister's own words and embrace them and vote for this motion.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, and particularly because he too is condemning the fact that the Liberals are criticizing everyone, saying that the Liberals have the right to fundraise too, but in fact ministers have to uphold a higher standard than regular MPs. This was recognized, but not clearly by the Liberals. Yeah, it's one thing to denounce everyone who may in the past have broken the law, but we're hearing also about Jacques Corriveau, who has finally been convicted. And also there are allegations against people working for Kathleen Wynne, the Liberal Ontario Premier. We know that in Sudbury, for example, there is an MPP who's involved in all sorts of scandals. So I would like my colleague perhaps to explain the difference for the Liberals between what is strictly by the law and what is moral. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question.
The Liberals have had a member, like I said, Jacques Corriveau, just this week, convicted of 3 counts of fraud. We have people that have been fundraising for the Prime Minister who are now been charged for breaking the law on bribery charges relating to the Sudbury by-election. And this is the culture that the members across are defending. And that is what we're talking about here today, an ethical standard which we heard was going to be just so different, Mr. Speaker. And the document that we've quoted from was the foundation for this new ethical guidelines. So we put it in the motion today. We said, okay, if the Liberal Party is so committed to open and transparent government in this new ethical guidelines, let them endorse the words of their own Prime Minister and vote in favour of the motion. What they've said today, now that we don't want to talk about the words of our own Prime Minister, we want to talk about the law, and we're not breaking we're not breaking the letter of the law. They're breaking the spirit of the law, Mr. Speaker, and certainly they're breaking the ethical laws, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie, Oro, Springwater, Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we stand in this House regarding a motion that is moved to make a statement to this government and to the people of Canada. A statement that is firm, one that is strong, and one that empowers the people of Canada rather than empowering the few who have the money to gain access and influence. The basic tenets of our democracy and the rule of law determined that we are all equal in our weight and responsibility as citizens and before the laws of this land. Unfortunately, there are practices going on that threaten that principle, that seek to undermine the will of the people and replace it with the wants of wealthy insiders. I know my colleagues across the aisle are wondering how could this be? How could the party that promised real change threaten the structure of our democracy so that the Canadian people who voted for them and placed them in government are diminished in their position? It's actually quite easy to do. You get some Liberal insider with a nice office or home, you invite a Liberal minister who has the time, and you sell tickets to people who want to bend the ear of said minister. So the Liberal minister will perhaps bend the policies of the country or their support to their thoughts. Or maybe it's not all about policies at all. Maybe the person attending the fundraiser isn't actually looking for a change in policy, but to receive an appointment. Maybe as a judge, for instance, from the Justice Minister, an immigration tribunal position from the Immigration Minister, an appointment to the Senate from the Prime Minister and Democratic Reform Minister, some piece of corporate welfare from the Minister of Innovation, the funding of a project from the Infrastructure Minister, or finally a change in fiscal policy from the Finance Minister. The question of preferential access comes down to one very clear point. what Canada do you believe in? Do you believe in a Canada where people are seen as equal and therefore treated equally? Or do you believe in a Canada where our citizens who are of a certain political party, of a certain income earning level, or of a certain personal relationship deserve the inside track? My opinion's this. I believe in a Canada that respects its electors equally, fairly, and provides all of us the ability to influence the policies of governments. So the government is reflective of the country that voted it into power and not one that is reflective of the donors that sustain the Liberal Party of Canada. And you know, I don't think that this is a question of whether you are a Liberal, Conservative, NDP, or any other party supporter. I don't believe there are Liberal voters out there that think the Liberal government should be allowing a few Liberal insiders to influence the conduct of this government. And this is why. It means that some Liberals who have the means or know the right person have more access to government than others. And it's just plain wrong, Mr. Speaker. The country that I believe in, the one I thought I grew up in, is one that it does not matter where you grow up, what financial means your family has, or who your friends are. Your opportunity for success is equal. It's equal for all Canadians. Now, I'm not so naive to believe that there are not persons in this country who are not disadvantaged, but I am furious, and Canadians are furious, that those children are often forgotten, and in this case, for what? A $1,525 check. It's disturbing that the fundraising practices of a political party that's in government are determining the priorities of the federal government. Now, let me give you a few examples as to why this is so important. Let's pretend the Justice Minister were to travel to, let's say, Bay Street in Toronto, to a ritzy law firm and hold a fundraiser for the Liberal government. Let's pretend the law firm just mentioned were to go out and sell a bunch of tickets for the Liberal Party. Now, let's pretend the Justice Minister was needing to appoint hundreds of judges and there was a backlog. And finally, let's pretend the law firm mentioned has a ton of lawyers that want to be judges. Is this a scenario that Canadians would be comfortable with? My guess is no. And I'm not comfortable with it, and that is for sure. The most difficult fact about this pretend situation is that it's not pretend at all. The Justice Minister did just this. Some lawyers, based on their employment or choice of law firm, and the amount of money they would donate to the Liberal Party, were given access to the person they were asking for a job. And for some reason, the Liberal Party stood up and stands up day in and day out defending these practices. It's deplorable. Now let's pretend the Finance Minister visits Halifax. Let's pretend he has a fundraiser with a land developer. Let's pretend that land developer who raised thousands of dollars for the Liberal Party of Canada wanted to be appointed to the Halifax Port Authority. Now let's pretend the Finance Minister appointed this person who's the developer to the Halifax Port Authority. Again, Canadians need to ask themselves this: is it wrong to appoint a person to a position they want because they were able to organize and buy tickets to a Liberal fundraiser? Yes, it's wrong. And this is not a pretend situation. This is an act against our democratic process that the Liberal Party and the Finance Minister, quite frankly, have already committed. Now, Liberals have said today, and will say all day and probably again tomorrow, that they've broken no laws. I know I am young and I'm naive, but is it too much to ask that the actual letter of the law for the country should not be the only determining guideline for conduct regarding fundraising affairs? I would say no. And you know what? The Prime Minister said no just 1 year ago, but unfortunately doesn't reflect that now. The ethical standards for individuals serving in cabinet would hopefully be easily understood and would be easy to hold those ministers accountable for potentially exchanging access to government for donations to the Liberal Party. Well, it turns out it is easy to know what the standards are. It's written by the Liberal government and called Open and Accountable Government. Unfortunately, Liberal ministers are not following the statements in these ethical guidelines. It says, quote, Public office holders have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny, an obligation that's not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. Obviously, this is no longer a document that bears any relevance to this government. When I first got to Ottawa last year, someone took me aside and said, "Alex, don't get Ottawa-washed," meaning don't let Ottawa change who you are and what you stand for. It's my belief that this government has either become Ottawa-washed in this year, or maybe, just maybe, they were just Ottawa insiders from the beginning. But either way, it demonstrates how out of touch the Liberal government is with Canadians. It's my belief, Mr. Speaker, that it does not matter where in Canada you're from, whether it's Windsor or Yellowknife, what your income level is, or how much government support you have had. We are all equal before the law. This is a representative democracy, meaning all people are represented and all people are equal. Si j'habite dans un édifice social, si j'habite...
If I live in a social building, whether I live in Nunavik or Barrie, everyone should know that we are all equal. Everyone deserves equality of access to government and to ministers. Each Canadian deserves the right and the opportunity to share their voice with the government and to be heard.
Solely regarding who has access. It is more importantly about who does not have access. What child is forgotten because the minister is so focused on fundraising? What grandmother or senior is left behind because these ministers are focusing on the people at these fundraisers? I will remind the federal Liberals that their principal secretary and their chief of staff have come from the Ontario Liberal government. This is a government that instituted the Green Energy Act that gave out billions of dollars in contracts. The Auditor General said as much as 92% of these Green Energy Act contracts went to people who donated to the Liberal Party of Ontario. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. The best predictor of future behaviour is past behaviour. Their past behaviour was cash for access fundraisers. Their current behaviour is cash for access fundraisers. Their future behaviour will be cash for access fundraisers. But as the Liberal Party gives access to Liberal insiders, they need to remember they are excluding the rest of Canadians.
In comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 90,000 Canadians have donated to the Liberal Party in the last year. Whether it's $5 or $1,500, which is the maximum, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the donations that we get. It does not mean that there is access, privileged access given. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to be able to emphasize is just how this government spends a tremendous amount of time working hard for Canadians across the country. Whether that is meeting with crowds, meeting with individuals, listening to consumer groups, listening to small businesses and the like. We are engaged so we can deliver for Canadians, and Canadians know that. We are consulting and we are engaged. The fact of the matter is that listening to Canadians is what allows us to deliver for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, no laws have been broken. That's a lot more than what I could say for the Harper government when they were in government, Mr. Speaker.
For Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I recognize that you're consulting and you're engaged. You are consulting with Liberal insiders and you're engaged in Liberal fundraising. That's the reality. I wish today, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker is engaged. I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, you speak in third person. Very good.
Never, Mr. Speaker. The reality is this, is that so far today, we have not been blessed with a single minister coming in and defending their practices. I don't see a single minister, Mr. Speaker, coming in later on today to defend these practices. And here's a newsflash. If you have to say we didn't break the law, it probably means you're doing something wrong.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his clear and unequivocal remarks this morning, reminding us that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. And I wonder if the Prime Minister, in his thespian experience, ever came across the story of Caesar's wife, who Caesar divorced on the grounds only of rumors of opprobrious behavior by her, on the fact that he did not want to be associated with someone under suspicion. So I would ask my colleague whether he believes that if these ministers who accepted these baskets of $1,500 checks did nothing wrong, were not vulnerable to the appearance of compromise, it is the appearance of their vulnerability which is unacceptable.
Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly, I think that is a great point and a great question. The reality is that we must always maintain both the letter of the law and the credibility of this institution that we are so honored to serve in. And unfortunately, when members of Cabinet are having meetings with stakeholders who are requesting things in return from them and accepting dollars to the Liberal Party at the same time, the credibility of the institution of government, the credibility of the ministers of the Crown are called into question. And I don't think that it's just that they're called into question by some opposition party in the House of Commons. They get called into question by Canadians across this country, and quite frankly, it hurts their faith in the institution of government altogether.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief one by the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his very important speech. You know, in my riding, we face a lot of challenges specifically with seniors, and they're having challenges, you know, paying the bills and paying for medication. And they're very disappointed, quite frankly, that there's a government that's taking cash to play meetings where people with immense power are able to get the ear of the minister. So I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit about the people in your riding that would love to have a minister come into a small group, an intimate group, and actually hear the concerns of real Canadians who are struggling today.
Once again, I'm sure the Honourable Member didn't want the Speaker to speak about you. I just want to remind everyone to speak in a third person when they're asking questions. The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure if you did speak, it would be very eloquent. Regarding the question, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for it. You know, when I look at my own riding and quite frankly the region I'm from, we have an unemployment rate that's gone from 6.1% to 8.9% in the last year. We have people out of work. We have businesses closing. We have a waiting list for affordable housing of over 2,000 families. It actually rose to 2,800 from 1,900 in the last 3 years. These are the issues that I want to see the government dealing with. Unfortunately, there's no one in government housing paying $1,500 to go to a Liberal fundraiser.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand in the House today and have this opportunity to speak on this motion because, as a first-time Member of Parliament, I can tell you that there are three core values that have animated the conversation on this side of the House about how we can govern better: openness, transparency, and accountability for Canadians. Restoring these key values after 10 years of neglect here in this House of Commons remains and will remain a foundational part of our mandate. It is also a part of our strong Liberal legacy. It was a Liberal government under the former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien which first implemented the complete ban on all corporate and union donations to political parties federally. Now, why did we take that step? Honourable members across the way are very interested to hear why. Because we wanted to ensure Canadians that no special interest groups would ever be in a position to purchase influence with regards to the work of our elected MPs. And after more than a decade of these rules being in place, we know that they're working. Our rules are among the strongest in North America, if not the world. For example, every campaign donation over $200 must be disclosed on the Elections Canada website 4 times a year. This means that the public and the media can learn who contributes, how much, and when. Now, by comparison, in some provinces, like British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland, There are no limits on donations at all, and in Alberta, one can donate up to $30,000 in an election year. By contrast, our standards are much more rigorous. As you have heard earlier today, no unions, no business, no special interests may contribute at all to political parties. As an April editorial in the Globe and Mail affirmed, quote, "These are excellent rules governing donations at the federal level, whose cornerstone principle is that only citizens should be allowed to donate to political parties." As the Globe editorial went on to say with regard to our provincial governments, photocopy this legislation, pass it into law in your province, problem solved. We have created an effective model and a strong precedent, one that speaks to the very best of what political parties are about. They are driven by the passion, the commitment, and the hard work of our volunteers. As everyone in this House who has had to campaign door to door will affirm, all politics are local. Engagement is driven by those committed Canadians who know an accountable government needs them to be part of the conversation. These conversations may touch on the larger vision for the country in terms of our place in a rapidly changing world, but it is more often about how we can make things a little better for those in the middle class and those hoping to join it. I believe we have made our commitment clear to their concerns in this government. This is the driving spirit of our conversations with Canadians as a party too, and presumably all parties if they are to be successful in fundraising. Just look at the facts. Since those rules were first put in place, the number of individuals making political contributions has risen dramatically to encompass a broad sweep of ordinary Canadians. In 2015 alone, a total of 330,456 Canadians donated to our three largest national political parties, and that's up from 115,908 Canadians in 2004. Nous avons senti une obligation et une responsabilité.
We have the responsibility to involve as many Canadians as possible in the political process. This is the result of a number of new methods. We organized more discussions with Canadians than all other governments combined over the past decade. This also resulted in over 80 consultations with Canadians. And this does not require people to be a member of any party or to vie for any kind of special access or influence. No, we did all of that in the hope that more Canadians could get involved in the political process first and foremost. Once again, this is a matter of responsibility. The more Canadians we can get involved, the better the work we can do, and to listen, respond, and govern in the interest of all Canadians.
Ordinary Canadians can see the changes that we are continuing to make here in Parliament. It's this government that implemented the rules that all MPs have to follow when they post their expenses online quarterly. We also improved the process in the Senate and the appointment of Supreme Court justices, thus improving accountability and transparency. This is very important, Mr. Speaker. We also put these changes in place to increase diversity and gender equality, because these changes also improve transparency and reflect this government's progressive approach. I can't think of any better piece of evidence that we are listening to Canadians than the way in which we are ensuring that the highest tribunal appointments are based on merit first and foremost.
have, as they say, checked the privilege of the older ways of special access and currying favor and influence. We've moved boldly and forcefully on these reforms because we have listened to Canadians and know this. This is how you develop real trust and faith. This is how you develop faith in all of the interests which we have at heart. This is about governing with integrity, Mr. Speaker. And this is, I contend, the question at the root of this motion. For those Canadians who attend fundraisers where any member on my side of the bench is attending, it is more than clear by the way we govern that we are serious in our commitment to openness, transparency, integrity, and making policy decisions by listening to as many Canadians as possible. Mr. Speaker, we are a year into this government's mandate, and in closing, I can only cite again the numerous consultations, the unprecedented efforts we have made to listen to all Canadians, regardless of party affiliation, in order to provide them with the strongest assurance possible that we are governing in all Canadians' best interests, and that we are working with them to help them achieve and realize their highest aspirations. For those of the middle class and those hoping to join it, we have shown by action, not talk, what we are about. And it is in this line, and in the line of the proud history that we all share, that we continue to make fundraising and party financing more transparent and accountable, and by ensuring the Liberal Party's efforts are first and foremost driven by our volunteers. Hope and hard work are the only guarantors of access in the Liberal Party, and that is why I stand in opposition to this motion. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisa Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, when a minister goes to an event which costs $1,500 to have access to, how does he get there? Does he get there with money out of his own pocket, or is it money from the riding association, or party money, or taxpayers' money? So in other words, if he's going from Ottawa to a fundraising event in Toronto, does he take the plane using taxpayers' money? Does he use his MP's points? Or is it the riding association or the Liberal Party that pays for that plane ticket?
Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question.
The Minister and all members of Parliament engage in ethical, lawful fundraising. We follow all of the rules, which I have said are among the strictest, not only in this country, but indeed around the world. We have elevated the levels of transparency and accountability. You have heard me remark, and I hope that my honourable colleague will take up the opportunity to look on the Elections Canada website to see who attends events with members of Parliament that participate in fundraising. There are obligations to publish those at least 4 times a year, and that is why I am very proud, and indeed I think all members on this side are proud of the way that we are governing. We are governing in an open, in transparent, and in an accountable way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I partly agree with my colleague when he talks about volunteering and the fact that there are stricter rules when it comes to fundraising in Canada. But to say that that's the reason for opposing the motion probably demonstrates that my colleague didn't read the motion, because what the motion actually asks is to give the Ethics Commissioner the power to investigate the mandate that was given to the Commissioner by the Prime Minister. All I've been hearing today, and this just makes me want to tear my hair out because I'm so tired of hearing it, is that we followed the rules. But we're not talking about the rules, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about ethics. We're talking about the mandate that the Prime Minister gave to every minister of the Cabinet in terms of ethical standards. So can my colleague recognize that distinction and say whether he will reconsider his vote, given that we're simply asking them to strengthen the mandate that was already given by the Prime Minister? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Merci, mon ami.
Thank you. I thank my friend and colleague for his question.
Of course, there is the law, and as we have said on many occasions, the law informs the most rigorous and strict standards which is in this jurisdiction, in this country, and indeed it sets a high precedent, a high watermark for other jurisdictions which should also follow. But my friend also asks about ethics, and we are adhering to the highest ethical standards that are known to this jurisdiction. I don't know how much more we can add to this conversation other than to say that we are absolutely accessible to those Canadians who contribute and those who do not. You've heard earlier today that the Minister of Finance, for example, has undertaken the most consultative pre-budgetary process in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, and he is on track this year to exceed those standards. We continue to make ourselves accessible equally to those who do not contribute. And so when one reflects on that, I think we all understand that even the reasonably informed person would come to the determination, the conclusion, that this government is open, it is transparent, and it is indeed very accountable to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to remind the honourable members that shouting across the floor is not parliamentary, and I'm sure the honourable member who's speaking appreciates the coaching you're giving him, but it's really not allowed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Hébert.
First off, I'd like to start. I was a bit somewhat surprised when I read the motion first, because I sit on the Ethics Committee. I'm Vice Chair of the Ethics, Access to Information, Privacy Committee, and we've had the Ethics Commissioner testify before us a short while ago, and one of the things that she's mentioned is that these guidelines they're referring to have been in place since 2009, and in fact they came to light after an investigation on a Conservative member and Minister of Natural Resources in 2009, which begs the question, why didn't they come up with that motion in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? I just wonder. The second thing is I've heard a member on the opposite side say, if the only thing you have to say is you didn't break the law, you probably did something wrong. So I can only imagine how wrong it must have been for them when they did break the law. What kind of wrong was that? Speaking of laws, I think.
Thank you. I'll just let the honourable member continue now.
Now, speaking of laws, parlons de nos lois et.
So let's talk about laws.
Something quite interesting regarding our laws here in Canada. She's mentioned, I'll quote her in French, elle dit, Je conclurai en...
I would conclude again that even if improvement is possible, the Code of Ethics and the rules are basically effective instruments. And they're effective because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, political donations are overseen by the Election Act. This leads to fairness and transparency in our fundraising system. In fact, it means that there's a maximum contribution of $1,500 for each individual to any political party. 9 jurisdictions in Canada also have limits on the amount of money that can be given to a political party. The amounts vary from province to province, but the basic principles of fairness and equity remain the same. The federal election system is a model for provinces and territories, and it's also a model internationally, Mr. Speaker. For many countries in the world, Canada is a model and an example. Not all countries have such a detailed and rigorous framework as we do. Our system aims for greater transparency and accountability. But in Australia, for example, in their last election, contributions and donations to political parties largely came from large unions and corporations, which, as you know, is not allowed under the federal system in Canada. Another element that makes us stand out is the the high limit on the amount. So in Australia, there is no limit on the amount of money that can be made by an individual, union, or corporation to a political party. In fact, the only limit is about $13,000 Australian. So if you look here in Canada, our that's the threshold of non-disclosure, rather, for a donation. In Canada, it's $200. If you give a donation of over $200, you have to give your name and address. So other countries have much more than $1,500. I'll give you another example. New Zealand. In that country, there is no limit on the amount of contributions that individuals can make. The only limit imposed by the law is that of foreign donations from foreign countries. In Canada, contributions from abroad are not allowed at all. In New Zealand, only contributions of over $15,000 need to be included in the party's declarations. So our measures are much stricter here. In the UK, as in Australia and New Zealand, there is no limit on individuals' donations to parties. Under British law, any contribution under £500 is not considered a donation and can be made by a union, individual, or corporation, or even stranger by another political party. In the US, you only need to provide your name and address, or in the UK rather, if it's more than £7,000 per year. So the limits in Canada are far below than in those other three jurisdictions that I mentioned. And Mr. Speaker, let's not forget our neighbors to the south. If you look at the US, you can see that their approach is very different from ours when it comes to political fundraising. In the ruling Citizens United verdict, which was in 2010, this was a historic ruling, which, in my humble opinion, led them down a very bad road in terms of fundraising. The Citizens United ruling allowed corporations to give unlimited donations to political parties. Yes, companies are limited in some of their donations, but they can independently promote any candidates that they want. So we are very different from our neighbors to the south. Here in Canada, we have an approach that aims to encourage full participation of all Canadians in the political process and dialogue. One of the goals of our system is to ensure that that we carefully regulate where the money goes. This reflects Canadians' values, and, Mr. Speaker, we can learn a lot from countries like Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and the US. Each of these countries have their own systems and mechanisms for accountability. The federal Canadian system is the result of a system that provides more transparency to Canadians and more accountability. Canada is a leader when it comes to political fundraising. Our system imposes limits on large financial donations and requires more responsibility in terms of disclosure from corporate donations. I think we should be proud of our regulatory framework for political fundraising. In fact, our government spends a lot of time working with Canadians across the country, meeting Canadians individually and collectively, listening to consumers, small businesses. There's no favoritism there. The goal is to be as open and transparent as possible. And we are committed to delivering the goods to Canadians, and I think they know that. We've committed to hold unprecedented public consultations to discuss the real challenges that Canadians are facing, and this is why we have, for example, increased the tax for the wealthiest while lowering taxes on the middle class and providing the Canada Child Benefit. These are things that Canadians wanted. For over a year, the opposition has criticized the fact that our government is too involved with Canadians, that we're too open and accessible, and that we consult Canadians too much. Democracy is definitely better served when all voices are heard equally. We are simply respecting the rules that were already in place, and we are committed to be open and transparent with Canadians, and that's what we're doing. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, our government is continuing to treat Canadians in a fair, open, and transparent way, and we respect the rules as they stand in Canada. These are some of the strictest rules in the world, as I just demonstrated by comparing the systems of New Zealand, Australia, the US, and the UK. I think that we can be proud of our system, which ensures that only individuals can make donations to registered political parties, and that the limit on those donations is low. If there are improvements to be made, Well, as a member of the Ethics Committee, I would be happy to study some possible channels. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the questions of my honourable colleagues. Before moving to questions, I would like to remind members coming into the House that there is a debate going on. So if you have discussions, perhaps you can move those to the back of the room or just speak quietly. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague across the way for his speech. A very grand speech it was. But what we're saying rather, is that we put the rules in place as they currently stand after the Liberals' sponsorship scandal. So we're not saying not to have fundraising. We're saying it's not appropriate to have direct access to ministers. This has happened in the past. The Liberal Party is very good at doing this. We had the sponsorship scandal. Mr. Corriveau was recently charged. So if you didn't learn from those 10 years, what have you learned? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about ethics today. I remind members to speak in the third person through the speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Yes, thank you. I thank my colleague for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Charlevoix, I believe it's that. It's a lovely riding anyway, and I thank her for her question. So not only did they implement the rules that we are currently following, but they also set up the guidelines, which are the subject of the motion today. They set them up in 2009. Now, the question that I asked at the beginning of my speech was, why didn't they present this motion, which they're presenting today, in the last 6 years when they had the opportunity to do so? So that's my question, but I think it's a rhetorical one. Time for just a very short question. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's clear. I'm an engineer. We have a code of conduct. Conflict of interest is part of that. I think I understand that. The Prime Minister has clearly instructed his ministers to avoid even the perception of preferential access. And so, I sit here in the House every day and detailed questions about these Cash for Access fundraisers are asked to the House Leader. And even though she's making 6 figures, Mr. Speaker, she's reading irrelevant talking points. And I think Canadians deserve openness and transparency from a government that claims to be open and transparent. And I wonder if the member would agree.
Very briefly, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Yes, certainly. Mr. Speaker, I think we've demonstrated great openness and transparency by respecting rules, which, according to the Commissioner herself, say that even though improvements are possible, these rules are basically effective mechanisms. These are the rules that we are respecting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A break. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member will have 2 minutes and 15 seconds after the break.
First, déclaration des députés. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, on October 17th, the Minister of Finance decided to restrict expenditures, or rather rules around real estate mortgages. And so if in Vancouver they pay $1 million, elsewhere they pay $300,000. The prices are not at all comparable, and now thousands of people, thousands of households in Quebec are penalized for their mortgages. And so people under the new rules are suffering, and the government changed these rules on the backs of Canadians. They should have done the opposite. There should be different rules for different markets. Ottawa should stop imposing these types of measures that don't take into account Quebec's realities. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Mental health illness does not discriminate against race, gender, or age. It affects all of us in ridings from coast to coast to coast. My community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges is no exception. Over the last few years alone, our community has grieved at the losses of a young and talented cinematographer from Rigaud, an incredible father from Vaudreuil, and a dedicated father of 2 from Hudson. The challenges that mental health issues pose are becoming better understood, as is the realization that it will take all of us working together to meet these challenges.
Mr. Speaker, this is why I want to congratulate the Rotary Club of Hudson and Saint-Lazare for their ongoing efforts to get this message out, especially with the upcoming awareness night named for Ken Lafrancois, organized by an exceptional group on November 4th at the Auberge des Galants. I am pleased to be there as the main speaker, but also as a former Rotary member.
Together.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in the House today to pay tribute to one of Edmonton's most beloved, Sister Anata Brockman. Sister Anata passed away recently after a full life dedicated to the Catholic Church, her community, and to education. A pioneer, she was the very first woman to earn a master's in education from the U of A, and for 21 years served as a teacher and principal with Edmonton Catholic schools. As an educator, Sister Anata pushed for equality years before it was topical. She believed that every one of her students had a potential to be great. After retiring, she became a pastoral associate minister at St. Joseph's Basilica, where she once helped with a wedding of another great Edmontonian, Wayne Gretzky. She greeted children every year on their first day at the school named in her honor. Dennis Gauthier, principal of Sister Anata Brockman's school, said it best. For the children and for all of us, actually, she was very much the glue that brings us together. Edmonton has lost one of its most treasured members, but Sister Anata's legacy will live on as an inspiration to us all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, for years, housing prices across British Columbia have continued to rise at staggering rates. This has not only affected housing affordability in Vancouver, but also in the Fraser Valley and my community of Cloverdale, Langley City. Once the affordable housing alternative within Metro Vancouver, the price of a single-family home in the Fraser Valley rose 41% last year, averaging $880,000, while the average price of a townhouse rose 36% over the same period to $418,000. My constituents in Cloverdale, Langley City have been clear. They want meaningful, immediate, and substantive action taken to make it easier for them to afford housing as they work hard to raise their families. I commend the Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development for having started work on a national housing framework. I'm proud to be part of a government that's working toward addressing housing affordability for not just members of my community, but for the whole country. Thank you.
Bravo. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Remembrance Day, which all members will be marking in our ridings next week. I know on November 11th I will be joining thousands of Canadians in my riding of Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, and across the country to honour the service of our veterans. Remembrance Day is above all a time to remember those who gave their lives in service to Canada and the sacrifices of the many more wounded in service, including those whose injuries may not be so readily visible. This is also a time to remember the sacrifice of families who lost loved ones, and a time to offer our profound thanks to the men and women who serve our country in times of war, conflict, and peace, now and into the future. Hopefully, this Remembrance Day will also be a time for all of us in this House to recognize the covenant we have with past and active members of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families, and a time for all of us to work to make sure that serving members and veterans get both the respect and the support they have earned through their service, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
From raising voter turnout in the 2015 federal election to raising our country's flag, the Canadian Muslim vote has an ambitious goal to mark Canada's 150th birthday. In the months ahead, Mr. Speaker, this national non-profit organization plans to put up a flag in front of 150 mosques across this great nation. At the Islamic Foundation of Toronto and the Islamic Institute of Toronto, recent Friday Jummah prayers have been followed by heartfelt renditions of O Canada and the raising of our Canadian flag. These two mosques in my riding of Scarborough North are not only places of worship, they're also community hubs where Muslims gather as proud Canadians.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, mosques have been an integral part of our society's multicultural fabric since 1939, when the very first mosque in Canada was built in Edmonton, Alberta. With the 150th anniversary of Confederation coming up, let us join with our Muslim brothers and sisters as one big Canadian family.
Richmond, Athabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the wonderful work done by municipal leaders across the country, especially in my riding of Richmond, Athabasca. Over 30 of them are here visiting Parliament and getting to know our wonderful federal institution. I would like to particularly thank Alain Henry, who has been an elected municipal leader for a long time, and the 30-year member of Richmond. These people work passionately and with dedication to help people at the local level, and often they have to put aside their professional and personal needs to do so. They are working to make sure that people have high-quality lives and the services that they need. I know that all of my colleagues will join with me in thanking them.
For Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 40 years ago, a group of concerned citizens in my riding of Kitchener Centre established a community justice agency named Youth in Conflict with the Law. L'agence a établi la première...
The first program was established in Ontario to help with justice services in the community, including mediation and reconciliation. This helped young offender
Agencies joined together with local government, the courts, the police, and social agencies to establish a crime prevention council to enhance our community safety. Congratulations to Waterloo Region for making our community a model in crime prevention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to mark the 32nd anniversary of the tragic events of November 1984 in New Delhi. These orchestrated and targeted massacres against the Sikh community were an atrocity that resulted in the loss of thousands of innocent lives for which justice has not been served. All these years later, and numerous inquiries, those responsible for these brutal massacres have still not been brought to justice. The burning questions around 1984 need to be answered. It is vital that we continue to call on the Indian government to pursue the truth, to pursue justice for those who carry the scars of 1984, and most importantly, to pursue accountability for the people of India. Truth and reconciliation have strengthened Canada, and they can be of great benefit to India too. We must remain steadfast in our commitment to openness, justice and human rights, and fairness both at...
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to congratulate the town of Saint-Augustin-de-Desmaures in my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier because it has earned the ISO 37120 Platinum certification by the World Council on City Data, which is the top international ranking on the quality of life for people. This distinction places our town alongside Boston, Barcelona, Shanghai, and other cities. Saint-Augustin is one of 5 Canadian communities to get this award. Over 50% of people in this town have postgraduate degrees, and it is one of the best places to live in the world. Congratulations to Mayor Sylvain Junot, the council, and all the employees of the town for their involvement, leadership, and all of the work that they have done to help people have a good quality of life.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, St. Monica Catholic School is celebrating 100 years of providing superb Catholic education in Midtown Toronto. Since its founding in 1916, through the arts, sciences, and humanities, through physical education and music, St. Monica's has inspired generation after generation of passionate students to make this world a better place. I was pleased to join with Principal Vincent Tanzini, current and past students, parents and teachers as they celebrated and shared memories. It's evident that St. Monica's holds a special place in the hearts of both past and present students and teachers. I was pleased to meet with some of their students this past April when they visited Parliament Hill. Today, I celebrate the whole St. Monica's community for offering Don Valley West an educational program based on academic achievement, personal responsibility, and the importance of faith. Congratulations, St. Monica's, on your centennial anniversary. 100 years old never looked so good.
Honourable Member for Central Nova.
On Remembrance Day, I think of the sacrifices of those Canadians who fought to protect the world's vulnerable and ensure our rights and freedoms at home. My own grandfather, Earl Fraser, served as a paratrooper in the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion and later as a navigator with the RCAF. My wife's grandparents, Bob and Jackie Burton, both served in the Second World War, and Bob became a Knight of the French National Order for his role in the liberation of France.
On Remembrance Day, I pay tribute to my family and all the others who have served their countries, starting in the First World War and up to current missions. Canadian soldiers step up each and every time they're called upon, and many of them have come back with emotional and physical scars. Some have never come back. This week in particular, we have the privilege of reflecting on how lucky we are to live in a free and democratic Canada.
Always remember.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, a Trans Mountain Ministerial Panel has submitted its report to the Minister of Natural Resources, who will eventually bring to Cabinet a recommendation on Kinder Morgan's project by December. But this minister has said he won't champion pipelines. He won't champion the energy jobs that it creates and the families that it supports. In my riding, I have heard heartbreaking stories of people selling off engagement rings on Facebook, and as some unemployed workers have turned to sex work to make ends meet. This pipeline will restore thousands of those lost, good-paying, middle-class energy jobs in Alberta. It will reverse some of the hardships that thousands of Albertans have experienced. So my constituents expect the government to say yes. Yes to getting 122,000 unemployed Albertans back to work. Yes to taking families out of the food bank and back into the grocery store. Yes to respect for the roughnecks and office workers who work in the energy sector. And yes to ensuring our continued national prosperity by maximizing the success of our energy sector. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents, I'm telling the government, say yes to the Trans Mountain Pipeline.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, today I had the pleasure of joining many colleagues at a reception in honour of Futurepreneur, a truly remarkable Toronto-based nonprofit organization dedicated to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship amongst Canadian youth. For 20 years, Futurepreneur has provided Canadians aged 18 to 39 with financing, mentoring, and support to help incubate the next generation of aspiring Canadian business owners. With 15 regional offices and over 350 community partners, Futurepreneur has helped young Canadians from coast to coast to coast launch and grow over 7,220 businesses since inception. Our government understands that small business is the backbone of our economy, our communities, and our future. In that spirit, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this House to join me in congratulating Futurepreneur CEO Julia Deans and her team on their vision.
The Honourable Member for Celebrate-sur-Roi. Today, we recognize the start of Remembrance Week, and we remember our soldiers' sacrifices as they protected Canadians' freedom. On Remembrance Day, Canadians can thank those who have served our country and continue to do so, as well as their families. I would like to especially highlight the work of our Royal Canadian Legions. In my riding, there are legions in Salisbury, Valleyfield, Hemmingford, and other communities. Veterans who have suffered from post-traumatic stress or amputations need high-quality care, and we need to take responsibility for that. Financial security is also important for our military personnel and their families. Soldiers have to know that they will get financial and other support if they need it. Let us remember the hardships, and let us remember their courage.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
I rise to recognize the bravery of Sergeant Hugh Cairns, who was awarded the Distinguished Conduct Medal for his actions at the Battle of Vimy Ridge and posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for the following. When a machine gun opened on his platoon without a moment's hesitation, Cairns single-handedly, in the face of direct fire, rushed the post, killed the crew, and captured the gun. Later, when the line was held up by machine gun fire, he rushed forward, killing 12 enemy soldiers and capturing 18. Again, when the advance was held up by enemy guns, although wounded, he led a small party to outflank them, killing many and forcing about 50 to surrender. After consolidation, he went with the battle patrol and forced 60 to surrender. While disarming this party, he was severely wounded. Nevertheless, he opened fire and inflicted heavy losses. Finally, he was rushed by 20 enemy soldiers and collapsed from weakness and loss of blood. He died on November 2nd, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, November 11th, Canadians right across this country will gather for a moment of silence to remember and to honour the courageous men and women who have so gallantly defended Canada here at home and around the world.
Like current members of the Canadian Armed Forces, always served with unparalleled bravery and distinction. Theirs is an example of the best in all of us. Courage in the face of danger, tenacity for building a better Canada and a better, more peaceful world, through actions born of a strong sense of duty, service, and selflessness. Mr. Speaker, this Veterans Week, I urge all Canadians to seek out our veterans, seek out our serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and their families to say thank you, for it was their service and sacrifice that gave us the unmeasurable gift of this great country. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
This week, the Liberals had a chance to address the concern that Canadians are facing today. Jobs are being lost, the economy is shrinking, small business owners are wondering each and every day who they might have to lay off next. But instead of presenting a plan for jobs, the Minister of Finance just presented a plan of more spending and massive deficits for years to come. Is the Minister not at all concerned about jobs for today? And why is he playing this reckless and dangerous game of massive spending with absolutely nothing to show for it?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. She should join with Canadians to celebrate some of the success our government has had in attracting global companies like Thomson Reuters to bring 1,500 new head office jobs to Canada. Companies like General Electric, companies like Amazon, who are choosing Canada because they believe in the work of this government in investing in jobs and growth and creating more opportunities for the middle class is exactly the right thing to be doing.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, maybe the Liberal problem is that they continue to be completely out of touch with everyday Canadians. Canadians who work hard every day, pay their taxes, and follow the rules. Now, that's something we've known for decades the Liberals don't seem to be able to do. They don't seem to be able to follow any rules, much less their own. So when it comes to cash for access, if the Prime Minister can't enforce his own rules, will he support our motion today and allow the Ethics Commissioner to do what he refuses to do?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member very well knows that in Canada we have some of the strictest fundraising rules from across the country. And if we want to talk about access, let's talk about some of the good work that this government is doing. Just today, the Prime Minister and members of this cabinet were engaging with over 300 high school students from the National Capital Region. These students were able to talk about the challenges that they are facing, able to ask some tough questions, and the Prime Minister was there to answer them all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader, order.
That answer is becoming very embarrassing for the Government House Leader, Mr. Speaker. We are not talking about about Elections Canada rules. We're not talking about other jurisdictions. We're not talking about consultations with high school students. We're talking about the government violating the Prime Minister's own ethical standards. So again, I'm asking this government, will they uphold their own standards? We're not talking about Elections Canada. We're not talking about Ontario or any other province. Their rules. And if they won't uphold it, let the Ethics Commissioner do her job and uphold their rules.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the strongest rules when it comes to fundraising across the nation, and the member knows that very well. When it comes to our young people, when it comes to women entrepreneurs, when it comes to underrepresented groups, these are concerns that this government recognizes that Canadians are facing. We were elected to engage with Canadians. We were elected to represent Canadians. We will continue to work with Canadians. We'll continue to work for Canadians, and that's why we are here every single day. Thank you, Mr.
Order, order, order. I remind colleagues to listen to the questions and the answers, right? And we can let the public and we can let the viewers watch and judge the answers and the questions as well. So if you could have a little order, please.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proof that the government has completely lost control of the public finances is that the Minister of Finance is unable to tell us when we're going to get back to a balanced budget. There's another thing that's rather intriguing. The government is very proud to say, you know, the deficit's not as bad as it was, but here's the detail. $6 billion. The government burned right through the contingency fund of $6 billion to get to this lower figure. Rudy Decour from La Presse talked about trickery, and Jared Filion from Radio-Canada said that the minister is fiddling with his numbers.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we inherited a situation of slow growth, and that is why we made investments in infrastructure, and that is why we cut taxes for over 9 million middle-class Canadians. That is why we also introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which will benefit 9 families out of 10 in Canada. This is very important to make these investments in the middle class, and we will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that government could do to help our business people who create jobs and wealth, is measures that get in their way. For example, imposing a liberal carbon tax, eliminating our tax credits, and making the CPP more expensive. But yesterday in the Senate, the Minister of Finance said that there are going to be yet other tax credits that will be removed. Can he tell us which ones are going to be removed for our business people? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, once again, it is very important to recognize the importance of making investments in the middle class and the importance of ensuring economic growth. That is exactly what we're doing, and we're going to continue to do so, because that is exactly what Canadians' priorities are, and we respect those priorities. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Let me quote the Minister for Democratic Reform on which voting system Canada should adopt. Quote, "The Prime Minister has a preference," and, quote, "I am arriving at a preference of a specific system." So, what is the preferred Liberal system?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Democratic Institutions is consulting broadly with Canadians. She has, the members in our party, but also members from other parties, have consulted with Canadians throughout the summer. The fact is, this is what we think is really important, to listen to Canadians, to participate actively in town halls across Canada. Those recommendations have come to a parliamentary committee. We look forward to the work of that committee, and we will not prejudge the work of that committee. Let that committee do its work, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Outremont.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the Minister should have listened to those quotes, because it is quite clear that the Liberals have a preference. They admit that, but they won't tell Canadians what it is. That's the problem, because they continue to claim that they're being transparent. Yeah, sure. Will the minister acknowledge that it's actually their own statements that are indeed undermining the committee's work?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, it's that kind of cynicism that actually creates an environment.
There's some disorder in the chamber. Well, we need to have order. I need to hear the answer to the question. I know members are all anxious to hear the rest of the answer. Order. Order. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board has a few more seconds if he needs it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that parliamentary committee is doing important work. And we should allow that parliamentary committee to do its work. And I would urge the honourable member and all members not to prejudge the work of that parliamentary committee. Let that committee do its work, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy D'Outremont.
Honourable member for Outremont.
It's already said twice that they already know what the result is. It's not our cynicism, it's they who are under our process.
On Tuesday, I asked the Minister of Public Safety whether journalists were being spied upon by the federal authorities. And today, the Prime Minister confirmed that he has contacted the RCMP and CSIS on that subject. Is the Minister now ready to tell Canadians how many journalists are being spied on at the federal level?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, freedom of the press is a fundamental Canadian value. The reports about transgressions in Quebec are cause for genuine concern, and the provincial government there has announced some steps in that regard. At the federal level, I don't comment on any specific operations, but with respect to sensitive sectors like the media, we can provide the assurance that that sort of thing that's being reported in Quebec is not applicable at the federal level.
Member for Outremont.
That's an interesting choice of words, is not applicable, because if the number was 0, I'm sure the minister would have no trouble saying so, Mr. Speaker. Back in May, when I first called for a full investigation, the same minister claimed that it was an isolated case of police illegally spying on journalists and that there was no need whatsoever to look any further. But it's now obvious that it was not an isolated case. Will the Minister of Public Safety order a full public inquiry into police spying on reporters at the federal level? Yes or no?
So, Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was very clear today, as was the Commissioner of the RCMP yesterday. And the Commissioner's answer was very clearly and unequivocally no.
Honourable member for Carleton.
The Treasury Board President is
no public inquiry.
So I'm going to ask him about cost-benefit analysis. This year's $25 billion deficit was supposed to buy all kinds of jobs for Canadians. Instead, we got 6,000 fewer full-time jobs. The government's answer to the problem? Borrow even more. Mr. Speaker, if you spent $25 billion to buy a whole lot of nothing, would you buy even more of it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his interesting question. Mr. Speaker, let's come back to the essence. What we've said this week in the fall economic statement is a plan to invest in Canadian, Mr. Speaker. After Budget 2016, where we invested historically in Canadian family and in the middle class, what we presented to Canadians was historic investment in infrastructure, was historic investment to create the Invest in Canada hub, Mr. Speaker, to attract investment in Canada, to attract global talent. That's a plan that's working for Canadians. That's what Canadians want, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're going to deliver.
Honourable member for Carleton.
It's not working, Mr. Speaker, and neither are the 6,000 people who don't have jobs. The Liberal Party promised solemnly that their deficit over the term would not exceed $25 billion. This week's economic statement showed that that number will be $100 billion, 4 times what they promised, and that presumes they don't spend another cent in their next 3 budgets. How could they have been so wrong so fast? Is it because they can't count or because they can't tell the truth?
So liberal. Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member well knows, he was part of a government that spent almost $1 billion on partisan self-promotional ads. And, Mr. Speaker, he was actually a star in some of those ads. So if he's asking us about how many jobs are being created, I'd like him to answer how many jobs were created by those partisan self-promotional ads. That's the kind of cynicism that Canadians rejected in the last election.
The South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have failed to create a single full-time job since they took office. And this shouldn't be a surprise because less than 1% of the announced infrastructure projects have started construction over this past year. And now we learn that instead of building infrastructure, the Liberals have been busy setting up a bank which is going to cost taxpayers $15 billion. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals come up with a plan that actually creates jobs instead of pushing Canadians further into debt?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we are delivering on our commitment to invest more than $180 billion in infrastructure to create long-term growth, jobs for the middle class, and create a low-carbon economy, green economy, and improve our social inclusion. Within the last 4 months, our government has approved more funding for municipalities than that government did in the past 5 years combined. And all those investments, 60% of those investments are being in progress.
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, clearly the minister is confused about how many infrastructure projects are actually under construction, which is not a surprise, especially when the minister told the Senate Finance Committee that he was confused by all the buckets of infrastructure money the Liberals had at their disposal. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that less than 1% of the announced infrastructure projects are actually under construction. Why are the Liberals refusing to acknowledge that their plan is not working and they are not getting Canadians back?
Good job. Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the member opposite will appreciate that the investments we made in Budget 2016 is advancing the LRT project in our own city. And it's being done right now by helping that city do their design work, do the planning work, so that city can be ready to take on the opportunities when we announce our long-term funding to build public transit in every city, coast to coast to coast. We approved $11 billion in infrastructure since taking office.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the government announced the abolition of the regional development agencies in Canada, and now it's going to create an infrastructure bank to fund projects of $100 million or more. Today, there are 30 elected officials from municipalities in my riding, and let me tell you, they don't see many $100 million projects in their regions. The Liberals are taking $15 billion that had been set aside for municipalities to put it into a structure that no longer belongs to them. Mr. Speaker, what does the minister have to say to these municipalities from across Quebec?
Communities. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell the House what the leaders of the municipalities are telling us. This is from the CEO of Federation of Canadian Municipalities. It is a great thing. It is creating a focal point for our country to have a strategic conversation and develop strategic direction about infrastructure generally. Here's a quote from Melinda Hapner, Mayor of Surrey. The City of Surrey applauds the federal government's commitment to providing stable grant funding and also looks forward to additional opportunities the newly announced.
Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, this is what the Minister of Infrastructure said before a Senate committee. He said, "If you feel confused, I feel confused as well, Senator, because there are so many buckets of infrastructure money." And yet, the math is quite simple. 1 year of Liberal government, 1 year of astronomical spending, 1 year of an out-of-control deficit, and only 1% of projects that are underway. If the minister can't count to 10, we have a big problem, Mr. Speaker. When is this government going to create real jobs for Canadians?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, when we took over the government, we looked at the investments being made by the previous government. I was surprised to know that despite announcing $14 billion, they had invested only $25 billion in the last 2 years before we took over. What we have done, approved more than 900 projects with a combined investments of $11 billion from coast to coast to coast, helping municipalities create jobs and build the necessary infrastructure their communities need. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the government's policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament requires the minister to present a report on expected impacts and consultations and to table proposed treaties for 21 days before introducing ratifying legislation. But while the government has still failed to release a study of CETA impacts, the minister has tabled a bill to ratify all parts of the agreement, in spite of the fact that Europe's been clear further changes are necessary. Why has the minister violated this policy and failed to present a study of CETA impacts in this House?
The Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, CETA is clearly in Canada's national interest, and it's time for all members of this House to rise above partisan politics and support it. We supported CETA when we were in opposition. We expect the opposition today to do the same. I had the honor of introducing implementing legislation for CETA on Monday, and I can assure you that all parliamentarians will have an opportunity to vote on CETA before it can enter into force.
Might I remind the Liberals that they voted in favour of my motion in 2014 to compensate dairy producers. But now it appears that they're flip-flopping again. Mr. Speaker, senior officials are now telling us that there will be transition assistance and that there will be no significant losses, Mr. Speaker. But these losses are estimated at $150 million. That seems pretty significant to me. Dairy farmers deserve the truth. Can we have some clear answers? Will the government fairly compensate our dairy farmers, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the Minister and myself, as former dairy farmers, know very well what the needs in this sector are. We are the party who supported supply management and will defend it. As I said, we are finalizing transition assistance packages, and we want to improve the position of dairy farmers and modernize the dairy sector in Canada and to ensure growth and prosperity. Thank you.
Adair Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, almost 100 Cash for Access events have been scheduled in 2016 by the Liberals. The Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the Innovation Minister, the Trade Minister, the Natural Resources Minister, the Heritage Minister, to name just about all of them, have been the star attractions at these events. Now, the Prime Minister either believes in his open and accountability rules or he does not. So today the Prime Minister can prove he believes in his words by supporting our Conservative motion. So will the Liberals support our motion and give the Ethics Commissioner the power to investigate these cash for access schemes?
Here, here. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how many times I have to say it, but I'll repeat it again just in case the honourable member has not heard it before, but federal politics is subject to some of the strictest political financing legislation and regulations in the country. This government is committed to engaging and consulting with Canadians, and we will do that. Another prime example today, there are futurepreneurs here on Parliament Hill. These are our young entrepreneurs that are wanting to grow their businesses, wanting to create jobs, wanting to create the growth that Canadians want. We are listening to the challenges Canadians are facing. We were elected to hear them out and to ensure that we can create the conditions for growth that our economy needs. We will continue to make the investments we need to make for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, they were elected to keep their promises, and this is another promise that they're not keeping. So far, in today's debate, we've only heard from Liberal backbenchers defending the Prime Minister's Cash for Access fundraising scheme, claiming that they've broken no laws. Now, we're not talking about election financing laws. We're talking about the words and expectations of the Prime Minister when he published the open and accountable government rules. The Prime Minister seems to do one thing for optics and then does the exact opposite for his Liberal friends. So why won't the Prime Minister enforce his own rules?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member very well knows that all members of Parliament and all parties fundraise, and we all abide by the exact same rules. But I appreciate the member taking a moment to want to talk about Canadians and wanting to talk about what we have delivered on. This government has delivered on lowering taxes for middle-class Canadians. This government has delivered on the Canada Child benefit by giving more money to Canadian families that need it the most. This government has committed to the historic commitment to reform and to modernize the Canada Pension Plan, something that Canadians have asked for, and something that we will deliver on. We will continue to do
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, political insiders bought access to Kathleen Wynne and her government. Katie Telford and Gerald Butts brought the same cash for access schemes right here to the federal level. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians how much money he expects each minister to raise? And by the way, how much will it cost me to get a meeting with the Finance Minister to tell him big spending is a big problem?
The honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member very well knows, and as well as all Canadians know very well, that this government has embarked on unprecedented levels of public consultations and access to this government. This government is available and encourages Canadians to be involved, encourages Canadians to have their say, and we will continue to consult with Canadians. We will continue to engage with Canadians because Canadians should have their say, and this government is listening and will continue to deliver on our commitments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister took money from lawyers, the Finance Minister took money from Bay Street bankers, and the Natural Resource Minister has taken money from natural resource lobbyists. In Ontario, Liberal Premier Kathleen Wynne demanded that each of her ministers raise up to $500,000 per year for the party as a condition of remaining in cabinet. With the former masterminds of Kathleen Wynne's fundraising plan now running the PMO, does this Prime Minister demand similar quotas of their ministers?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Chevalier.
Now, members, the question was just asked. We could at least have some quiet. I mean, you would think for the first part of the answer to begin with, but let's have some quiet for all of the answer because the rules provide we're not to interrupt in this place. So we asked the question. There wasn't much noise during the question. Let's not have any noise during the answer. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member very well knows, no, he does not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Infrastructure Privatization Bank is aiming to attract $4 from the private sector for every dollar of public money. But pension funds, like private investment funds, foreign funds, and banks, don't invest just to make the finance minister happy. They'll want a high return on investment. And they're even aiming for a return of 7 to 9%. Simple question for the minister. How can one make a profit from infrastructure without imposing user fees, tolls, or by increasing existing charges? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy with my colleague's question because this allows me to talk again about everything we've done for Canadians this week. In the Fall Economic Update, Mr. Speaker, we presented a plan for economic growth, job creation, and improving the quality of life for Canadians. $180 billion of infrastructure money. That's a historic investment in infrastructure. We are going to make these investments through the Infrastructure Bank, and that is the most logical way of doing things. It's to put Canadians' money to work for Canadians. That's what Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday a member of the Liberal Party declared that the Government of Canada has a social covenant with veterans and their families. then a parliamentary secretary confirmed that as a government we will honour this social covenant. Yet this government is still in court arguing that they do not owe any such covenant. Will the Prime Minister please clarify, does his government believe we have a covenant of moral and social obligation to veterans and their families, or is he comfortable pursuing veterans in court?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it is important this week that we honour and respect the 2.3 million Canadians who have served in our armed forces, and we will continue to do that each and every day as a government. I know we have an aggressive mandate to do things better for veterans and their families. We have delivered a great deal in Budget 2016, delivering $5.6 billion in new financial security and resources to veterans and their families, and we remain committed to creating a pension option for life for our veterans.
Member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador requested that Canada provide more loan guarantees for the Lower Churchill projects. Given the vital importance of these projects to Newfoundland and Labrador's financial security, could the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources please provide an update on Canada's consideration of those requests?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from St. John's South, Mount Pearl, for the question. Costs on the Lower Churchill project were mismanaged by former Conservative governments, putting Newfoundland and Labrador at financial risk. I am pleased to inform the House that we will guarantee up to an additional $2.9 billion in debt using commercial terms of a guaranteed fee of a half basis point above the federal rate. Today's decision means we will contribute to our climate change goals and Atlantic Canada's future energy needs.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the Minister of Natural Resources was asked by the Winnipeg Free Press if he attended any Liberal Cash for Access fundraising events, he said no, but the facts don't lie. We know the Minister attended an event hosted by MLT, a leading law firm in the natural resources sector, and that the price of admission was a donation of $1,500 to the Liberal Party of Canada. Why is the Natural Resource Minister trying to cover up the fact that he has been a part of the Liberal Cash for Access scheme?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member once again very well knows that the federal rules are some of the strongest in the country. And in some provinces, which he also knows, accept donations from unions, trade associations and corporations, and that is not the case in the federal system. So I thank the member for his question, but he should really read the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about a lack of federal rules. We're talking about a lack of Liberal ethics. Few Canadians can afford the $1,500 price tag to get FaceTime with the minister. The more than 100,000 energy workers who are out of a job can't afford to pony up $1,500 to tell the minister he's doing nothing to get them back to work. The minister attended a fundraiser hosted by a law firm that now lobbies his department. Why did the minister allow himself to be put in such an obvious conflict of interest?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is no preferential access to this government. This government is demonstrating the most open and transparent approach, not just by following the rules, but by being more engaged with Canadians and listening to Canadians and the challenges that they face. The investments this government is making them so that Canadian families can succeed. Our investment in the inclusive innovation agenda will get Canadians ready for not just the economy of the today, but the economy of tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in 2004, there was the Gomery Commission to look into the sponsorship scandal. One of the main players in this scandal was Jacques Corriveau, who was recently found guilty on all charges. Mr. Speaker, given that the government is unable to recognize that it is violating its own ethics rules, will it at least require that the $600,000 left over from the Corriveau story be reimbursed to taxpayers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, and as the member knows, all members of all parties conduct fundraising, and they all follow the same rules. There can be no conflict of interest when the rules are followed, and that is what we will continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government has a very flexible view of ethics. The Prime Minister implements rules that he refuses to respect himself. The Minister of Finance has fundraising activities that cost $1,500 a head, but boasts of being the defender of the middle class, and he refuses to pay back the millions of dollars that were illegally pocketed from Canadians due to the crimes of Jacques Corriveau. Can the government reassure Canadians that they will reimburse the $600,000 still owed to Canadians from this story?
Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Our government is committed to making sure that all government procurement is done in an ethical way that protects the interests of Canadians. We must ensure that all procurements we undertake are done in an accountable and transparent manner, and that is why this government has committed to it, and that's what we will do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I remind the member for York Simcoe that interruptions are not permitted, and I ask him to restrain himself. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Today, Amnesty International released a troubling report on resource development in northeastern BC and the resulting risk of violence to Indigenous young women and girls. This report is consistent with what I heard from Indigenous leaders directly when I traveled to the Peace River Valley this summer. To make matters worse, there are no federally funded domestic violence shelters on reserve in northeastern BC. Did the government consider these impacts when it approved the Site C dam? And what support will this government provide to women who face violence in these areas?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, gender-based violence, whether it's Indigenous women or Canadian women across the country, is a serious concern of this government. And we also know that safety is the foundation of gender equality, and that's why it's such a privilege to work on a federal gender-based violence strategy for Canadian women and girls across this country, and I look forward to bringing those results forward in 2017. Thank you.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, we're getting reports out of Penticton that all early morning and evening flights by WestJet and Air Canada have been cancelled for the past 4 days. This comes after a safety audit identified concerns with tree heights around the airport. These cancellations represent 2/3 of all the flights in and out of Penticton, and they're causing serious disruption to the local economy. Can the Minister of Transport inform my constituents when these concerns will be addressed and when the Penticton Airport will resume its normal operations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot comment on the particulars of the situation that the honourable member has identified, but the safety and the security of Canadians is a priority, and that's why the minister has always continued to maintain and improve the safety of Canada's aviation system in an intelligent, risk-based approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are fond of saying they're back at the United Nations. But the Liberals are back as they were before, pandering to despots and dictators and human rights abusers. The United Nations is not today the organization it was when democracies made up the majority. The UN today has been described accurately as a broken Remington typewriter in a smartphone world. So why won't the Liberals take a tiny step towards reform and transparency and tell Canadians how Canada voted on the Human Rights Council candidacies of Russia, China, Saudi Arabia and Cuba?
Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the premise of the question is so outrageously wrong that I cannot be mute about that. This government in the last year has been upfront to fight everywhere for universal human rights, for inclusive growth, for peace everywhere, that I cannot believe a question has been asked this way. I think my colleague must be a bit ashamed of himself.
Order. Member for Thornhill.
Time for Canada to speak truth to the world's worst human rights abuses. Not timidly, not in private, with cautious lines crafted to win eventual Security Council votes. The minister has an opportunity to deny today that secret votes were traded with rights abusers who seek false legitimacy on the Human Rights Council. So again, will the minister stop hiding the truth and tell Canadians how Canada voted on the Human Rights Council candidacy of Russia, China, Saudi Arabia and Cuba?
Here, here.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, as I already said, we seek to maximize membership on this council with countries that have strong human rights records at home and abroad. And why are we doing so? Because we are champions to fight for universal human rights at every opportunity, at the United Nations, on every continent, and with this Prime Minister, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, we are champions for universal human rights everywhere.
Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
While we're on the topic of hiding things, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Democratic Institutions continues to stonewall reporters and others who've been trying to get the truth out of her for months. And we all know that she's hiding something. But yesterday, news reports finally revealed the truth. The Minister finally admitted that she and the Prime Minister have a preferred voting system. Canadians have made it clear that they want a referendum on any proposed changes. So will the Liberals finally put aside the Prime Minister's personal preferences and allow all Canadians to have a direct say through a referendum?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee has been doing very good work, working together to listen to Canadians, to take the consultations that have been done by members of Parliament across this country, and to look for consensus in how they can work together. It will be the consensus of that report. It will be the work of that committee that this government listens to. Of course, we all have opinions, and there's disparate opinions in the House, but it is the work of that committee that we're looking forward to. I encourage the member to continue his work on that committee to find those solutions and to bring that report back to the House.
Well said. For Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and Ukraine share a unique bond. We stood shoulder to shoulder with their people during the Maidan Revolution of Dignity and subsequent Russian military annexation of Ukraine's territory. During the Prime Minister's state visit to Ukraine last July, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement was signed by the Minister of International Trade. Can the Minister update this House on how this agreement will strengthen our special relationship and Ukraine's pro-Western choice and statehood?
Well, Minister.
Дякую за питання. Today I was honored to introduce the bill to implement the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. This deal is yet another demonstration to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and economic growth. This deal will create jobs and growth for the middle class in Canada and in Ukraine. As one of our country's 1.25 million Ukrainian Canadians, I'm very proud that Canada's support for Ukraine is unwavering. Slava Ukraini, Slava Kanadi.
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, recently we've learned that the Minister of Public Safety has asked for a review of the pay that inmates receive while in prison, and their own investigator wants inmates to get more money, more pay for convicted criminals. So I asked the honourable member, is this some sort of joke? Is this the new priority of the Liberal Party of Canada? How much more money are we going to pay criminals while Canadians are paying higher taxes for the Liberal promises that are never kept?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, let me welcome the member to his new role as critic for public safety. The objective of our correctional system is, in fact, public safety, and that includes effective and successful rehabilitation. The Office of the Correctional Investigator believes rehabilitation can be enhanced with changes in the pay system. He asked us to examine that, and I have invited the Commissioner Head of the Correctional Service to conduct a review, and I'm sure that the review would welcome the input from the honourable member.
Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that the Official Languages Commission launched a call for tenders to outsource the processing of certain complaints concerning the non-compliance with the Official Languages Act. If the Heritage Minister had implemented the Commissioner's recommendations concerning Air Canada, if she had provided the Commissioner with the budget he needed, we wouldn't be at this point. Rather than privatizing the Commissioner's complaints department, when will the Minister take on her responsibilities and solve this ongoing problem of non-compliance with the Official Languages Act? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his important question. I'm proud to be part of a government that values our official languages and that is taking a leadership position in the area. All of the Commissioner's recommendations are always studied, and we care about them a lot. And I'm also preparing a new plan for official languages to ensure that not only that the Official Languages Act is respected, but that official language minority communities are improved and the laws respected.
Speaker, I continue to meet with many local innovative business leaders as part of the consultation for the creation of the Innovation Agenda. They raise various different challenges they face in growing a business in Canada. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development share with us how the Fall Economic Update tabled this week will address those challenges and help to create jobs for Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, for her excellent question. Our government is focused on our plan to strengthen the middle class and improve growth. We heard from Canadians and from growing Canadian businesses about the need to support scaling up and to spur the next generation of globally competitive companies. In welcoming highly skilled workers, researchers and entrepreneurs at a faster rate, we are providing growing Canadian companies a competitive advantage. We are helping innovative businesses grow and prosper right here in Canada. We're ensuring more Canadian jobs are created. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the minister claims closing the Vegreville Immigration Centre will increase jobs in Alberta, but he's wrong. This edict will immediately kill 280 jobs in town, but that's only the start. Jobs will be lost at the local post office, local school, the town, charities, and more. When all those people are gone, there go the small businesses. This edict is catastrophic. The minister claims he's creating jobs, but he's actually killing them, and Alberta will be worse off. Will he do the right thing and stop this closure?
Hear, hear. Yeah. Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, my office has reached out to the mayor, to the member, and we are certainly helping to facilitate the transition in that all current employees will be guaranteed jobs in Edmonton. As I've said before, there will be a net increase in jobs in Alberta because this move will allow us to pursue our lines of business more effectively, meet rising demands, and provide better immigration services to all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, in the government's economic update, there is not one red cent for education transfers. This means that the government is going forward with its $120 million cut to Quebec students. $120 million is a lot of money to students living on a tight budget. On Monday, I asked the Minister of Youth to answer this question, but he hid behind a parliamentary secretary of an unrelated department. Will he rise today to commit to giving students back the $120 million that they took?
The Honourable Secretary of Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, certainly we're committed to the students, not just in Quebec, but right across Canada. But in his own particular province, he would know that with the increase that we've made in the student grant program, Quebec doesn't take part in that, but we transferred $290 million for that program, and we just added an additional $80 million. The Minister for Higher Education, Helene Davids, her comment on it was, "This is great news, as the money will go straight to the pockets of students." Mr. Speaker, we respect and we're working for the students of Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague just said, there was nothing in the economic update for Quebec. Just a few moments ago, the Minister of Natural Resources totally left Quebec behind. $2.9 billion of a loan guarantee is what he's offering. Well, I have a question for the minister. Does his contempt for Quebec reflect Canadian values? Is this fiasco part of their economic development strategy? And to add insult to injury, is this part of the Liberals' modus operandi?
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, the project was badly mishandled, and the result of that has been cost overruns and budget delays, which has put the province of Newfoundland and Labrador at risk. And that is why the Government of Canada is guaranteeing an extension of a loan guarantee for $2.9 billion with a commercial fee attached. We think this is the right thing to do. We think this is good for Canada.
Afin de marquer le début de la semaine des vétérans.
In order to mark Veterans Week, I invite members to rise to observe a moment of silence.
Je voudrais souligner la présence de nos tribunes.
I would like to draw the members' attention to the presence in the gallery of the delegation of the young francophone parliamentarians of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie.
And now I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do have the Thursday question. We've been here for a number of weeks, I think, trying to work fairly well together. Now we're all getting ready to go home to our constituencies and to take the week, certainly with our constituents, but also to take that time to honour those men and women who have fallen and have paid the ultimate.
I know that most members want to hear the Honourable Opposition House Leader's question, and so I would ask those who are having conversations to take their conversations into the hallways. Any help from the whips would be appreciated. Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So with that being said, I'd like to ask the government if they could please share, if the House Leader could share what the business is of the week as it continues and of the week when we return.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will continue with the study of the motion from the Conservative Party. Tomorrow we'll move to Bill C-26, which deals with the Canada Pension Plan.
Just like the Honourable Member has said, and attending Remembrance Day ceremonies on Friday to collectively stand in honour of all who have fallen in service of Canada. When we return on Monday, November 14, the House will then have the 5th day of second reading debate on C-26, the CPP Enhancement Bill. On Tuesday, the House will also have the 5th day of second reading debate on C-29, the second Budget Implementation Bill. On Wednesday, the House will consider C-16, gendered identity at report stage and hopefully at third reading. On Thursday, the House will debate C-25, the Business Framework Bill, at second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader and the Honourable Government House Leader for their interventions and updates. We have, Chair has notice of a question of privilege, and we'll hear that now. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon on a question of privilege surrounding the manner in which the Minister of International Trade has been treating Parliament in due process in relation to the comprehensive economic and trade agreement between Canada and the EU. The flagrant disrespect to Parliament shown by the Minister and her government is alarming and unwarranted. But more importantly, the impacts of this disrespect have obstructed me in the discharge of my duties as a Member of Parliament. I will go through the course of my remarks and ask you to agree with my belief that there exists a prima facie case that my privileges as a Member of Parliament have been breached, and I will be prepared to move the appropriate motion should you agree with my intervention. Before getting into the matter at hand, I would like to remind this House that obstruction in the discharge of parliamentary duties can take many forms, both physical and non-physical. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, tells us at page 108 and 109 that if an honourable member is impeded or obstructed in the performance of his or her parliamentary duties through threats, intimidation, bribery attempts, or other improper behaviour, such a case would fall within the limits of parliamentary privilege. Should an honourable member be able to say that something has happened which prevented him or her from performing functions, there would be a case for the Chair to consider. Mr. Speaker, I'll beg your indulgence to provide the proper context of what has happened and to give an account of events leading up to this question of privilege. I will start with the facts of the matters at hand. To begin with, the Government of Canada adopted a policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament in 2008. That policy sets out specific guidelines and timelines for how international treaties will be presented to Parliament for debate and consideration. In Section 6.2, Tabling Period for Treaties, the policy states, for treaties that require implementing legislation before the government can proceed to ratification, acceptance, approval, or accession, the government will observe a waiting period of at least 21 sitting days before the introduction of the necessary implementing legislation in Parliament. On Friday, October 28th, the Minister of International Trade put an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures on the notice paper, even before having signed the treaty. The Government of Canada signed CETA 2 days later on Sunday, October 30th. The Minister of International Trade tabled CETA in the House on Monday, October 31st, and not 21 sitting days, but about 21 seconds later, she immediately introduced Bill C-30 to implement the provisions of CETA. The Minister of International Trade and the government are aware of this policy and obligation to Parliament, and they have respected it as recently as this fall with regards to the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. On September 19, 2016, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade laid upon the table a copy of the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine and exploratory memorandum. 28 sitting days later, which was this morning as it turns out, and in full compliance with the policy, the Minister of International Trade introduced Bill C-31, an act to implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Ukraine. But in the case of CETA, the government has acted in direct violation of their own policy when it came to the tabling of the treaty and the introduction of the implementing legislation that followed immediately afterward. Furthermore, the policy statement in the government's policy is as follows. The Minister of Foreign Affairs will initiate the tabling of all instruments, accompanied by a brief explanatory memorandum in the House of Commons following their adoption by signature or otherwise, and prior to Canada's expression of its consent to be bound by ratification, acceptance, approval, or accession. This policy provision was followed when the Canada-Ukraine FTA was laid upon the table, and is something that we are used to hearing the Minister and her Parliamentary Secretary announce when they table international treaties, agreements, and other similar documents in the House. The explanatory memorandum is an important piece of this process, so important, in fact, that it has its own provisions in the policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament. Section 6.4 of the policy states, an explanatory memorandum will accompany each treaty that is tabled in the House of Commons. The purpose of the explanatory memorandum is to provide the House of Commons with information regarding the content of the treaty. The document tabled by the Minister on Monday was over 1,700 pages long, so an explanatory memorandum is particularly important in this case. Further, a long list is given of what materials must be included in the explanatory memorandum. Amongst other items, the policy states that the explanatory memorandum will cover the following points. Number 1, subject matter. 2, a national interest summary. 3, policy considerations of how treaties' obligations and implementation will be consistent with the government's policies. 4, federal, provincial, territorial, jurisdictional implications. 5, time considerations of any upcoming dates or events that make the ratification a matter of priority. 6, a brief description of how the treaty will be implemented in Canadian law, including a description of the legislative or other authority under which it will fall. And 7, a description of the consultations undertaken with the House of Commons, self-governing Aboriginal governments, other government departments, and non-governmental organizations prior to the conclusion of the treaty as appropriate. It may have been 1,700 pages tabled by the Minister of International Trade on Monday, but there was no explanatory memorandum accompanying this, blatantly showing that the Government of Canada was negligent in fulfilling its obligations under this policy. The government responded to a question on the order paper from the member from Battleford's Lloydminster in a particularly alarming way. The member for Battleford's Lloydminster put a question on the order paper on May 3rd, 2016. Amongst other things, question 193 asks, with regard to the Minister of International Trade and the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, A, when did Global Affairs Canada start drafting an explanatory memorandum for tabling with the treaty? B, what deadline was given to the department in order to draft an explanatory memorandum? C, will the minister table a copy of the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement and explanatory memorandum, and if so, when? The minister's honesty over violating her own policy is commendable, however alarming. She responded on September 19th by saying, Mr. Speaker, with regards to parts A and B, Global Affairs Canada has not been tasked with drafting an explanatory memorandum for the tabling of the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA. This question was first asked in May and responded to 4.5 months later, with a response essentially indicating the government intends to violate its own policy obligations to Parliament. They had time to react. The minister could have realized that Canada was in the process of negotiating a complex and multi-layered treaty with 28 countries and that she would have an obligation to fulfill when she tabled the treaty, but she chose not to. Even after she responded to the member for Battleford's Lloydminster on September 19th, she still had another 42 days to instruct her officials to respect Canadians and their duly elected representatives in Parliament, but she chose not to. Clearly, there was enough time to prepare, Mr. Speaker, and Europe is indicating that they still are not fully on board with CETA. So the timelines that are being presented to us provide more than enough time for the Minister and Global Affairs to fulfill this obligation to myself as a parliamentarian and everyone who sits in this House. On May 5th, 1987, at page 5,766 of debates, Speaker Fraser stated, "The privileges of a member are violated by any action which might impede him or her in the fulfillment of his or her duties and functions." Mr. Speaker, 1,700 pages is a lot for any parliamentarian to digest. We need to do a full analysis. We need time to do so, and the time that is normally allocated needs to be respected by this minister to all members in this House so that we can have the full information necessary, the full analysis necessary to weigh the advantages and disadvantages of this agreement. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the International Trade Committee is now being asked to pre-study this bill 4 days after the 1,700-page document and 131-page bill were tabled. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. I am aware that the minister's own policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament is not governed by standing orders of the House, but given the context of what has transpired over the past week, it is undeniably true that my ability and the abilities of all members of Parliament to properly discharge their functions, to properly study and analyze more than 1,700 pages of text, and to adequately scrutinize government proposals and legislation are being impeded by the Minister of International Trade's deliberate decision to violate her own policy. She had time to remedy the situation regarding the explanatory memorandum, and she did not. She had time to table the treaty and wait 21 sitting days before introducing the legislation, but she did not. Mr. Speaker, I think you would be the first to agree that all members of Parliament are equal in their privileges in this House of Commons, and that no one should be interfered with or disadvantaged in any way in the discharge of their duties as a member of Parliament, especially by other members in this House. If you find that there was a prima facie breach of my privileges as a member, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See the Honourable Government House Leader. Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, it's an opposition day, and this should not be taken out of the time that they are using to debate their motion that they have spent time working on. And I have listened to the member opposite, and I do not believe this matter constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. What the member is referring to is a matter of policy and not a question of parliamentary procedure. Right. As such, this does not constitute a contempt of the House. I reserve the right to return to the House with a further intervention on the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. I see the Chief Opposition House Leader, rather, rising in on the same topic. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Yeah, thank you. I just would also ask if I could reserve the right to look at this further, and we would bring some comments back at a later date. Thank you.
Okay, there being seeing no others. Thank the Honourable Member for Essex, the Honourable Government House Leader, and the Honourable Opposition House Leader for their interventions on this matter, and for to the Honourable Member for Essex to bringing this to the attention of the House. We'll take these comments under advisement, and as was noted, other members may wish to intervene at a later time on the question as well. We'll go now to orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders. Resuming debate on the motion in the name of Mr. Calkins. Preferential access to government.
And the Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to speak to this Opposition Day motion today. I've been brought forward by my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe. I want to thank him for his speech this morning and the work that he's done on this file, but I also want to say as I begin, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Levi Lotnier as well, and he will have some very encouraging words to say on this topic as well. Mr. Speaker, no Canadian had ever thought that 1 year ago the Liberals' new administration in the House of Commons would be debating their fundraising practices and lack of ethics. Maybe not a surprise, though, Mr. Speaker. And as we all remember, every minister was given clear instructions in their mandate letters to go as far as guaranteeing that even a perceived conflict of interest should be avoided at all costs. Our democracy belongs to every Canadian, and in that includes access to members of Parliament, parliamentary secretaries, and yes, even ministers of the Crown. Nowhere in our Constitution, or even in the standing orders, does it say that there is a $1,500 entrance fee to be able to talk to those who govern our great country. As an example of why the issue of special access to ministers should be a concern to all Canadians, we find out that those with deep pockets, vested interests, and needing to bend an ear of a Liberal cabinet minister, seem to get special access, that those willing to write a large check get to cut the line. I'd like to take this opportunity to let the government know that I, as an elected official representing the good people of Brandon Souris, have had to wait months and months to get a simple acknowledgement from Liberal ministers regarding some constituent concerns. I wondered what was taking all the time and attention of the ministers, and now I know. They were soliciting donations rather than ensuring their office was responding to correspondence from members of Parliament. Now, the motion at hand that we are discussing today is more than just dealing with political fundraising. It goes into a much deeper issue of how this Liberal government uses the power entrusted in them by the electorate and misuses their positions to fill the coffers of the Liberal Party. Watching these Liberals, it's no wonder that Canadians distrust politicians. It's when they say one thing, and even in this specific case where the Prime Minister put it in his mandate letters to his ministers, then go out and do the complete opposite. Now, this wouldn't be the first broken promise from this government. It was just a matter of weeks after they were elected before we found out that their plan to create new tax bracket was, in fact, not cost neutral with their other changes to brackets. Or when Liberal candidates swore up and down that they would only run an itty-bitty $10 billion deficit. I only wish that the Liberal government was as good at managing the finances of our country and ensuring that our economy was growing as they are with arranging $1,500 pay-for-play fundraisers. And according to the recent Globe and Mail report, they're well on their way. to doing 100 of these special pay-to-play Liberal fundraisers in this year, 2016 alone. This is exactly why Canadians notoriously rank politicians low on the issues of trust, Mr. Speaker. Almost every single day these past few weeks, we've learned of another Liberal fundraising event either being hosted in a Bay Street law office or a corporate boardroom where writing a check, hopefully with a couple of zeros attached, will pave the way to an intimate conversation with a Minister of the Crown. Now it begs to wonder, where did the Liberals get the idea that it's okay to use their ministers to seek donations to pay for the operations of the Liberal headquarters? Well, but to those who are paying close attention to this matter, the answer is pretty easy. We only have to look down the 401 to see the antics of Liberal Premier Kathleen Wynne's fantastic antics. They also got caught up in a lapse of ethical judgment, and now have gone so far as to draft legislation to completely ban these sort of fundraising events. Now, I'm not suggesting that members of Parliament and ministers should completely remove themselves from fundraising for their own individual campaigns. I'm simply suggesting that this Liberal government stops holding high-priced fundraisers in corporate boardrooms and Bay Street law offices where there is a very perceived conflict of interest. I'd suggest that our Liberal ministers start raising funds at spaghetti dinners or barbecues, Mr. Speaker, held in backyards of their own supporters' homes. It's not appropriate whatsoever to be actively seeking large checks from those who clearly have a vested interest in government dealings. In my neck of the woods, it's very common for constituents to write small donations to the political party of their choice. Or in some circumstances, there will be a large gathering where people from all walks and backgrounds gather to raise funds for a local campaign. Our party, the Conservative Party, collects small donations from hundreds of thousands of Canadians annually. These Canadians don't want to land a government contract or hope that their company will receive government largesse. They believe in our party because we stand up for those who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules. And it's these Canadians who are deeply committed to upholding the values and principles of our democracy. I urge every Liberal member of Parliament to go back to their constituencies this weekend and ask 10 people from their communities if they think it's right that those writing $1,500 checks to the Liberal Party should be able to have preferential access to ministers of the Crown. Just go ask farmers who work 12 hours a day if they think Liberal ministers should be spending so much of their time seeking donations. Or go to small business owners if Liberal ministers should go ask small business owners, rather, Mr. Speaker, if Liberal ministers should spend more time thinking of ways to grow the economy than seeking funds from the one-percenters. Or perhaps, before my colleagues from across the way get on a plane and go home this weekend, to ask their constituents for their views, they should maybe stop and chat with Mary Dawson, the Ethics Commissioner, because she said Canadians should be concerned about the Liberal government's pay-to-play fundraisers. She even said that these sort of fundraisers are, and I quote, unsavory. And she questioned whether people were getting fair access. And after my Liberal colleagues are done chatting with the Ethics Commissioner, they should speak with the Lobbyist Commissioner, who said these fundraisers, and I quote, create real or apparent conflicts of interest, end quote. This issue is not that complex, Mr. Speaker. In fact, this issue is not even ideological or partisan in nature. Misusing the offices of power and those offices should be above any political disagreement. I call upon my Liberal colleagues to stand up against their party brass and do what is right. Call upon your party leaders to stop these dodgy fundraisers. As elected members of Parliament, we shouldn't be so focused on filling the coffers of political parties. We should be focused on improving the quality of life for Canadians, and in doing so, improve the level of trust in this institution. As I said, our democracy belongs to every single Canadian. I'd like to believe that we live in a country where no matter where you are from or the amount of change you have in your pocket will limit the ability to make your voice heard in this government. Furthermore, there is no Liberal who can stand here with a straight face who can say that they are not breaking the spirit of intent of Prime Minister's instructions when he said, "If we want Canadians to trust our government, we need a government that trusts Canadians. It's important that we acknowledge mistakes when we make them. Canadians do not expect us to be perfect. They expect us to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest." End quote. The Prime Minister even went as far as saying, quote, "You must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality in both the performance of your official duties. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law." End quote. It is abundantly clear that if the Liberal government and their ministers do not immediately end the practice of high-priced pay for access fundraisers, they will continue to be in direct conflict, or contradiction rather, of their own mandate letters. And the defense of standing up every day and saying that, no, everything's all right here, move along, it's not acceptable. It's not fooling Canadians one bit. Every day that Liberal ministers continue to organize and collect fundraising checks in this manner, it only further erodes the confidence of Canadians of our political process. While dubious Liberal fundraising practices brought down a previous administration and caused a judicial commission, it is only in the Liberals' best interest to stop what they're currently doing and admit that it's wrong, before the inevitable outcome of a political scandal. Again, Mr. Speaker. While the government will stand up and spend their political capital on defending these practices, I can assure them it'll not pay off in the long run. That's right. We've read this story before and we know how it ends. And trust me, a Liberal usually ends up in some form of a political purgatory. I call on all members of this House to vote in favour of this motion. It has been said before that we cannot legislate common sense, but I certainly hope that by shining lights on these sketchy fundraising practices, the government will call off their Liberal Party bagmen and fire up the barbecue and invite their local supporters over to their backyards for a $5 hamburger. There could be nothing more Canadian than that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Brandon Soros for his speech. I have a question for him that relates to the actual substance of the motion. A lot of the debate today doesn't go to the substance of the motion. It goes to what people feel about pay for play, and I think we all don't like pay for play. So let's talk about the substance. The substance is that the commission, or the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, should be granted the authority to oversee and enforce open, accountable government directives which are not law. We have a commissioner that is there to enforce laws adopted by this Parliament. That is something that was issued by one Prime Minister and could be overridden in a new document issued by another Prime Minister. So my question to my honourable colleagues is as follows. The Conservative Party now has a leadership convention, and I'm sure they're going to issue rules for fundraising for leadership contenders. Do they agree that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner should have the right to oversee those rules issued to Conservatives running for their own leadership?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I would challenge, I may thank my honourable member for his question, but I'd certainly challenge his premise, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, this is about the Ethics Commissioner's ability to look into this type of leadership that their own Prime Minister has put down in the mandate letters to his ministers that said you cannot even have a perceived problem with fundraising in your areas.
Ethics Commission, not law.
But Ethics Commissioner is not in the law, and so, Mr. Speaker, I challenge the premise of the question based on that, and I don't believe that that my colleague across the way is listening. And obviously, I said earlier, and maybe he wasn't listening, but you cannot legislate common sense, and this is a situation where they're not following their own Prime Minister's rules.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Brandon Souris for his speech. And certainly when we look at pay to play, and I hear the Liberal member across the floor saying that no one likes pay to play, but they're still doing it. We look at October 13th when the private Liberal fundraiser held at the home of a developer in Halifax at $1,500 a person. And this Liberal government says they're open and accessible. Well, you know, when I bring that home to people in my riding, when I talk to my friend Mike at the mill, and I tell him that actually on $1,500, we're actually giving them a tax subsidy of $650. That's an expensive lobster, and it's something for him to chew on, and he's having a tough time chewing on it. And, you know, when I think about, maybe fairness, and we talk about doing it differently. I love the members talking about how we need to make sure it's accessible for everybody. Wouldn't it be more accessible? I'll ask the member, if we got rid of this limit of $1,500. We got rid of the system that we're in and went back to a system that was more fair, where we look at per vote subsidy, where every vote counts, where everybody's treated equally, and we look at, we get rid of this unfair playing field that we're in right now, and this unfair pay to play.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
I thank my colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker, but I differ with him on that as well. We've had that situation in Manitoba when I was a member there, and it's been eliminated, Mr. Speaker. It's been eliminated here in this House. And, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing much more fair than the type of system that we have today, where people can go out and solicit up to $1,525. There is a tax credit that everyone knows what it is and is available to them, and therefore they can't donate any more than that. Now, that's a lot of money in many cases, $1,525, Mr. Speaker, but it has been indexed over the years. It wasn't quite that high to start with. But I would say that compared to some other countries in the world, and we have neighbors that are in election at this time, where there are millions of dollars that can be donated by any one individual, our system is very fair.
Time for one more short question. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to ask the member that just presented the speech. We've heard that from the Liberals on the other side that they are living up to the highest ethical standards and so on, and this member has spoken about common sense. Common sense would say to me that if you're living up to the highest ethical standards, why not let the ethics commissioner take a look at this? Or what is it they might be hiding?
For Brandon Souris.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, the highest ethical standards from a Liberal still may leave something to be desired. I guess if that's because it's very, very clear in the Prime Minister's own mandate letters, and I read the quotes. I won't read them again, Mr. Speaker. But, it says right in there that, I will read one line, Canadians do not expect us to be perfect. They expect us to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest. What's happening on this side today when people are being people that have actually been appointed by the government to different areas. And this never, ever happened under a Conservative government. That's the difference between what's happening today and before, Mr. Speaker. Today they're being asked, they're actually organizing some of those fundraising events and collecting $1,500 checks to have access.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate. It's an important debate on, unfortunately, the old Liberal Party culture for political funding. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there are several new faces on the Liberal benches, which will unfortunately end up in hot water simply because the dubious fundraising culture will be opposed on them, where there's a blatant lack of ethics, preferential access to ministers. And, Mr. Speaker, we've acknowledged that all parties and members of the government do political funding for their own election and for their parties. Now, I don't have a problem with members of this House from any party as long as they participate at a fundraising event as a member of Parliament. But that's where the problem arises, Mr. Speaker. It's when a Liberal member uses his position as a minister to invite certain Canadians with specific interests to a fundraising event costing $1,500. That's where I have a problem, because we're really going into a gray area there.
It's a zone where we see conflicts of interest or the appearance of conflicts of interest with privileged access, and I would say it even goes as far as giving the appearance of influence. Mr. Speaker, the function of a minister is very important in our parliamentary system. Ministers must show as much integrity as possible. It's very important here to make a distinction between giving information or trying to influence a minister's decision. A good minister must keep a prudent distance from external influences. And unfortunately, you've no doubt noticed with the many questions that I've raised and that have also been raised by the media that this is not the case with this series of fundraisers from the Liberal Party of Canada over the last year. And that's why it's absolutely reasonable and legitimate that we take this day to shed some light on this practice that is taking place behind closed doors. And that we ask the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to apply and to oversee and enforce the directives to ministers listed in Open and Accountable Government from the Prime Minister himself to ensure that this directive is respected and that it not be forgotten. Despite the severity of the Political Funding Act of Canada, which is designed to be rigorous, we are forced, given the facts as we see them, to take a closer look at liberal financing, and we need to refer to the services of the Commissioner. We need to make sure that no preferential access or appearance of preferential access has been given to individuals or organizations who are contributing to the Liberal Party through or who have gained access for donations. As I've mentioned in this House, Mr. Speaker, the goal of my intervention today is to protect the integrity of the function of minister, and I hope that my colleagues across the way will thank me someday for my actions. Mr. Speaker, who in the Liberal organization 20 years from now will be sent to prison because of this culture? I hope that our debates will protect members of the party, because what we've seen recently, what's been made public, is that a minister currently serving has organized fundraising, or has been the honorary president of a fundraising event organized by a special interest group for that minister. So it's an event. These are events where people pay $1,500 to eat a few canapes and have a couple of glasses of wine and get very privileged access to discuss very specific issues with the minister. So we're talking about 20 to 40 people who've donated between $30,000 and $60,000 total, and we're led to believe that they're doing it just because they like the look of the minister. Well, no. These are people who are present because they want to talk about the importance of their vision, their goals, and the funding that they need from the government. This is a good example of conversations taking place behind closed doors, which will influence government policy and programs to the profit of a minority instead of benefiting all Canadians. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the reasons why I invite the members from across the way and the ministers to protect themselves from this dishonest fundraising practice for the benefit of Canadians and for themselves. It's important that they have the necessary judgment to refuse this kind of activity, even if it's very lucrative for the Liberal Party. Because, Mr. Speaker, I think that the ends do not justify the means here just to fund the Liberal Party. I find that it's very unfortunate for my colleagues across the way that they have to go along with this sad spectacle. And in all humility, because I want to protect them, but also with the overriding goal of ensuring that Canadians don't become cynical with our political system because of the Liberal Party. The unfortunate consequences of this influence trafficking will undoubtedly lead sooner or later to something like we saw this week with the results from the Charbonneau Commission, where Mr. Corriveau, a former member of the Liberal Party of Canada, was found guilty of illegal political financing. So, as we know that money obtained illegally benefits no one, we should not forget the $40 million that disappeared and that has still not been given back to taxpayers. It would be a great act of humility from the Prime Minister to offer apologies to the people of Canada for the illegal fundraising of the Liberal Party of Canada, and to ensure that this culture not only disappears, but also that the money that was stolen from taxpayers be given back to them. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, well, I don't want to scare children with scarecrows in red ties or with the skeletons that are coming out of the Liberal Party of Canada's coffers, but it is very important for me to bring to the attention of all my Liberal colleagues a friendly warning. A warning to all those who will be ministers to never forget the privilege that is loaned to them to serve our country with integrity for the well-being of future generations, with the following advice. You don't want to have your hands tied into taking a decision that would go against the conviction of the values of Canadians. I would like to assure my colleagues who are ministers that history will judge them on the decisions they take and the impact that they will have on all Canadians. Given these ministerial fundraising events, I'm wondering if the ministers across the way are able to sleep well at night. It's very important that they sleep well after taking decisions for all Canadians. It's also, Mr. Speaker, that they be able to look themselves in the mirror, hold their head high, and feel like they've done a good job without having been influenced or intimidated by poor fundraising strategies and poor judgment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for their attention. I hope that this advice will help a new generation of new politicians who have chosen a superficial, seductive party which bases their policies only on popularity and short-term attraction, a party which uses nice words and nice selfies with smiling people, but which isn't really doing anything good for our security, our economy, or to protect jobs in this country. Yes, we have to admit that a year ago, the Prime Minister published a document for an open and responsible government that, got good press. But it's very sad to see, Mr. Speaker, that it hasn't led to any concrete results and and they're not respecting the laws that are currently in place. I hope that in the next election, the Canadians will kick the Liberals out before they use whatever money we have left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague very carefully, and it really frustrates me when the opposition tries to confuse this House and Canadians listening to this debate. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. There is no preferential access to our government. In fact, we're engaging, consulting, and listening to Canadians. Over the summer, Mr. Speaker, in my own riding of Brampton West, I held 10 town halls on different issues, and I was proud to have ministers and parliamentary secretaries attend these town halls to engage, to take feedback, and to answer any questions from my constituents. I had Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. I had Minister of Infrastructure, Parliamentary Secretary to Democratic Institutions, Parliamentary Secretary to Veterans Affairs and Defence. So my question is to the member opposite. How can he say that there's any preferential access when all these town halls were open to public and they were absolutely free?
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to respond to my colleague who confirms that during budget consultations or other consultations that ministers have gone around Canada, and after those consultations, they've held fundraisers. That means, Mr. Speaker, that ministers use taxpayers' money to travel around the country to raise money for the Liberal Party. That's shameful, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am satisfied with the speech from my colleague, and I'd like to ask him a specific question because for a number of days now, whether it be in the NDP or the Conservative Party, when we ask questions to the Liberal government about the behavior and attitude of ministers when it comes to preferential access at fundraisers, partisan fundraisers, we're always told that it's okay because the law has been followed. But in the Open and Transparent Government document, Chapter 4.1, it says that ministers must uphold there's the highest standards of honesty and impartiality. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on how the Liberal Party says one thing and does something else. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. There was a part of my speech that referenced exactly that, Mr. Speaker. When you're a minister and there's a fundraiser organized by your own party, in this case the Liberal Party, and when a minister is the president of honor of that fundraiser and there are 20, 30, 40 people who pay $1,500 and who all come from one specific area of interest, do you think they're just going to go and listen to the minister's speech and have a glass of wine and a canapé? Well, no, these people are going to talk about their specific interests with the minister, the decisions that they want to see taken, and even to talk about funding that the department could give to their organization. That's a conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I would like to ask the question again. The motion that is before us today from the official opposition asks that the Ethics Commissioner be responsible for interpreting and enforcing a document that is not a law. She's an officer of Parliament and is responsible for interpreting the laws of Parliament. This is not a law of Parliament or an act of Parliament. So if the Conservative Party wants to create rules for Conservative leadership candidates, does the member believe that it would be doable or a good idea for the Commissioner to be responsible to be enforcing rules for Conservative leadership candidates? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Well, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we have laws with Elections Canada to cover funding for all, financing for all political parties. And I think that it's absolutely legitimate that we raise this issue today, which is very important for Canadian democracy. And unfortunately, Canadians are sick of seeing what's happening across the way.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would normally say that I'm pleased to join the debate on most matters that come before this House, but today is actually not one of those days. And let me say why, and before we get the usual cackles and heckles from the other side. This type of conversation, and particularly the use of language that's coming from the official opposition, and I honestly accept that there is a legitimate role for the opposition to call into account and to question the choices made by the government. But the deliberate use of language like pay-to-play, cash for access, is not helpful in our democracy. And while I accept that there are legitimate questions that the opposition should pose to the government, this type of language ultimately, I think, demeans the overall participation in Canadians' confidence in our political process. And so, first I want to get back to the whole nature of political fundraising and the fact that all of us in this House, all of us, participate in that particular process in order to fund both our individual campaigns within our respective ridings, as well as participate in a process to support the political party that we support. And that is just part of our system. Canadians can participate in our democratic process in multitudes of ways. They do so in part through volunteerism. They volunteer in our campaign. They express their particular opinions and positions to their elected officials, and they also participate by way of donating money. And that is part of our democratic process. And the key for me at the end of the day is what are the checks and balances that are put on our particular system. And I got to remind folks, we're again dealing with human nature. If someone is going to donate to you, of course, or if somebody is, let's say, for example, providing volunteers to your particular political campaign, it is human nature. It is natural that you would view that particular person in perhaps a different light than you might for someone who is, for example, highly critical of your particular position or your particular political party. That is human nature. We understand that. The question at the end of the day is whether there are appropriate checks and balances placed on our political system as it relates to fundraising and with respect to the conduct of the government of the day. And I would suggest that there are basically 4 criteria that have evolved over a series of reforms to the political financing system that started back in 1974, but have moved subsequently through, more recently in 2003, that solved, for example, the nature of who can ultimately contribute. And I would say before I say that, there are basically 4 criteria, I would say, that ultimately have an impact with respect to circumscribing the potential view that the government is providing preferential access. And the first, of course, is the change with respect to who can contribute. And this was a change that was brought about in the reforms in 2003 that limited contributions to individuals and removed the capacity of corporations and unions from making political donations. The second point in terms of, and this has been an evolved practice again, is who can ultimately, or how much can each particular individual contribute. And of course, that was first the major concern that occurred back in 1974 with the first set of reforms, that there was the view that particularly large corporations had undue influence due to the large amounts that they could contribute to political parties. And that was subsequently circumscribed in the reforms that took place in 2003 that limited individual donations to $5,000. And then, to be fair to the Conservative Party on the other side, when they came into power, they decided to lower that threshold down to $1,000. And then there's been a gradual adjustment upwards now that the figure basically rests at $1,525. And there is a built-in mechanism within the election financing provisions to allow that to grow by $25 a year. So presently this year, individuals can donate to political parties up to $1,525. They can donate up to $1,525 to individual riding associations, and then they can make one-time contributions to leadership candidates for also the same amount. The third, I think, really important, cap, and it's, I think, a really good thing that exists particularly within the Canadian political system, and when we compare that and contrast that to what we're seeing south of the border, is that we have very strict limits with respect to the quantum of spending that can take place in a political campaign. There are caps that are placed on the political parties, and there are caps that are placed particularly on at the individual riding level. And those caps are again, I think, a major constraint from the undue influence of financing on our political system. And that is quite different than what we see perhaps south of the border. And then the fourth, and I think this is a reform that's taking place, and to be fair, this was introduced by the previous government, deals with the issue of public reporting and transparency with respect to donations. And what basically has been done, make sure that any donation that is over currently $200, it first started at $100, and up to your donation limit, must be transparently and publicly reported. And it is that transparency, I think, that provides the ultimate check in terms of the perception of undue influence or preferential access given to any particular participant in the political process. So when we take this into account, and my colleagues on this side, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health has noted, when it comes to the issue of consultation, this particular government, this particular political party, has provided unprecedented levels of consultation with Canadians since it took power in 2015. And we have been engaging incessantly with respect to consulting on a broad range of issues. I'll be frank, am literally inundated by requests coming from various ministers to consult on their particular mandate items to make sure that they get their feedback from Canadians and to provide that report back up to the ministers so that they can take that into account as part of the government's decision-making process. And I myself, in my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, have held several town halls and consulted with my constituents on a wide variety of issues, or worked in concert with my fellow members from the Scarborough area to collaboratively bring issues to the public, ranging everywhere from electoral reform, Canada Post, issues on the environment, issues on defence, issues on the economy. And in fact, next week, we are gathered again together, and I'm inviting those of you who want to participate and to join the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance in a pre-budget public consultation in terms of the direction that the government is taking. So we are extremely accessible to all Canadians, and we remain accessible in a variety of other functions that all of us have, in terms of our ability to be accessed by way of meeting in our constituency offices, meeting here in Ottawa, taking their feedback either through letters or online or by way of phones. And I know all members treasure that opportunity to get that feedback as part of our political process. And I think that that is something that we should all be exceptionally proud of. I think the bottom line is that we all follow the rules. We follow the rules in an open and transparent way, as I laid out in terms of the criteria that I think circumscribe the perception that there is any undue influence. And I particularly find it kind of rich that we are getting a lecture from the official opposition, from the Conservative Party, that literally took the issue of ethics and political financing and the issue of electoral accountability to new lows, to such lows that Canadians, I think, responded quite rightly in the last election in a rather vociferous way in terms of how they felt there was a complete lack of transparency coming from that other side. And in case my friends on the opposite side, particularly from the official opposition, are having some trouble with respect to that particular issue, let me take them down memory lane with respect to some of the troubles that we have faced that came from the opposition. We just saw in question period, the member for Carleton asked a question of the President of the Treasury Board. And the President of the Treasury Board, I think, rightly reminded us that it was, in fact, this government that took the issue of partisan government advertising to unprecedented levels, taking essentially what is government resources for partisan personal gain. And they were awarding unprecedented numbers of contracts to parties outside of government in unprecedented levels, to the point that we had nearly $1 billion in spending that took place over the government's mandate, over the previous government's mandate, for advertising that was really about driving the government's re-election plan. Things like the so-called Economic Action Plan. If you recall those particular ads, they seemed to be in a particularly interesting color that was somewhat similar to the party colors of the official opposition, and they were using essentially what was the cash or the resources of the government for their own partisan political purposes. And I'm proud that we're part of a government that has instituted a process to ban this type of practice, and that there is an independent review. There are appropriate times for the government to advertise, particularly as it relates to providing public information, but it shouldn't be involving members of the government or featuring members of the government in those particular informational ads, and which is quite different than, for example, the practice that the member for Carleton may have taken when he was serving as a government minister. Let's look at a second particular issue. Let's look at the actual changes to the Elections Act itself. And This is again a subject matter that where the previous government, the Conservative Party, tried to use the particular rules to disproportionately benefit themselves. For example, let me remind them that, for example, that they, interestingly, just before the previous election, decided to suddenly raise the individual contribution limit, which at that time had been at $1,200, up to $1,500. And then subsequently, during the election itself, they changed the rules within the Elections Act that allowed that the amount of compensation coming back to political parties was essentially increased the longer that the writ period was run. And it also allowed them to use their spending advantage that they had as the incumbent governing party at the time more so than the other political parties. And by doubling down from your traditional 37-day campaign to an unprecedented 77-day campaign, which we hadn't seen since the 1800s, it allowed the parties and the individual ridings themselves to spend more than double the traditional amount that would be permissible in a particular election campaign. And they thought that that would give them an electoral advantage. Luckily, Canadians saw through that particular action. Then let's look at the activities of the previous Conservative Party. And I raise this with some regret, but I think it's important to remind us as we engage in this debate that it was in fact the Conservative Party that had some real ethical concerns or breaches with respect to their particular practices. Remember, it was in fact under the Conservative Party itself that we actually had the actual convictions that took place under the Elections Act. Or, for example, where there was a particular scheme, which I will refer to as what was known as the in and out scheme, that took place in the 2006 election, that saw an unprecedented number of Conservative ridings, 67 to be exact, see $1.3 million get shuffled in and out of their ridings in order to try to hide advertising that was done for a national purpose, and yet were attributable to ridings that couldn't spend up to their election limits, which allowed those particular riding associations to claim a larger rebate than they were otherwise entitled to, and allowed the Conservative Party to spend more money than was allowed under the cap that was imposed on political parties. And Elections Canada said that it violated their rules, and the Conservative Party knew that they were going to be convicted of on that particular matter, and as a result, ultimately chose to negotiate a settlement before they would be found in actual violation of the Elections Act. And let's remind ourselves, who were in fact some of the parties? Who was one of the main parties in that particular election scheme? I believe the gentleman's name was Irving Gerstein, who was, of course, who was actually appointed a senator. And again, contrast how the Conservative Party has treated the use of the Senate, which of course is for its partisan fundraising purposes. Let's think of another senator, the good old Senator Michael Duffy, who was, of course, expressly recruited into the Conservative caucus for fundraising purposes. And so these charges were laid and ultimately were resolved without it having to ultimately go to criminal court, because the Conservative Party knew that it was ultimately in the wrong. So let's remember again that when we are dealing with the issue of partisan fundraising, all of us participate in this particular process. It is important that we ultimately ensure that it's done above board. And the points that I made earlier, namely that the constraints that are imposed with respect to political financing, namely with respect to who can contribute. And to be fair, it's been even further narrowed now. It's been narrowed to the point that now only citizens or those that are permanent residents can contribute. that the quantum that can be contributed is relatively circumscribed, that there are strict spending limits that are imposed both on ridings and political parties is an important, and I think one of the critical constraints that ultimately limits the capacity of political parties from having the excesses of funding drive particular drive the particular process. And finally, with respect to the public reporting process, with respect to placing any donations over anything that is basically over $200 has to be reported publicly and is accessible to all Canadians. And it's also particularly important too that that reporting includes the name of the particular individual and the fact that they have a reportable address here, so that Canadians can know who is actually sending or supporting a particular political party. And so, again, I find that this particular resolution or motion that is before the House is not helpful. There are very clear rules with respect to the conduct of all political parties. Ministers are required, and they were followed, and in fact, it was important that we actually sat down and spoke with the ethics commissioner to ensure that there were very clear guidelines and rules with respect to the appropriate activity, and as a result, it would be my submission that there are no violations, that there are no existing problems that require a fix that my friends on the other side are suggesting. And I would also remind them that they too fundraised in an incredibly aggressive fashion, and over the nearly 10 years that they served in government, I would be surprised that, I've literally got a long laundry list, okay, literally right here, a very long laundry list of instances where ministers of the previous government engaged in fundraisers of similar quantum, subject to the caps that they were engaged in, and that they would take the position that they were following the rules that were applied at the time. And so, again, these are the rules that were established, and I would point out primarily by the other side, the current constrained rules that exist today. And we're following those rules, and those rules are being abided by, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And although I do thank the member for his speech, he prepared very carefully for it. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that almost nothing in that speech was actually relevant to this motion. This motion is not about the Elections Act. This motion is not about public consultations in his riding. It's not about town halls. It's not about spending limits. It's not about comparisons between the American and Canadian electoral systems. It's not about the Senate. This motion is about the Prime Minister's statement on open and accountable government and cash for access fundraising and the enforcement of that. If everything is just fine, and if there's nothing wrong with the style of fundraising that this government is engaged in, I'd like the member to answer the question, why did the Ethics Commissioner last Thursday call it unsavory, and why does the Lobbying Commissioner have open investigations into ministers or into lobbyists over their cash-to-access fundraising? Good question.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Then I don't accept the premise of the question that my friend is putting forth, right? There are processes to look into particular fundraising situations, but again, the rules are clearly circumscribed with respect to the participant by the various ministers in various activities. And at the end of the day, the ultimate transparency is in the reporting process that takes place with respect to when those donations are actually subsequently made public. So again, I do not accept the premise of the question that my friend has put forth.
Questions and comments? The honourable member.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And with all due respect, and I do have a lot of respect for the member and have agreed on many occasions with his statements and speeches in the House, and I find him an honourable member with good insight into many important things we're doing here in the House. And I don't want to repeat what the previous member stood up and asked, but I feel like I have to because we're getting that back from the government all the time. We aren't talking about how many times you've consulted with people. We know you know the rules, the Elections Act, but that is not what we're talking about today. What we're talking about today is ministers of the Crown, who are a group of people that have what I would say, a higher level of accountability to the public for their actions. And then we were all part of a big fanfare where this Prime Minister said things were going to be different, and this big letter, and people are going to be held to a higher, ministers were going to be held to a higher account. So I guess my question to the member is, why write that letter? Why ask people to do something if you had no intention whatsoever to ask them to fulfill that accountability?
The member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Look, I think the key here in dealing with the whole issue with respect to fundraising is that there are clear guidelines that are established. Ministers go through that particular process with the ethics and conflict of interest commissioner to make sure that their activities comply strictly with the rules. And we know that each individual that was ultimately brought into the Privy Council went through that particular process and went through a very clear process of understanding what those particular rules happen to be. And I guess the ultimate question you're asking is with respect to the individual mandate letters that were advanced by the Prime Minister. Okay, with respect to what was advanced by the Prime Minister in his mandate letter, and within it, again, my point to that is that there is again clear guidelines that govern the activity of ministers, and with respect to the suggestion somehow that there is preferential access to these particular individuals simply because they are attending a particular fundraiser, I think is false. These ministers consult broadly. And the other point I would also raise too is that the real question at the end is does the actual attendance of those particular individuals fundamentally change public policy? Does it change a particular decision-making? No, does it change a particular decision-making process? And I would argue that is in fact not the case.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest that once the connection is made whereby special access has influenced government's decision, that's where the RCMP will be involved. And we have seen the Liberals do that before, whether it's on sponsorship scandal or other scandals. So we are trying to advise this government to not go down the same road that they have gone down before. But instead of heeding good advice and instead of heeding their own advice, they're doubling down on wrong policy, on unethical policy. So I would like to ask my honourable colleague, he took a moment and started to talk a little bit about the Prime Minister's mandate letter. I have in my hand the Annex B, and this is from the Prime Minister. It said there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access. Does my honourable colleague, in all honesty and in his genuine opinion, does he not believe that having a Minister of Finance meet with somebody who is a stakeholder of his department for a cost of $1,500, does he not agree that that would have an appearance of preferential contact? And if that doesn't, then what would?
Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Let me flip that around and just simply say that, for example, if that same minister met with that particular individual in his office to discuss whatever matter of public policy that they wanted to discuss, or with the Minister of Finance wanted to have a conversation with constituents in his riding, or if you wanted to have let me rephrase it. If the opposition House Leader wanted to raise a particular issue before the Finance Minister, subject to obviously his rather busy schedule, would do his best to ultimately heed and accede to the opportunity to listen to that particular issue. And so I again don't accept the premise of the question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition wants to talk about the opposition motion. We can do that. There are two key elements to it. One is the Conflict of Interest Commissioner have the power to investigate. She already has that power. She already has the power to investigate conflict of interest and ethics. That's why she has the title she has. So I reject the premise of the Opposition Day motion. And the second half of it is to end the current practice of cash for access. I reject the premise of that too. There is no cash for access. There's fundraising by members and there is government business. They are separate things. So I wonder if the member would like to comment on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
The only way I could get, I guess ultimately the way you would deal with it, in what it sounds like, which is the proposal coming from the opposition, is that ultimately all ministers of Crown should cease fundraising, period. And don't forget, again, we live in a Westminster parliamentary model where ministers also happen to be members of Parliament. And they have every right, like the rest of us, to engage in fundraising activities. The question, again, and I get back to, is the transparency of the process, which is ultimately that there is a reporting mechanism that ultimately takes place that allows Canadians to judge for themselves whether this seems to be undue influence or undue, and whether there is a direct connection between the fact that somebody contributed and a specific public policy outcome, of which I simply reject that particular premise.
Time for one more short question on la députée de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion put forth by the Conservative Party simply says that the ethics and commissioner should be in a position to judge the power of the minister in the shadow of the document from the government that talks about openness and transparency. So why is the government afraid of including in legislation the principles that they're boasting about?
Again, as I said, and my friend from Laurentides-Labelle had already noted that the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner has already been engaged with respect to all members of the Privy Council with respect to the appropriate conduct that should govern the conduct of members of Cabinet. And I would again simply say that this particular motion, from my respectful view, does not add anything to the powers that she already has with her office.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
I rise today to speak to the motion that our party, the opposition, put forward today. One day a week, we get a chance to bring forward a motion that we feel important, that needs to be talked about. Certainly, I think that right now Canadians are concerned about the jobs and the economy, and still we took a look at this issue, and out of respect for the Canadian taxpayers and out of respect for this place and for each one of us as parliamentarians, our party felt that it was very important to bring this motion forward today and to deal with this once and for all. We've been having a very difficult time during question period getting any answers, and all we're hearing from the government is what would be described as a doubling down defense of their position. Now, I think that I do want to mention that I will be sharing my time today with the member from Edmonton West. So with that said, I'm looking forward to his remarks as well. But, you know, there seems to be a pattern with the Liberals that we are seeing very clearly from the onset. The Liberals do say one thing. They say what they think people want to hear. They say what they believe the general public would like to hear. They certainly say what the media would like to hear. They say what they think will sell well on Facebook and on social media. They do a very, very good job of that. And then, in action, they do the exact opposite. And we see that over and over. Now, for me, the examples that have really jumped out have been certainly in terms of the budget. They were just going to run a very small deficit, and we can see now they're running massive deficits with not even any discussion of going back to a balanced budget. Agree or disagree with that position, what we've seen is the Liberals say one thing and then do something completely different. I would say, and this is something that I believe in very strongly, I think with their policy on its 2016, and we're going to make our cabinet gender equal, they have said one thing and done another. And I find it very insulting where they've given all of their women junior positions and not the same responsibility and not the same ability to manage those departments. So again, for me, I'm very black and white, Mr. Speaker. I admit that. I see things in life. There's not always a lot of gray. It's black or it's white. And I think that with the Liberals, it's just always gray. So they say one thing and then they do something completely different. We saw it, again, one of their bills they've introduced, C-22, which is going to provide oversight, apparently, for CSIS. They made a big show out of they're going to provide this oversight, but again, this group has no ability to oversee CSIS. The Prime Minister whitewashes all of the reports. It's just the typical Liberal way. Say one thing and then do something completely different. And that's exactly what we have before us today in terms of the Liberals' approach to ethics and this cash for access that they have been very, very good at. Now, let's talk about what happened. This started very early on last year when we noticed that the Minister of Justice was having big fundraisers in Toronto with lawyers. And we immediately said, well, there must be some mistake. She must not have realized that that is a contravention of the Code of Ethics that the Prime Minister himself had set out. The reason that those of us on this side who have been in government before, knew that is because when we were in government, when we were ministers, we were told immediately, as soon as we were sworn in, we were instructed by our Prime Minister. He said, listen, here's what I expect of you. The guidelines that I'm going to give you, new member for Portage Lisgard, new Minister of Social Development, the guidelines I'm giving you in regards to avoiding conflict of interest, don't raise money with lobbyists, don't raise money with your stakeholders. I expect you to follow that. That's what the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, a man of principle, a man of character, a man that when he says something, you know he's going to do it, a man who you never have to question his word. That Stephen Harper, that's the man I'm referring to. When he told his cabinet, when he said, I want you to avoid a conflict of interest, even the appearance of a conflict of interest, he meant it. And so we knew what that meant and we followed it. So I can tell you that we were not raising money off the backs of our stakeholders. I'm going to give you an example. When I was Minister of State for Social Development, I was under my portfolio was issues to do with disabilities and people with disabilities. And so I was going to be going to Newfoundland to do a housing agreement related to my housing portfolio. But at the same time, lo and behold, there was going to be a fundraiser, not for the Conservative Party, not for any political party, but for a wonderful cause, helping people with spinal cord injuries. And I was asked to attend that fundraiser as Minister of State for Social Development. However, I knew the guidelines that the Prime Minister had set out, and I knew how important it was that we follow those guidelines and that we stay away from even the appearance of not following those guidelines. So I did what most of my colleagues did during our time in government. We wrote to the Ethics Commissioner and asked for her guidance, and she gives soft guidance and hard guidance. Here's what she told me. She said that in light of the above, the letter that she wrote, I advise that the minister not speak at the event in her personal capacity since the association is a stakeholder of her department. As I mentioned, in the examination report for Minister Glover, and I'll just pause because, Mr. Speaker, you may recall Minister Glover was a former minister in our government. She errantly started to do a fundraiser with some stakeholders. It came to light. She immediately cancelled it, returned the money, and got an opinion from the Ethics Commissioner. That's called ethics. So back to what the Ethics Commissioner said. She said the Commissioner indicated that it's inappropriate for stakeholders of Minister Glover's department to be invited to make donations in order to attend a fundraiser at which the Minister was also present. Let me repeat that. These are not my words. These are the words of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. She said, it is inappropriate for stakeholders of Minister Glover's department to be invited to make donations in order to attend a fundraiser at which the minister was also present. That's because she was saying cash for access is inappropriate. So that was her advice. She said, I realize that the Spinal Cord Injury Association event is not a political one. However, they are still a stakeholder of the ministers, me, that receive funding from her department. So the advice was not to attend. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I didn't attend. I was extremely disappointed. I think it would have been a real joy and a privilege to have been able to attend that. But I believe, and I'm going to quote a quote that I think is important. You know what ethics is? It's knowing the difference between what you have the right to do and what is right to do. And that seems to be where there's a huge lapse in the Liberals' judgment. So I'm going to bring this right back to the motion that we presented before this House, before the Liberals, before all of us. This is not about what is legal in terms of what Elections Canada says. You bet. The Liberals can take donations from every lawyer, every lobbyist, every mining executive. They can take $1,500 from $1,525 from every single one of them, and they will not be breaking the law. Congratulations. Yay. That's what it means to be a Liberal. Well, I'm going to tell you what we are talking about on this side of the House. We're not talking about the Liberal absolute lowest standard. Let's just try to reach the lowest bar ever. Have the Liberals not changed at all? How about the higher bar that they set themselves? And I'm going to read about that higher bar. General principles. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to, did you give me the 1 minute? 2, thank you. Or do not appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government. No preferential access to government. No singling out or appearing of singling out of individuals or organizations as targets of political fundraising because they have, wait for it, official dealings with the minister or their staff and department. It's here in black and white. And this nonsense that the Liberals keep spewing that it's Elections Canada is absolutely ridiculous. I'm embarrassed for them. The only thing that I will say, this is sad for democracy, it's sad for accountability, but frankly they can keep doing it because Canadians will see through it. Canadians aren't dumb. We're not fooled. They were fooled by Liberals once. They won't be fooled again with this kinds of typical sponsorship entitlement. We'll just keep saying something and do something opposite and get away with it. It's not going to work, folks. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leaving aside some of the very clear inaccuracies in the honourable member's statement, I wanted to ask about one in particular. If I heard correctly, I believe that the honourable member said that there were no senior female cabinet ministers in our government, and I would like to know whether the Minister of Justice, Minister of Health, Minister of Trade, Minister of Environment, I could go on and on, whether or not she considers those senior cabinet ministers.
Opposition House Leader.
Well, actually, what I was saying, I'm glad that my honourable colleague asked about this, because I think this is incredibly important as we set an example for young women who are watching what we're doing. And you know, we see many times where women appease men just because it's the easy thing to do. But I think strong women don't appease men just because they say something. So here's my point to my honourable colleague. There are a number of the ministers that have been appointed touted because they're of their gender. Not the Prime Minister himself said that we're having equitable female and male cabinet ministers, but he put the majority of them in junior positions. They don't have deputy ministers, they don't have full budgets, they don't have full departments. And I'd be happy to explain that further to my honourable colleagues, but it's actually disgraceful, it's sad. As a woman, if some man said to me, you know what, don't worry, sweetie, we're going to give you that job and we're going to pay you as much as everybody else, but you don't have the same worries or the same responsibilities, but just be happy, you don't want to hear what I'd say to him.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi to Miskamag. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out that an event took place with Mr. Duncan, who had used ministerial letterhead, it was under the previous government, and lost his job as a minister because of it. and then he wasn't minister for a long time. Then he became the government whip. But I'd like to know what she thinks about the use of the ministerial title, because when the invitations were issued, it wasn't simply in the name of the member as such, the member of Parliament. Attendance at a fundraising event for the member for Papineau, for example, the Minister of Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Energy. Now, does, in her mind, it make sense for them to use this title of minister to raise funds? Because I think that is a problem in and of itself, and I think that for these types of events, only the member's name and riding name should be used.
My colleague for that very good question. That is a problem because that's what sets up not only the perception but the reality of cash for access. So when a minister is selling a fundraiser based on his or her portfolio and title, they are literally saying, pay this amount of money so that you can come and be part of a gathering with a minister of a particular department and have access to that minister. Again, to what our practice was, because it wasn't enshrined in Elections Canada Act, it was enshrined in our guidelines that we followed. We ensured that when there was any kind of fundraising done for our local EDA, if there would be a breakfast that was put on or a dinner, and we would have a guest there, we ensured it would never, ever be a minister's title. We would ensure that it would be the individual would be there as a member of Parliament. And then we made sure that no stakeholders knowingly were there. We were very, very careful. And when it slipped, absolutely, the member that she referred to, former Minister John Duncan, he immediately stepped down and he took responsibility. And I think that's what we're looking for. Some accountability, something that they will say, we're doing the wrong thing or we're going to reverse course.
For one more short question, the honourable member, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Ethics Commissioner has called these cash for access arrangements where people pay $1,500 to be able to get access and lobby a minister in the guise of fundraising. The Ethics Commissioner called these fundraisers unsavory and said one wonders whether people are getting unfair access. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member is it enough to say that the Ethics Commissioner was consulted or to ask the minister simply to give the money back?
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, that's a good question. I think that it would be good for all of us to know if the minister did consult the Ethics Commissioner. Obviously, I think we know the answer to that. So I would assume that had the ministers who had done these cash for access events had consulted with the Ethics Commissioner, she would have given them the same advice that she gave me a number of years ago. So I don't think that happened. Listen, I think what we want to see happen certainly is the money given back, but we want to see these ethical guidelines, which we do believe in, that we want to see them upheld. And, you know, I actually just found out, I asked a question on the order paper, there is a precedent whereby ministers are accountable to the Prime Minister for their adherence to these guidelines. So if the Prime Minister won't uphold those guidelines, then let the Ethics Commissioner do it, and let's get this done.
Before we go to resuming debate, a conformément à l'article.
And pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
In respect to public services and procurement, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, in respect to national defence, and the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, regarding natural resources. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just start by saying I'm glad I'm speaking to the issue as opposed to taking or asking questions of our House Leader. I'm pleased to rise in the House today and address a motion calling on the Liberal government to grant the Ethics Commissioner the authority to force and oversee the directives outlined in the Prime Minister's open and accountable government document. Mr. Speaker, every time I rise in the House, I'm reminded of its history, its unique place in Canadian society, and our responsibility to Canadians as their elected representatives. It is this responsibility that means that we as parliamentarians are held to a higher standard of acting ethically that goes above and beyond the simple word of law. Our words and our votes through majority action in this House are literally law. This is not a responsibility that should be taken lightly, nor should criticism of bad behavior be dismissed so easily. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed in recent weeks of shirking of responsibility by the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. Indeed, almost a third of the Prime Minister's cabinet have demonstrated cavalier disregard for their responsibilities to be ethical and honest to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in the mandate letter written and signed by this Prime Minister, he directed, and I quote, you must hold the highest standards in honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged simply by acting within the law. And I'll repeat that, it's not discharged simply by acting within the law. Now, Mr. Speaker, this mandate letter specifically and repeatedly references the Prime Minister's much vaunted open and accountable government document, and so therefore refresh the members of this House on exactly what that document directed. A public office holder should not participate in a political activity that is or may reasonably be seen to be incompatible with the public office holder's duties or reasonably seen to impair his or her ability to discharge his or her public duties in a politically impartial fashion or would cast doubt upon the integrity or impartiality of the office. If it hasn't been made clear, there is sincere doubt on the integrity or impartiality of their offices due to these political activities, not only by members of this side of the House, but by Canadians across the country. The fact that the government House Leader and the Prime Minister are minimizing, dismissing these concerns is not only a slap in the face to the integrity demanded of our elected officials in this place, but a strong example of their entitlement and privilege when interpreting the rules of our democracy to suit their political needs. Mr. Speaker, we know that this government is fond of big rhetoric and big deficits, and their actions over the past year demonstrate they're extremely fond of breaking promises. In April this year, the Minister of Justice was roundly and rightly criticized for attending an exclusive Liberal fundraiser with Bay Street lawyers. When the Minister and the government were questioned in the House, the Liberals, led by the Prime Minister, resorted to old-style tactics of the Liberals of yesterday. Rather than acknowledging that they were ignoring their own rules, the government shamelessly accused the opposition of racism. The Liberal response was, as the Globe and Mail stated so accurately, unworthy of parliamentary debate. After much denial of any problems with such blatant conflict, the Justice Minister finally at least apologized. The Prime Minister and the government House Leader should take notice. So perhaps we could have hoped the Liberals have changed their ways, but recent events demonstrate the same pattern we're used to very much. When criticized, be arrogant. When criticized more, be opaque, and deflect as much as possible. Over the past several weeks, the Prime Minister, Finance Minister, and Government House Leader have attempted to justify their flagrant disregard for ethical standards by stating that they acted within the confines of the law. They try to justify their actions by saying, it's okay, everybody does it, notwithstanding the fact that the previous Conservative government did not. Perhaps the Prime Ministers, the Finance Ministers, and the Government House Leaders' justification would be more accurate if they said, it's okay because every Liberal government does it. Either way, Mr. Speaker, that's just not good enough, plain and simple. This Liberal government, to put it mildly, is demonstrating contempt for Canadians. They promise to act above and beyond what is required by the law, as is our responsibility as leaders of the country. And yet they have no shame about playing dumb when it comes down to acting within the grey area. Mr. Speaker, I refuse to believe that the Prime Minister is so blatantly unaware of the fact that his and his government's actions demonstrate not only a clear breach of the ethical policies written at the stroke of his own pen, but also demonstrate complete disregard for the trust of Canadians. No, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his members of his government know very well what they are doing. But to quote the Globe and Mail, the Prime Minister prefers to duck behind the camouflage of an inadequate law rather than tell the truth to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's times like these where I'm reminded why citizens and countries across the globe demonstrate an almost universal disrespect for politicians. This opinion isn't always rooted in fiction, Mr. Speaker. When a leader promises to be open and transparent, then refuses to answer questions when he's asked, Canadians lose faith. When a leader attempts to circumvent parliamentary institutions and ram through reforms because he can, then gets angry when opposition members, heaven forbid, oppose, Canadians lose faith. And when the Prime Minister mandates specific guidelines for how he expects his ministers to act, and then fails to live up to his own words, Canadians lose faith. This isn't a debate, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister actually wrote those letters and wrote the guidelines cited by the letters and was confident enough in his guidelines and his mandates that he signed his name at the bottom of every one of those letters. Try as they might, there's no way the members on the other side of this House to get around the fact that the Prime Minister actually wrote those guidelines. So, Mr. Speaker, perhaps you'll understand why we and Canadians are just a little upset when the government decides that the rules and guidelines apply to everyone except themselves. But don't take it from just me, Mr. Speaker. Let's see what other Canadians are saying. Andrew Coyne in the National Post says, if it isn't influence peddling, it looks enough like it to leave people wondering. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, I'm pretty sure it is a duck. The Globe and Mail calls the Prime Minister's actions an indefensible practice. Former Liberal Deputy Prime Minister Sheila Copps, not exactly a nonpartisan, said in response to the cash for access schemes, the Prime Minister should ban these elite fundraisers. And here's a great one. Try to guess who said this about pay for play. Ministerial responsibility, the issue of fundraising, and the people who are targeted by this invitation, all of these three things should not appear on the same piece of paper. Otherwise, I think you're asking for trouble, and it obviously looks like a troubling situation. It goes on, this kind of event clearly crosses the line, is improper, and quite frankly, the donation should be paid back. This brilliant message, in case anyone on the other side is wondering, came from no other than the Minister of Public Safety. Oh, amazing.
That's interesting. It's not here.
Mr. Speaker, there is no one except the Prime Minister and his government who are prepared to defend the indefensible. Yet rather than simply agree to abide by the rules, this government is happy to continue pretending they have done nothing wrong. But they did do something wrong, Mr. Speaker. They've broken yet another promise.
Yep.
They speak one way in public and another way in this House. They mislead Canadians by promising to be better than the law and act against the spirit of the law. And they break the trust Canadians invest in Parliament. And they fail to go above and beyond the literal interpretation of the law and set an example for ethical behavior to Canadians everywhere, as is our responsibility as the elected leaders of the country. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are right to be disappointed in this Prime Minister. However, we cannot be surprised. It's our own fault for believing that the Liberals could do better than this. It's our own fault for thinking that the Prime Minister was sincere when he wrote up those mandate letters so long ago. It's our own fault for expecting leadership from this government. Mr. Speaker, when we look at this Liberal government, like the old Liberal governments before, we all know some familiar themes keep popping up. When challenged, they hide behind the lowest standard, deflect questions of ethical integrity, and act like they're better than everyone else. Yep. I'll finish off with a quote from the Globe and Mail again as a comment on this scandal. It's all very Liberal indeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's somewhat disappointing in the sense that we see as the Conservatives working in cooperation with the New Democrats to try to put a spin on this, which is really most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. It's very important that what we emphasize here is that, in fact, no law has actually been broken here. And where there's no law that has been broken, there is no conflict of interest. And the irony to all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that those two parties are the ones that have broken the law. Those two parties have been ordered to give back tax dollars, Mr. Speaker, because they broke the law. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member, and you know, it's really interesting to see how close the two have gathered together on this, is the member prepared to apologize to Canadians for actually breaking the law? And that is something that's been determined by courts. The Liberals have been following the law.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West. Order.
Yes, commentary is over. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate how difficult it must be for the member across the way to basically just throw himself on the ethical hand grenade that's been tossed in his lap by his cabinet. I hope that his colleagues in the cabinet will actually recognize his sacrifice when the time comes that perhaps for a sacrifice he makes it into cabinet himself, that he will actually have higher sense of ethical standards than his current people and refuse to participate and pay-for-play fundraisers. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was a speech that was full of idealism concerning our parliamentary system, a system that we need to protect from cynicism. And he's right. And I share his hope, but I need to remind him that if there is a party that has gone against the values of this Parliament, it's his Conservative government. I know he wasn't, and which constantly used parliamentary procedure to bring ridiculous bills to throw red meat to their base, and they used Parliament for partisan purposes. And I found that absolutely disgusting. The question I'd like to ask concerning the party across the way is that now, because these people feel like they have royal blood and that they're above the, does he not feel that they're above the laws that they've proposed themselves?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I find it an amusing comment from my colleague from the far left there. I'm pretty sure the, when we talked about how there hasn't been one single new job created by this Liberal government since coming to power, I'm pretty sure there's been a few created in the collection industry going after the NDP for their constituency offices. But yes, I do agree that this government across the way has to pull up its pants on ethics. Very clearly, I want to discuss one of the items that came up about the finance minister referring to his fundraiser in Halifax, talking about the consultation it was a consultation project or process for the budget that allowed him to listen to Canadians, $1,500 fundraiser. I think it's quite offensive to believe that Canadians should have to pay $1,500 for a private consultation process with the finance minister.
Time for one more short question. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I suppose if we think about it today with the Royal Canadian Air Force and Dave Broadfoot having just passed away, that the member from Kicking Horse Pass would certainly have had a field day with today's debate. And maybe Sergeant Renfrew will be in eventually, or Big Bobby Clobber. But I'm just wondering, perhaps, if the member could talk a little bit about the need to have some of the, perhaps some of the cabinet ministers that are affected by this particular ruling, if they could, perhaps maybe we should be hearing something from them as well.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Great. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend from Red Deer for bringing up Mr. Broadfoot. I quite enjoyed growing up watching him on TV, especially. I'd long forgotten about Bobby Clobber first, so thank you for recognizing that. I think it is disappointing on such an important issue that we just have the B team or the C team answering all the questions. I do appreciate, but as I said earlier, I do appreciate their throwing themselves on the ethical grenade left behind by their cabinet colleagues. It would be nice to actually hear from the cabinet themselves, but I guess they're, as the Globe and Mail has said, hiding behind someone's skirts. Thank you.
Just remind honourable members, and I don't think I actually got the exact wording there, but just in general sense, a member should not make reference to either the presence or absence of other members in the chamber, and that's sort of a protocol and a convention that we observe around this place. We're going to resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
I'm going to start in English, and I want to tell you first that I'm going to share my time with my dear colleague, Member of Parliament from Elmwood, Transcona. Beautiful riding. And I want to congratulate him to all the work he's doing on the Ethics Committee. It's really impressive, even from somebody coming from a family that have nothing to do with federal politics. Looks like he knows a little bit. I think everybody remembers the Prime Minister saying with great pride, Canada is back. In fact, what he was actually telling is the Liberal Party of Canada is back. And with it, old stories, scandals, friends, big families, and you try to hide your natural instincts. Guess what? They're back. And with all the cash for access for ministers, even though they are pretending to do otherwise, what we can see in the comportment of those ministers of that cabinet is that one thing is for sure, two things are for sure in life. We're all going to die, and a liberal is a liberal is a liberal. And it is, time machine, coming back in the old days, giving access to big businessmen, to elites of this country, to Bay Street, all again and again.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue in French to say to what extent the behavior of the Liberal cabinet is disappointing when we compare it with the expectations that they created themselves. They said that they would fight cynicism, that they would do politics differently. After the years of darkness, it's going to be sunny ways. We're going to rebuild the trust of Canadians for their political institutions. We're going to bring back integrity to our institutions, to Parliament. And, well, what have we seen? Well, it's that at the first opportunity, they have broken the principles that they themselves put forward, that they bragged about endlessly. That's incredibly disappointing. Mr. Speaker, in the previous Parliament, and I have to say that I'm a big fan of Georges Brassens, the French singer, and in the previous Parliament, the song that came to mind the most often was Time Changes Nothing. In the current Parliament, the song from Georges Brassens that comes up first of all is Les Copains d'abord, or Friends Before All, because the friends of the regime are getting special treatment, and that's not what Canadians, Quebecers voted for last year. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the enthusiasm of my colleague from Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Because the motion that's before us today it's interesting because it tells the Liberals to face their own contradictions. It says, look at yourselves in the mirror and tell us if, indeed, the fact that you're saying one thing and then doing something else while hiding behind the existing law is enough for you. Is that the hope that you put in the hearts of Canadians in the last election campaign? Well, I don't think so. And very quickly, Mr. Speaker, it's pretty obvious in the document that you find on the Prime Minister's own website. For an open and transparent government, there's a list of things that ministers need to be able to do, that they need, there's a list of principles they need to respect. And this document, which was brandished by the Prime Minister, hey, this is how things are going to be now. Well, that document ensures that, indicates that absolutely no preferential access or appearance of preferential access should be given to anyone who has funded the political party. How is it that, according to the Globe and Mail, now there have been over 20 events where people have paid $400, $500, $1,500 to get to spend an evening with the Minister of Justice, with the Minister of Canadian Heritage, or with the Minister of Finance. Now, this is particularly galling, $1,500 to get access to the Minister of Finance just a few days before the economic update and just a couple of months before a budget that is going to spend billions of infrastructure dollars in our communities. And now they're trying to make us believe that $1,500 to have supper in a private home in Halifax at an event organized by the Laurier Club is not privileged access. Well, in Rosemont La Petite Patrie, Mr. Speaker, I don't know a lot of people who are able to pull out their checkbook and pay $1,500 to have supper with the Minister of Finance. Now, that's not defending the middle class. That's not representing ordinary Canadians. That's doing politics the old-fashioned way, with the old traditional elites, with real estate promoters, big businessmen, people who sit on boards of administration. And sometimes these are people who sit on the boards of directors that are of corporations that are under federal authority. The Minister of Finance has put himself in an extremely delicate position, and it doesn't at all respect the principles that they themselves imposed on themselves. What a bad example for Canadians. Imagine if you want to explain this to your children. Hey, kids, don't do this. I'm telling you, the rule is that you don't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. And it's not a big deal. That's what the Liberals are doing right now. They're bragging about doing politics differently. They're setting new standards. They're setting the bar high, but then they do exactly the opposite. And they hide. The Ethics Commissioner doesn't have jurisdiction over the document put forward by the Prime Minister. And, well, if that's the case, why not make it an act of Parliament? Why not make it the law? And if the Ethics Commissioner had jurisdiction, well, why would they be afraid? The Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's very strange. And the cherry on top is that their own document says that their behavior, their attitude should be above the standards of the law. So they're squaring the circle here, and it's just ridiculous. Chapter 4.1 of the Prime Minister's own document says, among other things, that ministers must undertake their official functions while upholding the highest standards. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law.
Is there anything we can add? What is there to add? And what's more, Mr. Speaker, what people have to realize is that these aren't open invitations to which everyone can attend. If you took your Google browser and you put in Liberal Party Minister of Finance Halifax, you won't see anything. It's concealed. These events are by invitation only. They're private. They're secret. So we bring together our friends, only the ones that matter, and they're going to have an influence on public policy. I don't think that just anyone can pay $500 or $1,500 for dinner without expecting to have some influence on the Minister of Finance or the Canadian heritage. It's great to invest in infrastructure, but how is it that with privileged access to the Minister of Finance, there are people with financial and economic interests who have access to the Minister of Finance and influence the choices of the Liberal government? That's extremely disappointing. We were expecting much better from the Liberal government, and I hope that they'll be able to support this motion and rise to their own promises.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And philosophically, I'm about as far from a New Democrat as a person could possibly be. But I listened to my colleague's speech word for word, and quite frankly, there was nothing I could disagree with. and that's probably a first. I'm reminded, I'm old enough, I've got the gray hair and the gray beard to remember Liberal corruption and the famous minister who once said, "I'm entitled to my entitlements." That's a phrase that will go down in history. More importantly, however, the federal government makes a lot of choices. They allocate, for example, broadcast licenses. They determine which pharmaceuticals get approved. They determine who gets fishing licenses. They determine where and how airports are built. They determine shipbuilding contracts. And again, if certain individuals, certain elites show up at these fundraisers, pay the cash for access, and let's say their competitors are either not invited or don't show up, and then at some tribunal or some decision or a Treasury Board plan, whether it's a shipbuilding contract, a fishing license, an environmental impact or environmental license, any of the number of decisions that the federal governments make, do you think the people who do not get those licenses or agreements, how would they feel by not being at those cash for access events?
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't expecting to receive the congratulations from this Conservative Party member. It's a bit unsettling, or it was at the start. I think people do feel extremely frustrated when they're not around the table, when major decisions on the well-being of their communities are taken, because they're not pals of the Liberal Party. The honourable member was talking about choices that are made on drugs, for example. And then, sheer coincidence, on November 7th, the Minister of Finance will take part in a funding activity organized by pharmaceutical companies who are organizing the event, selling tickets, and receiving the Minister of Finance. If that isn't an apparent conflict of interest, I don't know what is.
The comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stakeholders defined as somebody with a material interest in what somebody else does. And if you look at every minister of the Crown, every Canadian is a stakeholder because everyone has a material interest in what they do. Now, the question becomes, who is getting access? Well, I can tell you that every minister on this side has heard, either directly or through email, from hundreds of thousands of Canadians who paid nothing for that privilege and continue to have that privilege today. But my question to the honourable member across the way is, I wonder, if he opens the vault at NDP headquarters and sees the cupboard is pretty bare, if he's pining for the good old days of that per vote subsidy that our friends over here did away with.
Honourable member, la députée de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague from the Liberal Party had the good idea of establishing or restoring public funding of political parties, I would be obliged to applaud because it's a very good thing. But that doesn't excuse the conduct of the Liberal government's cabinet, which is becoming embroiled in situations. We're looking at creating an infrastructure bank that looks like a privatization fund, setting aside $15 billion and encouraging the private sector to participate. There are major financial interests that will be involved in the coming years and months. And this government will have to show, through being transparent, that it is not corruptible, whereas its current activities are not as clear. I think they're beginning to realize they're more in trouble than they think. The Minister of Finance conducted public consultations in Calgary. There was a funding event scheduled with him, but at the last minute, it was cancelled. Perhaps he's beginning to understand, and they are beginning to understand.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It might just help to kind of step back and mention for a minute what it is that we're here to talk about. And really what we're here to talk about is how it is that the government intends to implement and enforce the very same rules that the Prime Minister sent out to his ministers when he appointed the Cabinet. Now, we've heard from some Liberal members that, somehow they don't think that putting it in the law is the best way. If they have an alternative, let's hear it. But right now, we've got a situation where ministers of the Crown are obviously not following the rules set out by the Prime Minister. So if the Liberals have a great idea on how to see that policy actually enforced, let's hear it. In the meantime, writing those rules into the law and allowing the Conflict of Interest Commissioner to enforce those rules seems like a pretty good idea, Mr. Speaker, and we certainly haven't heard anything better from members opposite today. To give you a sense of what those rules are, Mr. Speaker, maybe we step back and say something about the context into which the new government stepped in October, and you really just have to name some names in order to get a sense of where Canadians were feeling about the standard of ethics in politics last October, or October 2015, when we were talking about Dean Del Maestro, we were talking about Mike Duffy. There were a lot of names on the tips of the tongues of Canadians that suggested to them that the ethical standard in Canadian politics wasn't high enough. And in came the Prime Minister, if you listen to him, on a white horse, and he was going to make things better. He went so far as to say in his instructions to ministers, moreover, ministers have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny. This obligation is not fully discharged merely by acting within the law. He went on in Annex B of that same document to give some more flesh to what exactly he meant, or to flesh out what he meant. He said, in order to ensure that there's no differential treatment or appearance, and that's really the crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker, because it's not just whether there's differential treatment. According to the Prime Minister, the issue is whether there may even be the appearance of differential treatment, and he himself said, as I quoted just now, that merely acting within the law would not be enough to meet the bar he was setting just over a year ago. So he says, in order to ensure that there's no differential treatment or appearance of differential treatment for individuals, corporations, or organizations because of their financial support of politicians or political parties, ministers and parliamentary secretaries should adopt the following best practices. What are those best practices that this motion simply calls on the government to enforce by allowing the Conflict of Interest Commissioner to enforce? Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, it says that ministers and parliamentary secretaries should not seek to have departmental stakeholders included in fundraising or campaign teams or on the boards of electoral district associations. So when we hear that the chair of Apotex is organizing a fundraiser for ministers of the Crown, I think that's a pretty obvious contradiction of the guidelines that the Prime Minister set out and that we're simply asking to have enforced, Mr. Speaker. It says that ministers and parliamentary secretaries should ensure that the solicitation of political contributions on their behalf does not target departmental stakeholders or other lobbyists and employees of lobbying firms. So when we find out through the Globe and Mail and others that there's been confidential websites set up and that people are getting access to those websites to buy tickets to those fundraisers by invitation, that's clearly not meeting the standards set out by the Prime Minister in these guidelines. And it makes you wonder, well, if the Prime Minister is not willing to police his members, who would? The Conflict of Interest Commissioner is an obvious choice, and this motion simply calls on the government to allow the Conflict of Interest Commissioner to go ahead and do that work that the Prime Minister has decided he won't do, because he's not enforcing his own rules. So as I say, Mr. Speaker, at any time Liberals want to chime up and say that they've got a better mechanism to ensure that this document and instructions on open and accountable government are actually followed by ministers of the Crown and not just talked about, let them put them on the table, Mr. Speaker, but we haven't heard anything from them, and we've been debating this all day. So the other notorious thing about what's going on, in my view, Mr. Speaker, about these particular fundraisers is we have talked about, and because it's a problem, because it does create the appearance of preferential access when people are paying $1,500 to get into an exclusive night with the finance minister. And incidentally, Mr. Speaker, the idea that somehow that a little old lady from Elmwood Transcona who takes handy transit to sit in the back of an open house and leaves without talking to the minister is the same as a high-powered corporate executive paying $1,500 to get into someone's private residence with only 14 other people is the same, and that there's clearly no difference in that interaction with the minister is laughable. And shame on the members who've been getting up today to insinuate that somehow those two situations are not significantly different for the purposes of influencing ministers, Mr. Speaker. That's just totally ridiculous. And then when they pay that $1,500, Mr. Speaker, to get into that privileged night with the minister as advertised, then what? Well, at tax time, they get about $650 of that back. So that's really nice. If you've got the $1,500 to fork out now, this is a cash flow issue, right? You get the $1,500 now, well, then you get the preferential access. But the very same people who didn't have the $1,500 are the ones that are going to pay almost half of it back to you later. And so Canadians perversely are being made to pay for preferential treatment for high-powered corporate executives. And I think there's something shameful about that, Mr. Speaker, and hasn't gotten enough attention. They're not actually paying $1,500 out of their own pocket. They're paying about $800 out of their own pocket, and the rest is coming out of the pocket of Canadian taxpayers. And what we've heard, kind of as a defense, I guess, of this, Mr. Speaker, I referred earlier to Dean Del Maestro and Mike Duffy, and the government's defense of this seems to be, well, we're not like Dean Del Maestro, we're more of a Mike Duffy, right? I mean, Duffy went through court, and it ended up that he didn't break any rules according to the law. We have that from a judge, right? And so there was no problem. So Dean Del Maestro is bad. He went to jail, but there's no problem. We're really just like Mike Duffy, Mr. Speaker. So they've got the kind of strange Duffy defense. And I'll tell you, given the last 5 years of Canadian politics, for the government to get up and think that an acceptable defense is, don't worry, we're just like Mike Duffy, I think is pretty pathetic, Mr. Speaker. But that's what we've been hearing all day. So I'm at a loss for that, Mr. Speaker. And I think one of the other elephants in the room here, and actually one of the Liberal members earlier raised it as a bad thing, but I've always believed in a per vote subsidy for political financing. That came in when the Chrétien, under the Chrétien Liberals, Mr. Speaker. When they said that corporations and unions wouldn't be able to donate, they recognized that political parties were going to have a harder time raising money. And so they brought in public financing so that based on the support that a political party has, they could expect to have some money in order to fund their activities, and so that parties wouldn't be in a position where they were prostituting their ministers of the Crown for money. Because when you create that kind of imperative to have politicians spending all their time raising money, certain governments get into political hot water because they start to use all the tools at their disposal to raise that money, whether it's right or wrong. And that's what we've been watching. And I dare say that if they put their focus on bringing back a reasonable public support for political party financing, then they may not have to be in the embarrassing position of having to defend ministers that are doing cash for access fundraisers, Mr. Speaker. So that is, as far as I'm concerned, part of the debate. That's where it ought to go. I think it's an embarrassment to Canadians that ministers are out parading around asking for money for attention. I think, frankly, if they're not ashamed of it, Mr. Speaker, I think it's an embarrassment to the Liberal Party, and I think they should care more, frankly, for their own brand. It's an embarrassment to Canada. It's an embarrassment to the Liberals that they're out doing this. And if they brought in a proper political financing regime in Canada, one that we had. So what we're hearing from Liberals when they attack the political financing model is that they think that Stephen Harper and the reforms that Stephen Harper brought to political financing in Canada were better than Jean Chrétien. And if that's what they think, let's have them get up and say it again. That they're on Team Harper when it comes to electoral reform and they're disowning the actions of previous Liberal governments. And that if they had to choose between Stephen Harper's electoral reforms, yeah, there's some humor in that. Anyway, reforms or the Chrétien Liberal reforms, they'd be voting for the Harper reforms. Is that how far we've come? Is that what the last election was about? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd really like to thank my NDP colleague. He lost me in the last minute, but that's okay. But the majority of the things I absolutely do agree with. We see investors that are going to speak to the finance minister for $1,500. We see natural resource stakeholders going to speak to the natural resource minister. I just want to know, Am I dumb, or do you think they're speaking about gardening and about what book they're reading, or do you think they're actually talking about the topics that are dearest to their heart?
For Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I mean, this harkens back to the defense of the Justice Minister, who was actually one of the first to engage in these unsavory fundraisers. I'm using now the language of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, who went to a fundraiser with a bunch of high-powered lawyers in Toronto, and then when questioned on it said, "Oh, I'm just here as an MP from Vancouver. That's all." They were just really excited to meet an MP from Vancouver, so there's no problem. And you're quite right. It is ridiculous to maintain that a bunch of high-priced Toronto lawyers wanted to meet the Minister of Justice simply in her capacity as an MP for Toronto. I don't think they're in the practice of having MPs show up regularly at their firm, pay them lots of money just to chit-chat about how things are going in their riding or what the weather is like or whatever else. And it is. It's laughable. It's laughable, but it's been going on for months now. And so you're absolutely right. It's just not credible to think that that's what's going on. And as I say, I mean, so the idea that someone showing up in the back of a free town hall versus someone paying big money to go to a private dinner, that somehow that's equal access to government it's just as ridiculous.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, wasn't that long ago when there was a New Democratic member of Parliament that said, "Give me $50 and I'll mention your name inside the House of Commons"? You know, Mr. Speaker, when you take a look at it, we have two political parties, both the New Democrats and the Conservatives, that have actually broken election laws. While I sat in opposition, they were actually breaking the election finances laws. Mr. Speaker, no election laws have been broken here. There is no conflict of interest if there is no laws that have actually been broken. And my question to the member is, does he not recognize that it's somewhat hypocritical for two political parties to be calling for something when they are the two parties that broke the law and have been ordered to return money by courts and by Elections Canada, whereas this government has not, Mr. Speaker? So if there is no election laws that are in fact being broken, there is no conflict. Will the member at least maybe apologize for his party's behaviour in breaking the election laws?
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
For those keeping score at home, Mr. Speaker, that's another instance of the Duffy defence.
Questions and comments. The Honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's been interesting to listen to the comments from the Liberal side of the House today. And it appears that as we cut closer to the chase, the louder the wails and screams seem to be. And I've noticed that quite often from the members opposite today. They really haven't come back with a good answer as to why they can't go along with this bill or this motion. And I'd like to ask the member that just is up speaking right now, with his debate, what is this about? Again, it's not the laws, it's about the ethics and the appearance of conflict of interest. Could you reinforce that back to the members on the other side who have continuously distracted from what this motion is really about? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you. I'd be happy to reinforce that and length even. And I think you're quite right. And an important point is that standard of ethics and appearance of conflict of interest doesn't come from just this side of the House. That comes from the Prime Minister himself. And it didn't come in a footnote or scribbled on the back of a napkin. It came in a huge document that was released with great fanfare, and it was repeated many times that this was part of the instructions to ministers. And all that the motion today is really about is, how is it that the government is going to enforce those very same rules that the Prime Minister made such a big show of putting on his ministers and subjecting his ministers to? And the fact of the matter is, as these fundraisers continue, we see that there is no mechanism. Now, maybe there are other mechanisms, but the one suggested today is perfectly reasonable. We already have a conflict of interest commissioner. We already have the rules laid out by the Prime Minister, so just let the conflict of interest commissioner enforce the rules, and you can solve the problem.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. Today I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Elgin, Middlesex, London. Mr. Speaker, many students and young professionals voted for the first time in this last election. And these are Canadians who chose not to vote in the previous election. But they voted this time because the Prime Minister promised them something. He promised them to function according to integrity, to be transparent, and to offer hope against the cynicism that they feel about politics and politicians. The greatest sin for my generation, because I fit within that, is hypocrisy. And since taking government, this Liberal Party is proving right every single last thing that they stand against, that this rising generation stands against. The Prime Minister made big promises to get elected, but once he gained power, it was simply business as usual for this Liberal Party, which has to be the most cynical appeal to the values of students and young professionals that we have ever seen in politics to date. And the damage that this will do is actually astronomical in terms of the trust that Canadians should be able to place in government and the promises that a government makes, particularly with regards to ethics. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised Canadians a quote-unquote fair and open government. But shortly after winning the election, the Prime Minister publicly released the standard that his cabinet ministers and parliamentary secretaries were supposed to hold to. Unfortunately, they have not done so. The Open and Accountable Government Guidelines stated, and I quote, "Public office holders have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny, an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law," end quote. And it goes on to say that ministers and parliamentary secretaries must act with honesty and must uphold the highest ethical standard so that public confidence and trust in the integrity and impartiality of the government are maintained and enhanced, end quote. What is the test of whether or not public confidence is in fact met? The Prime Minister answers this for us. He goes on to state, "This obligation to integrity and impartiality is not fully discharged merely by acting within the law." Let me say this again. It is not fully discharged merely by acting within the law. Therefore, even when acting within the law, one's actions can in fact be unethical. And that is what we see from this Liberal government present. This is why it was so concerning last week for us to have the Finance Minister busily telling reporters, and I quote, "I did nothing illegal. I followed all of the rules," end quote, as he sold access to himself to rich business individuals on the eve of his fall fiscal update. And this wasn't just a one-off. This follows on the heels of the Justice, Natural Resources and Industry Ministers attending similar high-profile, swanky $1,500 events for access. And it doesn't take an expert with a legal degree to see that the Liberals are not living up to the standard that they set at the beginning of their term. For a government that came to power with the promise of greater transparency, they only seem to offer a chair for those who can afford to make the maximum donation to their party. And this is unacceptable. This is baffling, seeing as how the Open and Accountable Government document explicitly states that there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they made financial contributions to politicians and political parties. So why should a law firm specialized in mining and resource permits and regulations then be able to meet with the Minister of Natural Resources? And why should they be able to meet with him in the home of a host who is in fact a registered lobbyist? The Prime Minister will meet with his Youth Council maybe twice per year. But if you have $1,500 in your back pocket, you can have access to a minister far more often. Are the voices of top Liberal donors more important than the voices of any one of my constituents in Lethbridge? Is this why those that lost their jobs in the province of Alberta can't seem to get the ear of this government? While the millionaires running Bombardier are able to get $1 billion in subsidization, the Liberals are putting a price on policy, and they're allowing the highest bidder to influence its making. Cabinet ministers directly shape the policies of this nation, which will affect all Canadians, from farmers in Alberta to mums in Nova Scotia to students in Ontario. And so how can the Liberals truly grasp the gravity of the job loss and economic stress that is plaguing our country if they are only hearing the opinions from their friends on Bay Street? Canadians can clearly see the hypocrisy in only allowing those with cash to have access to top decision makers. Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely unacceptable, but not surprising. This is the same Prime Minister who felt that it was all right to charge $25,000 to charities, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege of hearing him speak. How cynical is it, Mr. Speaker, that to promise Canadians accountability, transparency, and hope, and then so blatantly throw it back in their faces with these hypocritical moves, cash for access. And to make matters worse, they put the responsibility for policing this guideline in the hands of the department that reports to the Prime Minister directly, instead of an independent and impartial ethics commissioner. And we know why. Under our previous Conservative government, we introduced the single biggest piece of accountability legislation in Canada's history, the Federal Accountability Act. We created the Lobbyist Commissioner, created the Lobbyist Registry, and expanded the powers of the Ethics Commissioner. The Lobbyist Commissioner and the Ethics Commissioner used these expanded powers to crack down on even perceived conflicts of interest by lobbyists and stakeholders. These changes significantly limited the events and the gifts that lobbyists are allowed to use to entice policymakers and change their policies. Ministers and staff were banned from attending industry rubber chicken dinners because that could have created a perceived conflict of interest. So we know that there is absolutely no way that the Ethics Commissioner would approve of the cash for access events that the Liberals are pulling off right now, should she be given the opportunity to weigh in. Which is exactly why the Liberals are opposed to the motion that we brought forward today. So it looks like we're back to the days of the 90s. Those were dark days, Mr. Speaker, when the elite old boys club worked the back room of Parliament, trading influence for cash, making backroom deals. So today, I call upon the Liberal government to grant the Ethics Commissioner the authority to enforce the open and accountability government policy. Because I believe that only an independent officer of Parliament, like the Ethics Commissioner, has the trust of the Canadian public to fairly and impartially apply the ethical standard that the Liberals say that they will abide by. If this government is as transparent as their election promises and their guide to ministerial conduct, then they should, in fact, support this motion. But alas, they do not. As someone who is part of this rising generation, I know what it is to distrust or question authority. This generation is often skeptical of words. It's actions that demonstrate the nature of an individual's character. The Prime Minister made big promises to this generation, promises to do politics differently, promises to be accountable, promises to be transparent, promises to do things the right way. However, he is failing to live up to that promise. The cynicism that this demonstrates is absolutely deplorable. Saying anything to get elected is exactly what he promised not to do. However, he is doing it very well. If the Prime Minister is incapable of living up to his own word, he needs to allow an independent, impartial officer of Parliament to do what he clearly lacks the integrity to do himself.
Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Lethbridge for her speech, even though I disagreed with almost every word of it. What I do want to ask again is, because I'd like to come back to the substance of the motion. I'd like to do this in a much more nonpartisan way. The substance of the motion is asking for the Ethics Commissioner to rule on and to become a judge of something that is not a law of Parliament. Currently, it is an act adopted by Parliament that she is in charge of having us work on and respect. The same can be said if the Conservative Party passes a code of ethics for its own leadership candidates do you believe that then the Ethics Commissioner should then be in charge of enforcing that, or that of the NDP? I understand that you're trying to say that there's a different issue, but reading the motion is calling on the Ethics Commissioner, so please explain.
I'm sure that the honourable member doesn't mean he wants to know if I mean. I mean, he's talking about the honourable member.
Correct, Mr. Speaker. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member if she believes that guidelines set out by each party should then be enforced by the Ethics Commissioner.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to respond to this question. This question actually is talking about something entirely different. We're talking about a policy document that governs a party. In other words, it's fully partisan. Now, as Conservatives, do we follow our policy document? Yes, we do follow our policy document. Now, what we're talking about today is we're actually talking about a party that has been given government. Okay, Mr. Speaker, they've been given government, meaning they've been entrusted by the Canadian public to run a country, to make decisions on behalf of a country. And it's exactly that. It's make decisions on behalf of a country, not make decisions on behalf of 10 of their best friends from Bay Street, Mr. Speaker. And so it's for this reason that this government needs to be held to account with regards to their unethical actions.
We have time for a very quick question, maybe about 60 seconds. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask my colleague what the colleague thinks about the fact that these events are happening and that people are in the departments, public servants paid by the Government of Canada, who are promoting these events and helping with the organization of these events, in addition to the use of government paid employees.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. It's a very good one. It is true. Within these departments, these individuals are paid through tax dollars, and these tax dollars come from the Canadian public. And the Canadian public expects the ministers and the staff within the ministers' offices and within the departmental offices, the public expects these individuals to be working on behalf of the Canadian public, not on behalf of a privileged few, if you will. And in this case, when the government, the Liberal government, is taking that money from taxpayers and using it to actually propagate their own events that are limited to a very few amount of people, that is just absolutely deplorable. It's unacceptable.
It being 5:37, pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed to have been put, and a recorded division is deemed to have been requested and deferred until Tuesday, November 15th, 2016, at the expiry of the time following question period.
17h37, la Chambre.
The House will now proceed to private members' business pursuant to the notice paper.
Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-235, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, fetal alcohol disorder.
Mr. Bagnell, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves that C-235, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, fetal alcohol disorder, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pleasure d'être ici.
I'm very pleased to be here today.
People, I have moved today to start the debate on C-235, my bill on an act to amend the Criminal Code and Corrections and Conditional Release Act, fetal alcohol disorder. We have all seen television episodes of someone wrongly imprisoned and how that devastates their life, how heartbreaking it is. And I'm sure it's moved many of you to tears. Colleagues, we have it in our power with Bill C-235 to end the number of cases of needless suffering of innocence. Not one, not two, not three, but potentially over 2,000 cases a year. In fact, for people alive in Canada today, that could potentially affect 180,000 Canadians. Is this not an immense challenge and humanitarian opportunity? First, I'll explain this bill briefly. FASD, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, is a permanent brain damage caused by prenatal exposure to alcohol. In a vast majority of cases, unlike other ailments, it's an invisible affliction. Symptoms, among other results of the central nervous system defects, are impaired mental functioning, poor executive functioning, memory problems, impaired judgment, inability to control impulsive behavior, and impaired ability to understand the consequences of one's actions. These are a distinct set of attributes capably diagnosed by today's modern assessments. Through no fault of their own, the brain they were born with does not have the ability to keep them from committing crimes or understanding the consequences. So normal sentencing, normal incarceration, normal release doesn't make any logical sense and does not fulfill the purposes for which they were created. So this bill is simply comprised of 4 recommendations from the Canadian Bar Association, the thousands of lawyers and judges who deal with this affliction every day. First, it just allows the court to order assessments of an offender to see if they have FASD. Second, if they have FASD, it allows them to use that as a mitigating factor in sentencing. Third, when a person with FASD is in custody, the bill directs it they be treated specially for that, and it just adds to a list of other conditions and groups of people treated specially in the correctional system. And fourth, when the person is released, a person with FASD, they would have an external support plan so that they don't, for instance, miss probation and just end up, as the judges say, through the revolving door back in prison. Simple? Prima facie, it appears so. But many bills can be improved in committee, and I welcome any logical amendments to this bill. My goal is to reduce unnecessary, tragic human suffering. But some may want to know the financial savings. Assessments cost in the order of $5,000. But if Ontario were to keep 1/2 of the yearly potential 840 FASD offenders out of jail for just 1 year, at $100,000 a year, they would give them over $40 million a year for more logical, just, humane, effective ways of dealing with these offenders and their afflictions. It is important to note that in the last Parliament, similar in some ways, identical bills to this one almost, were twice before the Parliament, one Conservative and one Liberal, but they didn't have time to complete the legislative cycle. Upcoming, you will hear some of the excerpts from that debate. Speakers from all parties supported and spoke in favor of that bill. It's important to recognize that this bill is only a small piece of the much larger puzzle of steps needed to be taken to alleviate the suffering and sometimes tortured existence of people with FASD. Other steps that need to be taken included prevention. This is a totally preventable condition. Steps to prevent contact with the justice system in the first place. Further research, special services, restorative justice, information sharing, targeted interventions, and supportive living arrangements. These are important tasks for others, but this bill only deals with FASD sufferers who have an interface with the justice system, and that is about 60%. Yes, I said 60%. As I outlined at the beginning, as you can see, the need is staggering. Estimates are that 1 in 100 Canadians are afflicted with FASD, and studies indicated that minimally between 10 and 30% of inmates in today's prisons have FASD, costing us tens of millions of dollars. This is perhaps why call to action number 34 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls on the governments of Canada, the provinces, and the territories to, quote, undertake reforms to the criminal justice system to better address the needs of offenders with FASD, end quote. Now, as I said, I'm open to amendments, and I'll just give you 4 items that people might want to debate in committee. First one, should the judge have the power to make assessments mandatory? There are mixed views on this. There are already precedents in the criminal justice system for ordering assessments, but if parliamentarians feel these should be not mandatory, then it's easy to amend the bill. We do have to protect the offender from self-incrimination during these assessments. If parliamentarians wanted, they could also expand the assessment section to clarify criminal code assessment power in general, and then that would also just include FASD assessments. To the credit of the territories and provinces, assessments are much more widely available now than in the past. Second item of discussion in committee. People might want it in committee. What about people with other afflictions who are not included in this bill? First, they are not filling our jail in the thousands like FASD offenders. Second, if there was a big need and other identified affliction needing special conditions that could be prescribed, someone would have proposed legislative remedies for that situation. Third, most other conditions are visible and otherwise known to the judge. FASD is known as the invisible affliction because until diagnosed, many people, including judges, would not know the offender had FASD and impaired brain and central nervous functioning. Some have high IQs, but still have the interaction deficiencies that I outlined at the beginning of my speech. And fourth, if another condition and its deficiencies and special provisions were presented to the committee, they could easily be added to the bill now or to the criminal code at a later date. But to date, there's no serious evidence having been presented to us of another condition with near the magnitude of problem in our present-day justice system as identified by lawyers, judges, and FASD workers across Canada. A third item to discuss. What if in the rare violent offender FASD cases, the assessment results in the offender being put in protective custody for a longer time than would have occurred without the assessment for the safety of both himself and the public? I say, so be it. As an evidence-based government, it is better to have more evidence to make a decision. And the last item we might discuss, amongst others, is should the external support plan be approved by the judge or the probation officer, and should it be voluntary after the time of a normal sentence of a person that does not have FASD? So those are 4 items we could discuss. As I said, I'm open for amendments. But we can save thousands if we act now from injustice and needless suffering. Perhaps in the future we could even add a few more if a condition and its legislative remedies are identified and documented. But there's no reason to delay. If in fact someone launched and won a challenge and were added to the criminal justice system, then our pioneering efforts would have paved the way for that to happen, for that person or that group to have justice too. There's a huge desire from MPs on all sides of the House to improve greatly our dealing with mental health issues in Canada. What a great humanitarian advance if we could improve the lives of thousands with this mental deficiency. It goes without saying that in Canada, in fact around the world, there's great support for legislative assistance for people afflicted with FASD who come in contact with the legal system. When the similar bill was before Parliament, before the Conservative proponent said he had 1,500 stakeholders supporting his efforts. I have my own large network of support. The Conservative member also said on June 5, 2014, and I quote from Hansard, "I would also like to extend my gratitude to the legislatures of the Yukon Territory and Northwest Territory, both of which passed unanimous motions calling on the government to support the bill." Some FASD workers in other countries applaud Canada for these pioneering efforts and want to use them as models in their own nation. But it's not only FASD experts in the field that are so passionate and excited about this bill. Remember that this bill is different from a lot of normal private members' bills that may not have a legislative background. This bill is comprised only of the 4 recommendations from the Canadian Bar Association and its president at the time, Rod Snow, and thousands of its member lawyers, legal experts, and judges who deal constantly in the courts and corrections system with offenders with FASD. Who better to craft a legislative improvement? The purpose of sentencing is to protect the public by presenting a deterrent to the offender so that when he or she gets out, which virtually all of them do, they don't reoffend. But the damaged brain of an FASD offender often does not connect the crime with the punishment. So if they don't know why they're being punished, why would we continuously, cruelly, senselessly incarcerate them at the cost of tens of millions of dollars instead of treating and supervising them appropriately on the basis of the reality of the sad truth of their physical brain deficiency? Now, I want to quote from the Conservative speech again from Hansard when the bill was before Parliament on June 5, 2014. It is a quote from a young FASD woman speaking at a conference. Quote, "She talked about going to work in the morning and forgetting her keys, and then returning home to get her keys, but then forgetting why she had come home. Then when she finally realized that she was looking for her keys, she forgot what she needed her keys for. She had to slow down, calm herself, and deal with the confusion and frustration of not being able to really grasp exactly what she needed to get done." End quote. Imagine this young woman tasked with making a number of probation or court appearances or appointments. And what happens if she misses an appointment? Back to jail, an administrative breach. With a damaged nervous system, with little concept of timing, we're irrationally, unjustly ordering people to painful personal purgatory. Our current federal justice minister said it as well as anyone I have heard when she said to the Canadian Bar Association last February, "The truth is many offenders have some combination of mental illness and addiction. Imagine if we could change the system to better align it with the needs of Canadians. What if an offender's first interaction with the criminal justice system did not become the first in a series? What if it triggered mechanisms designed to address the factors that inspired the criminal behavior in the first place?" End quote. It's been a long day. Let's go home. Just imagine you're going home. But what if you, after you walked a couple of blocks from here, you were picked up by the police and put in jail for a couple of years, to your horror, far from your friends and family, and you didn't know why? And when your time was up, you got out of this horrible situation, and then you were picked up by a police car again, and they were told, "Oh, you missed an appointment," and you were thrown back in jail. You would wonder how people could be so cruel. Colleagues, let us show what it means to be Canadian and end the suffering of thousands who, through no fault of their own, cannot help themselves. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
First of all, I'd like to thank the member from Yukon for his great speech. And I know within my own riding of Elgin, Middlesex, London, I do deal with several cases of FASD. So I recognize it's in your community, but we do see it all throughout Canada. One of my concerns on this, and maybe you can help me with this, I have spoken and got some advice from different people in the justice system because I have worked with these clients and wanting to make sure that the best outcome is there for them. But I've been assured that when they are in the court systems, that this illness is being looked at, this disorder is being looked at, and recognize that they do have fetal alcohol syndrome at the time of sentencing if it goes to that extent. And I just want to make sure, am I absolutely wrong on that, or have I received the wrong information? Maybe you can clarify that, because I have been advised that FASD victims, because that's the way I see it, it's not their fault, and I understand that. But I've been advised that during the sentencing process, that FASD has been taken into consideration in the past already.
I want to remind the honourable members to speak through the speaker as opposed to directly across. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. And that's an excellent question. And I think it depends. The answer is yes and no. I think it depends what part of Canada come from. You mentioned a very good point, is that in certain parts of Canada, well, in certain areas like mine where people are used to it and everything, there's the judges and lawyers understand this, and they make those special provisions. And sometimes the judges will go out on a limb without any legislative backdrop to do that, and use it as a mitigating factor when maybe they shouldn't be. But there are parts of Canada where they don't understand this yet, even though it's just as prevalent. I mean, people drink and have babies. It's just as prevalent, but they don't know it, and so they don't realize this could be a factor. If they put it right in the system, it gives them the authority, so they're not stepping outside their bounds, and it educates those that don't understand that this is a different way these people should be treated.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is such a good idea that it's distressing that it hasn't happened already. I was at a conference last week talking with women who suffer disabilities, and they told me that 40% of women who are incarcerated had suffered a brain injury. And of course, they would have volatile, unexplained behavior, would get them in trouble, go very much down the path that the member's describing. So I'm in full support of the bill. I'm hoping that the member can give us some indication of why we're so far behind on the science of understanding how injuries to the brain affect behavior and then intersect with the criminal justice system.
Honourable member for Yukon.
I listed some of the concerns in the bill. The research is more and more and more, and it's excellent research going now, so it's speeding up a lot more. Some of the reasons have been more political as opposed to research, and I tried to address any concerns, legislative concerns people might have with the bill in my speech. But that was a good question. It gives me an opportunity to say something brand new, and there's some very fascinating research going on now that actually by testing genes and chromosomes and their reaction to alcohol, that there may be soon a way of actually testing physically. It never was before. There isn't. But actually testing biologically, and that would be a huge advance if that research, it's in the prairies somewhere, actually is successful. That would be great for all of us.
We have time for a very brief question in 30 seconds or less. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to salute the honourable member from Yukon for this wonderful initiative. I'd also like to highlight the fetal alcohol spectrum disorder in the 2014-15 annual report from the Office of the Corrections Officer and the Investigator. He indicates that there's between 10 and 23% of people in corrections who perhaps suffer from this disorder. And he states that CSC does not have a reliable or validated system to screen, assess, or diagnose this spectrum disorder at intake. And this lack of reliable prevalence data means offenders with undiagnosed FASD may not be benefiting from specialized interventions that take into account an offender's mental health needs as per legal requirements. So I think it's something that we need to be looking at, and it's something that's well documented. This is an important thing. Thank you.
Member for Yukon.
Yes, the correctional investor and I and the member from Prince Edward Island who's there all spoke at a conference on this. He's quite supportive. He understands it in the correctional system. He understands those needs very good. So it's good that you mentioned that it was reflected in his report, because in the jails, it's pretty obvious to the people that work there that there's special needs there as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise this evening to speak on Bill C-235, introduced by the honourable member from the Yukon. And let me say at the outset that I believe that this is a very well-intentioned bill to deal with the incredibly complicated issues surrounding fetal alcohol spectrum disorder within the context of Canada's criminal justice system. Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or FASD, is a non-clinical umbrella term to describe individuals who suffer permanent brain damage as a result of prenatal exposure to alcohol. FASD is not new. However, over the last number of years, there has been increased awareness about FASD and its effects. There is no doubt that persons who suffer from FASD are more likely to be caught up in the criminal justice system. While it is unclear exactly what percentage of offenders within the criminal justice system has FASD, the fact is that because there is increased awareness about FASD, the issues of FASD are becoming relevant in more and more reported criminal cases throughout our courts. Mr. Speaker, our criminal justice system is based upon a number of different assumptions. One of those assumptions is the presumption of voluntariness, that individuals act in an informed manner when they commit a crime. And in that regard, it is only in very narrow circumstances that an individual may be exempt from the imposition of criminal liability in a mental health context. And normally, in order for an individual to be exempt from criminal liability on the basis of mental health, the mental illness defense would need to be made out. And in order for the mental illness defense to be made out, it would have to be established that the individual suffered from a severe impairment that went to their ability to comprehend the wrongfulness of their actions or the harm that their actions brought about. Mr. Speaker, it is, again, only in a very narrow set of circumstances. And indeed, there are many, many instances involving FASD or other mental illnesses that would not meet the threshold for the mental illness defense to apply. Given the increased prevalence of cases involving FASD, many of the assumptions that have long underlined the criminal law in Canada are being challenged every single day, including principles of voluntariness and free will. Mr. Speaker, one of the most common areas in which the issue of FASD becomes an issue in criminal cases is at the sentencing stage. Bill C-235 seeks to amend the criminal code by establishing a presumption that FASD is a mitigating factor for the purpose of sentencing. The principles of sentencing are set out in the criminal code at sections 718 to 718.2 of the criminal code. The most important principle in sentencing is set out at section 718.1 of the criminal code, which provides that a just sentence is based on the degree of responsibility of the offender. Whenever judges apply the principles of sentencing under the criminal code, including assessing the degree of responsibility of the offender, it is a very complicated task. It is one of the most complicated tasks usually in the course of a criminal trial. That task is made all the more complicated when dealing with offenders with FASD. Mr. Speaker, while Bill C-235 seeks to establish a presumption that FASD is a mitigating factor for sentencing, it should be noted that the courts have not responded in a uniform way on that particular issue. There are many, many reported cases in which the courts have taken into account the particular facts and circumstances of the case and the particular facts and circumstances surrounding the offender and determined that FASD should be a mitigating factor for the purpose of sentencing. But yet, there are other cases in which the courts have held quite the opposite in finding that FASD should be an aggravating factor. And, one such case, for example, is the IDB case, in which a provincial court judge in Alberta found that in that case, the FASD offender, that it was an aggravating factor. And the decision of the provincial court judge was upheld by the Alberta Court of Appeal. And so the bottom line is that any time that we are dealing with a case involving FASD, every case is unique, no case is the same, and each case is incredibly complex. And so I certainly note that Bill C-235 seeks to amend the criminal code by creating this presumption. I do have some questions as to whether that presumption is appropriate, given that there is no one-size-fits-all case involving offenders with FASD, and yet, to some degree, arguably, part of Bill C-235 could create a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of sentencing, in terms of at least establishing this presumption of it being a mitigating factor. That being said, it would be only a presumption. Secondly, I do have some concern with the fact that Bill C-235 deals exclusively with offenders with FASD, but does not encompass offenders who have other illnesses, including the fact that it creates a specific presumption for persons with FASD, but would not extend that presumption to persons who suffer from other mental illnesses. And so, in that regard, I have some concern that the bill could perhaps create an inconsistency in the criminal code that could potentially be problematic. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to congratulate the member for Yukon for bringing forward this bill. It's an important issue, it's a complicated issue, and I look forward to the debate this evening on it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to support Bill C-235. You know, I've had the privilege over the past year since my election as a member for Saskatoon West of meeting with a wide range of groups and individuals in my community. And one meeting which stood out for me was the one with representatives from the FASD network in Saskatoon. The FASD Network of Saskatchewan is a provincial organization that works with families, children, and adults affected by fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. It's a group of dedicated parents who came together in the early 1990s seeking support and understanding. They had common concerns about the challenges related to parenting children affected by prenatal exposure to alcohol. When the network began, very little was known about FASD. Families faced stigma, lack of services, and misunderstanding. Now, 20 years later, the network is a community-based provincial organization with an office in my riding in Saskatoon. And over the years, the level of knowledge and understanding in Saskatchewan communities has grown along with the network. And today, the network offers support, training, events right across the province. Before I speak to the bill itself, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate and emphasize some facts about FASD, some of which we've heard already. FASD is the biggest single cause of mental disabilities in most industrialized countries. According to Health Canada, FASD affects 9 in every 1,000 babies in Canada, or 3,000 births per year. 300,000 Canadians are currently living with FASD. As we've heard, FASD is an umbrella term to describe a range of disabilities and diagnoses, the severity of which may be affected by how much alcohol was consumed by the mother and when. The effects of FASD, difficulty reasoning, inability to remember things like appointments, trouble learning from past experiences, not repeating mistakes, can often contribute obviously to other problems, including mental health issues, dropping out of school, trouble with the law, chronic unemployment, drug and alcohol addiction, and homelessness. Amy Solomon, Executive Director of the Canada Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Research Network, has said, We know that people with FASD are overrepresented, both as offenders but also as victims within the justice system. And we know that in many places around the country, people with FASD are also overrepresented among those who are incarcerated, end quote. Living with FASD is about more than a diagnosis. It's also about living with strengths and struggles. It's about living with a disability. All across Canada, infants, children, youth, adults live with FASD and experience a range of primary disabilities caused directly by prenatal alcohol exposure. No two individuals experience the primary cognitive, behavioral, physical, or sensory disabilities in the same way. FASD affects not just the individual, of course, but families and their communities as well. There's no confirmed statistics on the number of Canadians living with FASD, but the commonly stated rate is 1%. So using that rate, about 153 Saskatchewan babies were born with FASD in 2014. It is a lifelong disability, but when we have the right attitudes and when we put the right supports in place around both the families who are going to be having children, or if we put the supports around the families who may be living with children who live with FASD, we can really set people up for success. Mr. Speaker, here are some sobering numbers. An estimated one out of every 100 newborns are affected by FASD in Canada, and of that population, 60% of those individuals will have an interaction with the criminal justice system. In 2014-2015, the cost of incarceration for individuals ranges from $199 for provincial jails to over $300 per day federally. FASD is an invisible disability. Thus, opting for FASD testing and referrals to community services and support systems will decrease the fiscal impact of high-cost incarceration, while, of course, ensuring continuous support from the community. This combination of individual, professional, and systemic factors converge to result in a disproportionate number of youth with FASD being incarcerated. In fact, youth with FASD have been found to be not 10 to 19 times more likely to be incarcerated than youth without FASD. In another sample of 253 individuals with FASD, 60% reported a history of being charged, convicted, or in trouble with authorities, and 42% of adults had been incarcerated. Recent data from the Forensic Outpatient Clinic in Saskatchewan revealed that the rate of FASD diagnosis was 55% in their adult population. All of the available evidence to date indicates both the necessity and value of incorporating FASD screening and diagnosis into the justice system. In the absence of a full diagnosis that requires a multidisciplinary team, several screening tools have been developed and have been validated, including the FASD checklist and the Youth Probation Officer's Guide to FASD screening and referral. With improved understanding and recognition of FASD in the criminal justice system, appropriate and early interventions and management plans can be implemented. Whether encountering the justice system as a witness, victim, or offender, individuals with FASD have a unique and often complex needs that are not supported in the current justice system model. With improved training of FASD for frontline workers and individuals with FASD will have access to equitable justice outcomes. The framework for action on FASD unveiled in 2003 recognized that the cost of FASD to society are high, without taking into account the lost potential and opportunity. Direct cost associated with FASD over a lifetime has been estimated to be about $1.5 million per person with FASD. Mr. Speaker, I'm in full agreement with FASD Saskatoon when they say it is imperative for Canada to recognize FASD as a cognitive disability that reduces moral culpability and thus be a mitigating factor during sentencing. FASD is brain damage. While Bill C-235 should not eliminate culpability, the courts need to question the ethics and fairness around proposing sentences without accounting for organic brain damage, which could result in charges that the person does not understand stem from their actions. It is essential to have mandated training for frontline workers to increase awareness and understanding of the impact of FASD diagnosis has on individuals entering the justice system. Mr. Speaker, it is so often the case that when formal systems fail, the community steps in to address and support individuals who fall through the cracks. In my community, I am grateful for the work of the Comfy Wellness Centre and the FASD Support Network. And now they need government to partner to ensure equity and fairness for individuals living with FASD. With training, the legal system can adapt to these individuals with FASD and formulate manageable criteria for interaction. Since the inception of Saskatoon's Mental Health Strategy Court, the network staff in Saskatoon have connected with 29 individuals who live with FASD. 22 of the 29 became part of the support program's case management and were supported through and after the court process. Of these 22 individuals, 3 are still going through and being supported through the court process. So far, 19 people have been supported and sentenced through the Mental Health Strategy Court. 17 have not been reoffended. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear. People with FASD need support systems both within and without the court system. Because this disability is often overlooked, those working in the justice system need to be trained to recognize it. There must also be recognition that individuals and their unique circumstances matter in the pursuit of justice. It's about making the sentence fit the crime and letting judges exercise discretion based on the facts of the case. In other words, it really is the antithesis of being prescriptive and the costly and often ineffective and frequently unconstitutional approach taken by previous governments, which really removed a lot of judicial discretion in favor of a one-size-fits-all minimum sentence. We in the NDP support quick passage of this bill, which has been introduced in past parliaments and enjoyed support across parties. I look forward, and we look forward, to studying this bill in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, a reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak today on Bill C-235, an act to amend the Criminal Code, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. I would like to begin by thanking the member from the Yukon for his long-standing advocacy on this important issue. By introducing this private member's bill, he's focused the attention of Parliament on a disorder which goes too often unnoticed in society. For this, he's to be commended. He's clearly motivated by a desire to help societies marginalized and, in the process, create a safer and more just society. This private member's bill proposes to make changes to both the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to address the pressing challenge of persons with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder in the criminal justice system. The issue of FASD was discussed by federal, provincial, territorial ministers responsible for justice and public safety at their recent meeting this past October. At that meeting, ministers approved a report from a steering committee of officials who were tasked with examining the issue. The report, which is now publicly available, sets out several comprehensive recommendations for addressing FASD in the criminal justice system. I'll return to that report in more detail in a few minutes because it raises some key points. First, though, I'd like to say a few things about FASD itself. As we've heard, FASD is a diagnostic term used to describe brain damage caused by prenatal exposure to alcohol. When a woman consumes alcohol while she's pregnant, the alcohol can impact the developing fetus and alter both the physical structure of the brain and the brain's capacity to function. This brain damage is permanent and has lifelong and far-reaching impacts on the individuals it affects and on society as a whole. FASD poses challenges for the criminal justice system because without appropriate supports, individuals with FASD can be impulsive, unable to regulate their behavior, and may be unable to learn from their mistakes. In fact, one study has estimated that 60% of individuals with FASD end up in trouble with the law. 60%. This concern is compounded when combined with the limited available data about the number of individuals with FASD who are incarcerated in Canadian prisons. The most recent data on FASD in corrections comes from the Yukon. In that jurisdiction, the prevalence of FASD among convicted offenders is at least 17%. And this number could, in fact, be as high as 34%, but given the challenges in confirming maternal alcohol consumption, the diagnosis cannot be conclusively made for these other individuals. When faced with an overwhelming challenge to the criminal justice system, such as FASD, often the first instinct is to look for a legislative solution. Amending the criminal code to specifically address FASD seems like an obvious place to start. However, as with many complex social issues, the most effective solution is often just as complex and may not be found in legislation. I would encourage all of us to think about the most effective way to truly have a positive impact on the lives of people with FASD. It's worth noting that the report approved by federal, provincial, territorial ministers in October, which I mentioned earlier, was the product of several years of study by the Steering Committee on FASD and Access to Justice, comprised of officials from across the country. Their report did not recommend specifically naming FASD in the criminal code, because that would single out one disorder to the exclusion of all others. Rather, it recommended further study of whether a more general assessment power for all mental disorders, including but not limited to FASD, would be a useful reform to assist courts in sentencing persons who are living with these conditions. Such a recommendation, especially from this source, merits consideration. I would like to spend my remaining time discussing some of the specific proposals of Bill C-235, which raise some thought-provoking issues. Bill C-235 proposes a legal definition of the term fetal alcohol disorder for the purposes of the criminal law. I note that this is slightly different from the medical term that is used to describe the condition, which is fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. As part of the legal definition, the bill also lists some common symptoms of FASD, including impaired mental functioning, memory problems, and the inability to control impulse behavior. I would just note that this element of the bill would be a significant change in the criminal code, which currently does not single out specific disorders for differential treatment. The current approach is to use the general definition of mental disorder in Section 2 of the Code, which, according to the Supreme Court of Canada, can include an illness, disorder, or abnormal condition which impairs the human mind and its functioning. I'm given to understand that FASD is already considered a mental disorder for the purpose of the criminal law, and so it's entirely fair to ask whether it is necessary to create a separate definition specifically for FASD. Should we be concerned that this may result in pressure to single out other disorders in the criminal code? The bill also proposes to permit the courts to order FASD-specific assessments for the purpose of bail and sentencing, and it would require a sentencing court to adjust the sentence of an offender if it was shown that they have FASD and the FASD contributed to the commission of the offence. These elements of the bill appear to be aimed at ensuring the court has the necessary information to make appropriate decisions about a particular individual at the bail stage, and to be sure that any sentence imposed is proportionate to the degree of responsibility of the offender. These are commendable objectives, and ones that I know are shared by all those who advocate for a fair and effective criminal justice system. The proposal for an assessment at the bail stage raises questions about the potential impact on the presumption of innocence and the liberty interests of accused persons who are suspected of having FASD. In particular, the bill would permit an accused to be held in custody for up to 60 days in certain circumstances while the assessment is undertaken. Given that this would occur before any trial on the merits of the charge, or potentially even before the bail hearing itself, it is possible that an assessment could, in fact, work to the detriment of the accused in some cases. At the sentencing stage, it's fair to question whether the objective of imposing a proper sentence should only apply to individuals with FASD, or whether or not there may also be a pressing need to consider the relevance of mental disorders or disabilities more generally, as the report from the Federal Provincial Territorial Steering Committee recommended. Finally, the bill proposes amendments to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which would further require the Correctional Service of Canada to provide FASD-specific programming to individuals with FASD who are serving a federal sentence. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the member from the Yukon for providing us with an opportunity to debate this important issue facing the criminal justice system. As he indicated, this is an issue that was presented in the form of 2 private members' bills in the last Parliament. It never did make it to the stage of having gone through committee, in part because of the call of the election and also in part because of some determination by the former member of the Yukon to withdraw the bill to have it converted over into a study. It's a timely debate. It's one that needs to be had. The member for the Yukon is doing the right thing by bringing it forward, and I look forward to hearing from other members of the House on this important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to rise today to contribute to this important debate on Bill C-235, which aims to assist those with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. The proposal before us today is to require that the courts take into account that fetal alcohol spectrum disorder may be a mitigating factor in the criminal code infraction and should be taken into account during sentencing. It also proposed to address the fact that those with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or FASD, will require additional support to reintegrate into society following the serving of any sentence. There is also a number of other proposed changes, but the principal focus are those of what I've just outlined. Now, my perspective on this subject is somewhat different, I think, than many. In the past, I served on the Alberta Alcohol and Drug Abuse Commission. I served a number of years there before my political career, and through direct interactions with people with FASD and to those working with them and to those affected by their actions, I got to know the issue quite well. However, just when you think that you've seen and heard it all, something happens to remind you that this subject is so broad, it is so complex that a lifetime is not enough to become an expert in this field. Mr. Speaker, FASD it cannot be cured. It affects about 1% of the Canadian population. And of course, we know that the rate of incidence is much higher amongst certain populations and in certain areas of our country. These communities are looking for us. They're looking for us for help, for understanding, for compassion, and for strength. As I mentioned before, I served on ADAC, the Alberta Alcohol and Drug Abuse Commission, and this work took me to many communities around Alberta, many communities impacted by FASD. Sadly, this is a common issue in our First Nation communities, and they're often remote locations, make education and treatment work much more difficult. Also, serving as Alberta's Aboriginal Relations Minister for a number of years, I also saw firsthand the devastating outcome of Alberta's Aboriginal communities from this increasingly common condition of FASD. One of the challenges is identifying this disorder early and to deal with it appropriately. The average assessment alone costs around $4,000 to $5,000. Then there's this never-ending stigma attached to this particular mental illness. Families themselves they often don't even seek help for their children because of this alone. Sadly, we know that those born with FASD are already facing an uphill battle in life. Many are born into poverty, and they're often born into a world of substance abuse, neglect, and endless other challenges. We know these conditions are the base conditions for problems later on. FASD victims, and I call them victims, as they suffer due to the negligence and the negligent action of others, specifically their biological mother. And they are more likely to be involved in the criminal justice system and experience health and learning challenges. And I will say before I go any further that this bill, it will not improve or change the situation for FASD affected people. We know judges already, in every court case, they're required to exercise their judgment and their discretion when sentencing. So I don't think that this bill will change that. As with many mental health issues, talking publicly about it, it goes a long way to helping everyone understand and to cope. I think that the justice system is becoming much more aware every day about this mental illness. I am concerned that we are singling out FASD for special consideration apart from other mental health conditions. We need to understand that the situations faced by one's mental illness often and significantly overlap with those faced by another. Why only help those suffering from one mental condition? As a nation, we are quickly opening up the conversation on mental health issues, and this is a good thing. It wasn't inevitable that we would end up discussing mental health in terms of the criminal code. We know that those with mental health issues are at a much, much higher risk of having a relationship with our criminal justice system. Our justice system holds Canadians to a certain standard, and a certain standard of conduct and a certain standard of compliance. It presumes rational thinking, and it presumes certain sensibilities. But we know that mental illness makes these societal expectations go beyond the reach of those suffering from a mental health condition. The challenge is balance. How do we balance the expectations of a large portions of the population that expect people to follow all the rules with a portion of the population who are not fully capable of doing so? When something goes wrong, who is the real victim? I say they both. We need to be compassionate and understanding to realize that both are victims, one long ago and one more recent. This is a challenge that we face as a society. 90% of those with FASD have behavioral issues. More than 40% have mental disabilities and intellectual impairment. More than 40% have depression issues. Often these issues overlap and make treatment even more difficult to tailor to that particular individual. The stats are really shocking. According to the research by the University of Alberta, Professor Jacqueline Pei, 95% of people who suffer from FASD have been diagnosed with mental health problems such as anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia. This makes daily functioning in our society an extreme challenge and explains the high interaction rate with the criminal justice system. The executive director of the Fetal Alcohol Syndrome Society of the Yukon explained it before a parliamentary committee quite succinctly. Linda Bradley, she said, FASD sufferers can only speak at a normal adult level, but end up understanding at a grade 4 level. Imagine how this causes issues on the streets, in interactions with the police, or when seeking medical care. As the May 2015 parliamentary report from the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights noted, it is estimated that each individual with FASD creates roughly $1.5 to $2 million in direct costs to federal, provincial, and territorial governments over a lifetime. Each individual, $2 million. Many witnesses reported that people who care for a child with FASD also bear a heavy burden psychologically, socially, and financially, as well as in their professional and marital lives. A great deal of work was done in this issue in the last Parliament, and the conclusions were clear. We need better, more rapid diagnosis, and we need timely and appropriate interventions to mitigate the negative impacts of this disorder. This bill, while well-intentioned, fails to capture the fact that this is a variety of mental illness, that that it is a variety of mental illnesses and disorders that result in criminal justice issues. So I urge my colleagues to do what they can, of course, to assist FASD affected people. My experience has shown that they can often speak for themselves. They can't often speak for themselves. And they know that they need, but they can't often articulate their needs. They often live beyond the reach of urban support programs. They often lack any family support for treatment. They often suffer alone. But I believe that we can do a better job of helping them before they become part of our criminal justice system. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. She will have 3 minutes and the time remaining when the matter is next before the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this important issue of fetal alcohol disorder because oftentimes it's underdiagnosed, especially when we're talking about adults now. We're talking, of course, about pregnancies that existed 25 or 30 years ago. For women who we hope are honest with their doctors, it's not really pleasant to have to admit to a doctor, well, sir, I'm getting drunk every night, I'm drinking alcohol, I know that it is going to impact my unborn baby, but I can't help it. So oftentimes this kind of problem goes undiagnosed, and it can have a significant impact. And that is something that is discovered later. And many people, in fact, have grown up being told, oh, that child is a turbulent child. And oftentimes the appropriate diagnosis isn't given to the child. And so it's important to understand that these people have deficiencies that can lead to very skewed judgment, doesn't necessarily understand the consequences of actions, whether they're good or bad. And so it's then possible to help deal with this issue in criminal justice and to outline therapy, adequate therapy, to help these people and to help to deal with the crime that they commit. Now, I had an opportunity to speak to this issue when Ryan Leaf introduced this bill in a previous parliament. He wasn't re-elected. I spoke to it, and I believe today, too, that it's an important issue. I sincerely hope that it will be possible to adapt our justice system to take into account this reality. If I understand correctly, my time is up? Yes, well, I'll continue my remarks the next time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The time for private members' business has expired, and as a result, the matter is placed at the bottom of the order paper.
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House now do adjourn. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Works told us last month in committee that the backlog of 82,000 government employees affected by the Phoenix payroll fiasco would be cleared by October 31st. In fact, we were told this was a real deadline. This was confirmed by the Deputy Minister in a department at the same committee when responding to a question posed by my colleague from Belchamps les Chemins La Vie. Yesterday, the Minister's department told us they missed the deadline by over a whopping 20% and refused to provide a new one. In fact, when asked if they would have the backlog cleared by March 31st, 2017, the end of the fiscal year, the Minister's department would not confirm. The Liberals haven't been forthcoming with Canadians or Parliament. Public servants who have been waiting for months to receive proper paychecks expect the Minister to put an end to their financial hardship. Canadians deserve to know the full truth, the full figures, and deserve a minister they can trust. Yesterday's technical briefing from the Department of Public Services and Procurement offered no details, no plan, and no new deadline. Mr. Speaker, we're not looking for a political answer here. For months, we've been questioning this minister in her department, and the information keeps changing. First, they told us the backlog would be solved by October 31st. Then we learned that the information they were providing us did not include the new pay system cases that came in after July of this year. Now we're being told that the cases they've been referring to are only those being processed in Miramichi and not the other pay centres. This is becoming an issue of trust, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians want to know, what is the Liberal plan to fix the Phoenix pay fiasco?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the interest of the member opposite in this issue, and we agree that the ongoing public service pay problems are completely unacceptable. That's why I can assure you that our team at PSPC is working tirelessly to ensure that all employees receive the pay they have earned. Many employees across the public service are facing financial hardship because of the current pay issues, and I recognize how frustrating this situation is. Resolving these cases is our priority. We are committed to openness and transparency throughout this process. We've held bi-weekly technical briefings, 9 in total, and spoken in depth with the media. Our minister has already appeared twice at parliamentary committees, and she has met with union representatives. The Deputy Minister, at our request, meets on a regular basis with the Union Management Joint Committee. Over the summer, we took a number of steps to address the issues associated with Phoenix. Temporary satellite pay offices were set up, and additional staff were hired over the summer. Enhancements have been made and continue to be made to Phoenix, and employees across the government who use the system are becoming more adept with it as a result of training and experience. And compensation advisors are working day and night, 7 days a week, with one priority in mind: to clear the backlog and ensure each and every Government of Canada employee is paid accurately. While I acknowledge the efforts of the men and women of our department, I am disappointed that we did not hit the October 31st deadline. I recognize how frustrating the situation is. Close to 75% of the backlog has now been completed, and there are cases remaining for approximately 22,000 employees. And we continue to work tirelessly to close the remaining cases as quickly as we can. These cases are more complex and require time-consuming manual calculations. In fact, 82%, or 4 out of every 5 cases, predate the Phoenix implementation, and some date back several years.
As I've said in the past, no reason justifies a public servant not getting paid. Employees can ask for salary advances, emergency advances, through their department. These advances can be paid out in the 24 to 48 hours following the request. Anyone who has difficulty obtaining an emergency salary advance should ask for aid by filling out the online Phoenix feedback form. As for employees who have been paid too much, those funds will be recovered over a number of pay periods in order to reduce the fiscal burden associated with that recovery. A process has also been put in place to reimburse the costs incurred by employees related to their not being paid, such as penalties for not making payments or making payments late. We will continue to keep all public servants and all Canadians aware of the progress that we are making. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I almost want to say thank you, Mr. Speaker, but we'll get back to it. Mr. Speaker, the numerous reports were provided to the Department of Public Works on the risks of going live with Phoenix. They were told exactly what is now happening to public servants. They were wrong on the readiness of Phoenix, wrong on the extent of the issue, wrong on the cost to clean it up, and now wrong on the resolution deadline. The minister can sit there and announce her disapproval all she wants, but that does not fix this issue. Public servants are suffering, Mr. Speaker. It's bad enough that it's bad enough they're being forced to pay new tax after new tax with this government, and now they're not getting paid at all. When are the Liberals going to start taking this situation seriously and actually help the tens of thousands of public service employees affected by this boondoggle? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur
Mr. Speaker, no public servant should not be getting paid. The situation is difficult, but I can assure all members of this House that our public servants are doing everything they can to resolve their colleagues' pay problems. Thank you.
Now, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the enthusiasm coming from the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence. I want to revisit a question, Mr. Speaker, that I asked originally back in June, and go back to this whole conversation that was taking place at that time about our CF-18s, the imaginary capability gap that the Minister was talking about at the time, the life extension project that we had initiated by the previous government, the $400 million to make sure that our CF-18 Hornets could continue to serve the security needs of Canada, and ultimately talk about the replacement of our Hornets and the interim stopgap measure that the government is considering with the sole source purchase of the F-18 Super Hornet from Boeing. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there's no question that the comments made by the Minister does not reflect the reality coming from the Royal Canadian Air Force. When we had at committee General Hood speaking to the fact about the capability gap, he actually said and stressed that there was no capability gap. And he said that the CF-18s that we have can meet all operational requirements well up to 2025. Now, since that point in time, the Minister has initiated an entire review, which is a duplication and a redundancy of the process that was taken by the previous government to ensure that all aircraft manufacturers' capabilities were put on the table so that we could look at all of the different options available to the Royal Canadian Air Force. It's important to note that when you talk to a number of specialists and experts in this field, and they have grave concern about the direction the government's taking. Retired General Paul Manson, who was the former Chief of Defence Staff, and back in 1977 to 1980, he led the new fighter aircraft program that went to the selection of our current fleet of CF-18s. And he said that purchasing the Super Hornet is a solution that, however attractive politically, would have serious consequences for the Air Force and Canada's future security posture. One of the retired senior Air Force officers said that purchasing the F-18 gives Canada the wrong aircraft forever, or certainly for the next generation. The fact is that there is no urgent need to bolster the fighter force now, and that was in the press. And we had Eleanor Sloan at committee who said, Canada needs a next-generation fighter to defend the country and fulfill our NORAD and NATO obligations. The answer is not an unnecessary stopgap measure, but to expeditiously proceed with the open and transparent competition the government signed on to. So it is important that we get to an open and fair, transparent competition to find the correct jet to meet our NORAD and NATO obligations that is interoperable with our allies. And I wonder where the government is at. They've gone dark on this particular issue. We have not heard anything from them. Maybe it has to do with gag orders that have been issued throughout national headquarters at National Defence. But we do want to know where we're at in finding a replacement for the CF-18s and whether or not the $400 million has been invested to extend the life of our current fleet of CF-18s.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for the question. There is a certain resplendent irony of debating a Conservative member about the replacement jet that Canada so desperately needs. After all, it was for the past 10 years their opportunity to replace the jet, which everyone agrees that the CF-18 needs to be replaced. It is, after all, by the end of its current life extension, which will be 2025, it will be at that point a 40-year-old jet. And the number that is available at this point is 77 jets. to the Royal Canadian Air Force, down from, over the course of time, something in the order of 120 jets. So you see, Mr. Speaker, that there is an erosion of the number and the availability of the jets to the Royal Canadian Air Force to do the job that they need to do. So it is, I would take note, a resplendent irony, Mr. Speaker, that I should be standing here debating with a Conservative member who has, in fact, through his government, created this difficulty in the first place. The only thing that they did actually achieve were some glorious photo ops for various previous ministers. On the retirement of the jets, or the life extension of the jets, the CF-18s, $2.6 billion has already been spent, and in October a further $379 million was committed. The minister has, and the member rightly identifies that the minister has talked about a capability gap. You know, as I recited the numbers, you can readily see that if we're going from 120 planes to 77 planes on a platform that's getting upwards of 30 years of age is not a recipe to have a lot of availability for all of the needs that the RCAF needs. And I think there's a certain an irony on the irony, Mr. Speaker, when the honourable member was quoted in September in a Metroland newspaper saying it's about making the decision to replace the plane, a decision, in my personal opinion, that should have been made before this. We have to make that decision within 12 months because time is running out on the CF-18s. We actually agree with that, Mr. Speaker. The time is running out. We are developing a capability gap, and the honourable member is correct to say that this decision does need to be done sooner rather than later. So, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we inherited a bit of a procurement mess from the previous government. That mess had no appropriate guidelines for the replacement of the jets. So the cabinet met. The cabinet made a decision as to the requirements that would meet Canada's needs. That decision was made in the early spring. In the first part of July, notices were sent to all of the relevant manufacturers, all 5 of them, in an open and transparent way to update all of their information so that we have a complete picture. That information has been received at this point, and it is being collated so that the next stage of the process can be entered into, so that we can actually get done what the previous government didn't get done in the previous 10 years. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, it's interesting to listen to the Parliamentary Secretary to actually reference a breach of privilege that he had at committee in releasing information on a draft report that he should never have had possession of in the first place, that we dealt with that committee, unfortunately, was not proceeded on by committee as a prima facie case of privilege to report back to the House. But regardless, the fact remains that this government is interested in the sole source, which is the worst possible option to move forward, both from the standpoint of putting the right fighter jet into the operations of the Royal Canadian Air Force, and also would be the worst possible scenario for our industrial complex with our aerospace industry. The second part on this is that, as Eleanor Sloan said, we need to move expeditiously on an open and fair competition. We are not hearing that from the government in one way, shape or form. So it is important that the government actually starts acting in a transparent manner to provide a competition to get the right equipment for our Royal Canadian Air Force, and that we can actually have interoperability with our allies in NORAD and NATO. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I take note, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member talks about a breach of privilege. It's a little like trying to get your conviction ahead of your facts. So the honourable member needs to be somewhat careful as to accusing anyone of a breach of privilege. So, Mr. Speaker, I just speak directly to the honourable member that the situation in which this government found itself was with a procurement a process which defied logic. And so the basic information that you needed in order to be able to encourage interested potential suppliers to actually submit their information had to actually be put in place. So that was sent out, meetings have been held, questionnaires, site visits, submissions have been received from Boeing, Dassault, Eurofighter, Lockheed Martin, and the Saab Group. So, Mr. Speaker, this is progress. It's a pity the progress didn't occur 10 years ago.
I want to remind the honourable members that when someone's speaking, shouting across the floor is not appropriate. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 23rd, I rose in this place to ask the Minister of Natural Resources a question regarding the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, concerns raised by whistleblowers in the agency, and the response to them by CNSC President Michael Binder. These whistleblowers made very serious allegations about the lack of due diligence in the work of the CNSC, which in turn raised very serious questions about the CNSC's impartiality and their concern about safety. In response, at a meeting on August 17th, the CNSC president actually questioned whether the whistleblower letter was in fact genuine. A report from Mike D'Souza of the National Observer quoted Mr. Binder in that meeting as saying, "So I'm listening to all of you, and then the question is, was this letter written by our staff? Because the conclusion is completely diametrically opposed to anything in this particular letter," end quote. And this apparently prompted laughter from some of the staff. And another staff member questioned the expertise of whoever wrote the letter. Binder decided to make a joke of it. "So if you're correct, we're into conspiracy theory," Binder said, drawing more laughter. So, Mr. Speaker, the president of our nuclear safety regulatory agency, when faced with serious questions about his department, decided to make jokes about them. That was simply inappropriate on his part, and I have yet to hear the minister say as much anywhere on the public record that that's so. Further to this, the Environment Commissioner's most recent report also raised many concerns about CNSC validating many of the concerns raised by these whistleblowers. The Commissioner pointed out that 3/4 of site safety inspections were carried out without an approved guide. She compared that to a pilot taking off on a flight without going through a safety checklist. As the Commissioner said on the day of the release of her report, this kind of lack of precision in a precision industry, I think, is really not acceptable. These mistakes should not happen when we're dealing with nuclear power plants. With all of these issues that have come forward in the past months, I believe that a change in the culture at CNSC is warranted. Right now, the government has a chance to start that change by starting at the top with the appointment of new commissioners. 2 commissioners saw their terms end on October 20th, and another will see hers expire on December 15th. This is a golden opportunity to help this agency turn over a new leaf. The minister's mandate letter states that you are expected to do your part to fulfill your government's commitment to transparent, merit-based appointments, to help ensure gender parity, and that Indigenous Canadians and minority groups are better reflected in positions of leadership. On September 9th, I sent a letter to the Natural Resources Minister regarding these appointments and the Prime Minister's commitment to make changes to the appointment process. I'm still waiting a reply from the Minister to that letter, so I will take this chance to ask again tonight, what changes is the government making to the appointment process to ensure that they meet the standard the Prime Minister laid out in the Minister's mandate letter? When will these changes take effect, and when can we expect new commissioners to be appointed to the CNSC? This is a golden opportunity for this government to follow through on its commitment to real change, and I hope to hear that this minister will seize the opportunity tonight. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my colleague, the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for his question on this very important matter. I'd also like to take this moment to thank him for his work and contribution on the Natural Resources Committee. Mr. Speaker, Canadians rightly expect that our government place the highest priority on health, safety and security as they relate to the nuclear industry in Canada. I'm proud to say that we do. We expect the work of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission to be safety-focused, and we expect the Commission to operate in a way that is transparent and open to hearing the concerns of others. We are committed to ensuring that Canada's nuclear sector remains a dynamic industry committed to the highest standards of safe, secure, and reliable operations, because nothing else will do. Canada's nuclear regulator plays a central role in all of this. The CNSC regularly undergoes external peer reviews by international nuclear experts, including those from the United Nations International Atomic Energy Agency, to allow for the sharing of best practices and to verify the high standards of its operations. In order to ensure that the CNSC has the technical capacity to regulate the nuclear industry, more than 80% of employees in mid and senior level positions have degrees in nuclear engineering, chemistry, physics, and environmental and radiation science fields. Mr. Speaker, Canada has established one of the most stringent nuclear regulatory regimes in the world, and it is the responsibility of the Commission to oversee its implementation and to ensure that Canada's nuclear industry meets the highest standards of safety and security. That being said, the anonymous letter received by the CNSC raised important issues that would concern any Canadian. That is why the CNSC took immediate action to review those claims. The resulting report presented at the Commission's public meeting in August was reviewed by the Commissioners, who had a chance to ask questions of nuclear safety experts regarding the content of the letter. Other issues raised, such as a way for employees to voice technical and scientific disagreements, are also taken seriously by the CNSC. As a science-based organization whose success depends on hiring and retaining technical experts, the organization encourages its staff to provide their best professional judgments in the review of nuclear licenses and other related activities. On occasion, Mr. Speaker, this can result in differences of professional opinions, which is why the CNSC has mechanisms for staff to discuss those disagreements. Resolving scientific differences of opinion in a productive way is crucial to the CNSC being able to carry out its mandate. CNSC has those mechanisms in place to address such disagreements. Mr. Speaker, it is my expectation and that of the Minister that the CNSC and its staff keep the health and safety of Canadians at their highest priority, and that they operate in an open and transparent manner to ensure Canadians can have full confidence in our nuclear industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her response. I'm still waiting to hear about the naming of new commissioners, and this opportunity we have to get a new culture in CNSC. I'm glad to hear that the employees of CNSC, it's important in any organization that you have employees with the highest qualifications. But certainly in a nuclear power plant, that's even more important. But what's as important, or more so, is the culture of the workplace in these organizations. And this is what I think we really need to see change at the top in CNSC. Get a sense from the new commissioners that we need a new culture, because Canadians expect safety in any workplace, but these are nuclear power plants. We really expect the very, very best.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that the member opposite expects that the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission operate in the best interests of Canadians. And I want to repeat and reassure all Canadians that our government believes the health and safety of Canadians is the single most important consideration related to activities of the nuclear industry in Canada. And I also want to respond to his concern around appointments and let him know that appointments will be made in the new transparent way, as they have been. There have been a number of announcements in this House about appointments. As he rightly notes, there are vacancies and another one coming up. And those appointments will reflect the gender, ethnic, and regional diversity of our country. So I thank him very much for his comments, his concerns, and I look forward to working with him on this very important file. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.